Of course, this ain't my day, Edith, and I had meatloaf for lunch. All right, forget about it. Just serve it up. Let's get it over with.
Oh, yeah. Well, you're going to love it, because this meatloaf is different. Instead of breadcrumbs, I use bran flakes.
You put bran flakes into a meatloaf?
Yeah, they're good for you.
Oh, geez. Edith, when you're cooking, just concentrate on making the food fit to go in. Never mind going loud. Well, ain't you gonna ask me why my day was stinko?
Yeah, sure. Why was your day stinko?
Stretch's fault again.
Oh, Stretch Cunningham?
That's right, Stretch Cunningham. The most hot-blooded white man I know. Here I am, Edith. A brand new big shipment on the loading dock, and I'm short-handed anyway, you know? And at that moment, Stretch, see, makes believe he's sick and takes off for one of his matinees.
He went to the movies?
Edith, matinees. I explained that word to you once before. You remember matinee, huh? Playing dirty doctor in the afternoon. You still don't get it, huh? It's what normal, decent people do when they come home at night and they go upstairs. Ding, 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 ding.
Archie, Stretch would never do that.
What are you talking about? He does it every chance he gets, Edith.
Eat your salad. It's good roughage.
Edith, at my age, I don't need roughage. I need smoothies. And every time Stretch does this, you see, I'm the guy who's got to do his workroom. I'm tired of him fooling me around, you know? I mean, he gets all the fun out of it, I get the back end.
I get it. Eat your salad. I ain't gonna stop nagging you till you finish all of it. Hello? Oh, hi, Hank. How are you? No, he's in the kitchen dumping out his salad. Oh, no. Oh, my goodness, that's terrible. What happened? Oh, my. Yeah, I'll tell him. Yeah. Oh, thanks for calling, Hank. Bye.
So who was that?
Archie, Stretch Cunningham is dead.
What?
That was Hank Pivnick. He called to tell us.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
What happened?
He had a heart attack.
Over at the girlfriend's. Oh, lots of guys get heart attacks right in the middle.
No, Hank said he died in the doctor's office.
Oh, he crawled over there. Oh, Edith, gee.
Archie, do you want to cry? Because it's okay for a man to cry if he wants to.
No, Edith, I don't want to cry.
The Reader's Digest says it's okay.
Then let the Reader's Digest cry. Little condensed tears.
Archie, is it in the morning paper?
No. There's a Cunningham here in the obituaries, Edith. The name is Jerome, which, well, unless that was his nickname, huh?
Oh, no. Stretch was his nickname.
You might be right, Edith. Yeah. What the hell does this mean here, fun soy pending?
Oh, that means funeral services pending.
Oh, yeah. Now, one of these days, we're going to open up the papers, Edith. We're going to see our names with fun soy pending.
Oh, Archie, we we shouldn't talk like that. We shouldn't even be sad. If Stretch was here, he'd be telling jokes and making us laugh.
Oh, yeah. Gee, he used to say some funny things, didn't he?
Oh, yeah.
Don't laugh too much. Don't laugh too much. People like it. I tell you, though, the thing that makes me feel bad is all the mean things I was saying about his matinees and all of that, you know? He could have been dead right when I was complaining about him, Edith, huh? Hey, maybe he even heard me.
Oh, no, he couldn't have heard you, especially if he was dead.
Dead is the time when the spirit hears things, Edith. And how do you know the Stretch's spirit ain't here right now, listening to every word we say? Right here in this room.
But he lived in the Bronx.
His spirit didn't have to stay in the Bronx. If you was his spirit, would you stay in the Bronx?
Oh, my goodness, that was the door.
Of course, it's the door.
Oh, yeah. I'm coming. I'll get it. Oh, my.
Excuse me, is this the bunker house?
Oh, yeah.
My name is Harry Morse. I'm Stretch Cunningham's brother-in-law.
Oh, gee, the Stretch.
Yeah, I know. I heard. Edith, step aside. Let me take over here. Yeah, I'm Archie Bunker, Harry. Yeah, come right in.
Let me have your coat.
Thank you.
This coat, yeah. Well. Harry.
Yeah, well.
We're all sorry, you know. Geez, he went like that. We didn't have a chance to run over there and say nothing to him. It's too bad he didn't have a lingering death, huh? Yeah, well, come on in. Make yourself at home. I'll just sit down, see. Oh, but not there. Sit over here.
You know, Stretch spoke of you with great affection many times.
Oh, well, hey, listen. I and all the boys down at work, we was crazy about Stretch.
Yes, but you were one of his favorite friends.
Well, listen, I'd do anything for Stretch.
Yes, I know. That's why I've come to ask a very special favor of you in Stretch's memory.
What kind of a favor?
Well, it seems that the family finds itself in the position of having...
Hold it. You want me to trim him at a funeral? I mean, $10, maybe 20 tops.
Oh, no, that's all been taken care of.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, yes.
Listen, I would have went to 50.
The family wanted me to ask you if you would honor us by saying a few words at the funeral.
Saying a few words?
Yes.
Me?
Yes.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Yes.
No. No. And stay out of this, will you, Harry? Let me tell you.
I think Stretch would have wanted it that way, Mr. Bunker.
Well, that may be, but look, Harry, tell you the truth. I'm very different from most people. That bothers me, you know? The hole in the ground there, the corp and the straps and the rollers and the thing going down, and I can't get no joy out of that.
Archie, do it for Stretch.
Edith, don't get
This
into this,
might
Emma,
be the last chance to do something nice for him.
I can't do it.
Archie, he might be listening to us right.
Okay, yeah, all right, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Bunker. Thank you. The funeral is at noon on Sunday. Here is the address. Thank you, and God bless you. Goodbye, Mr.
Wouldn't you like a cup of coffee?
Oh, no, thanks. I still have to pick out the coffin.
Why couldn't he say containment? Wait a minute, don't call him back, Edith. Call him back. Hey, say something. I can't go to it. I can't go to it. Edith, I can't. All right, Edith, look at it this way, Edith. I ain't no good at this. How would you like to see me just louse up poor Stretch's funeral?
Oh, Archie, you ain't gonna do that. You've been to lots of funerals.
I know, Edith, but I ain't never yet delivered the urology.
Hey, Arch?
Yeah.
I finished your eulogy for you. You're gonna love it.
Oh, gee, great. Now, I was awful worried about that. Let me see it. Hey, this is one time when it pays to have a professor in the family, huh? Yeah. See what you got me here. Friends. Good. I have been asked to pay tribute to my good friend, Stretch Cunningham. Good. For what is the measure of a man? He comes into this world torn naked from his mother's womb.
Good, huh?
Am I supposed to say this over the departed remains, huh? To console the dearly beloved remainders, torn naked from his mother's.
Well, what do you want to say? He was torn from his mother's womb wearing a tuxedo?
Don't be making no jokes,
you didn't want me to do it, I didn't do it. Forget about it. I'm sorry I got involved in the first place.
Wait a minute, don't.
I didn't want to do this.
Wait a minute, it ain't that I don't appreciate what you're trying to do, but can't you put a little religion into that thing, even though you don't believe in it there? You know what I mean? Just try to sprinkle a few things in there, Lord, or God, Jesus in there, you know?
Arch, how do we know Stretch was religious?
I don't care if he was or not. Don't you understand? He's dead now. That is the time for religion. Hey, you gotta sprinkle some holy names in there to let them know up there that a good man is on his way.
Oh, you mean it's like making a reservation?
Yes.
Why don't you send him a telegram?
You're gonna be sorry for that, buddy. You're gonna be very sorry. When you die, when you see how disappointed you're gonna be. You think there'll be no Bible for you there, no coffin, no services, no nothing?
I know, I'm going to be cremated.
No, you're gonna be minced. And you're gonna be stuffed into one of them intestinary cases like a Pollock sausage. And they're gonna hang you in a refrigerator, because that's where you spent the most of your life.
It won't make any difference to me, Arch, because I won't know it.
Oh, no, you won't know it, but your immortal soul will know it when it departed from your body, buddy. And it winds up burning and bubbling in the fires and brimstones of hell, which, of course, I know you don't believe in hell. That's right. Let me ask you. I always want to ask you, did you ever in your life tell anybody go to hell? Don't give me a long story. Give me a yes or no.
Yes, but...
Yes! Well, where'd you want him to go? Disneyland?
Arch, that's just an expression.
Oh, an expression. Oh, buddy, wait till you get down there. And the devil and all his little nymphs are running around there with their red-hot pitchforks waiting to stick them into your hiney there. I want to be there when you look the devil in the eye and say, I ain't burning down here. That's just an expression. Boy, the devil's going to give you the hee-haw.
And, Arch, you say that hell is down there in the bowels of the earth?
Down in the bowels of the earth where nobody living can find.
Oh, I don't know, Arch. Exxon's drilling all over the place. They're bound to find it.
Keep on talking, buddy. You're only making him murder there.
You're pointing at God?
Just for a second. Come on, sit down here and get to
What?
this thing. Please put a little religion in here.
What?
Now, Stretch needs it. He needs it. That afternoon sinning is the worst kind of all.
What?
Do it. Just do it.
What am I supposed to write?
All right, I'm going to help you. Here, just a minute. All right, here's the pencil, see? All right, now, here's the good book.
Oh, what do you want me to do with
Come
that?
Come on, Nate. Just don't be afraid of it there. It ain't a booby trap. It's only the Bible. Here, open it up. I bet you find something good on the front page.
You know, you're right. There's something perfect.
What is it?
Placed here by the Gideon Society, property of the Ramada Inn.
I don't want to go right in. I can't go right in.
Yes, you can, Archie. Remember the story of the little choo-choo train that was trying to get up the hill? It kept saying, I think I can. Stop. And it did.
Time you tell me that story, I wish to God I was on that damn little train.
Come on, stop.
Come on, we made a mistake. This is a funeral for a Jewish guy.
Wait, there's Mr. Moore.
Mr. Bunker, I'm so glad you're here. We're just about ready for you. Here's your yarmulke.
Wait a minute. What's going on, Edith?
I guess Stretch must have been Jewish.
Stretch Jewish with a name like Cunningham?
Oh, Archie, what's in the name?
A Jewish name ain't supposed to have no ham in it, you know? can't believe this. If he was really Jewish, why didn't he tell some of his closest buddies? It wouldn't have made no difference.
Maybe he thought it would.
Friends, we are here today to say farewell to Jerome Cunningham, beloved son of Chaim Kornheimer. A close friend of Jerome's is here today to say some parting words. Mr. Archie Bunker.
Wait a minute, don't forget your beanie.
Don't put your foot in the eye. See, I had a speech here to read, but it's got 2 or 3 Jesuses in it here. Not that there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, after all, Jesus himself was a Jew until his father sat him down and told him no more of that. But even so, I couldn't use it because it's got heavens in there too, and I don't know if Stretch believed in him. And well, even if he did, maybe he wouldn't want to go there because well, it's full of Christians up there, you know. And him being a Jew, maybe he'd be scared they'd be laying for him up there. I worked shoulder to shoulder with Stretch for 11, 12 years, and I knew him good. Well, not as good as I thought. I wish I'd have known he was Jewish because there was an awful lot of remarks and jokes passed around the job there, you know. Some of the other guys was great for that, you know. Not that Stretch ever felt bad. He was one of them up guys, you know, one of them uppest guys you ever met. He's always laughing, telling jokes himself. Many is Jewish joke he told. Like he told the one about the priest said to the rabbi. He told about the priest said to the rabbi, how come you never eat no ham? And the rabbi says, well, it's against my religion. And the rabbi said to the priest, how come you never go out with a girl? And the priest said, well, that's against my religion. And the rabbi said, you ought to try it, it's better than ham. I wouldn't have believed that Stretch was a Jew, you know, because after all, I mean, he wasn't a doctor or a lawyer in the dress business, nothing like that. He was just, like myself, he was just an ordinary, hard-working stiff and hard-working union man. And you could never tell that Stretch was Jewish by looking at his face, and I never seen nothing else. Like a birth certificate or nothing like that, you know? Well, I better wind this up. I heard it said that the blues, you know, having the blues takes years off of your life. And if that's true, then it must be true that laughing puts years on your life. And if that's true, then Stretch put some years on my life. And you gotta love a guy for doing that. So, Stretch, Jerome, unless you're down at this end here. I only wish that while you was living, hon, while you was living, that I made you laugh a little more. Shalom.
Scare you, but I need your help. I can't figure out where I've gone wrong in the sweater that I'm making for Joey. Oh, my cookies are... Oh, my Toll House cookies are done. Toll House, that's my favorite. Gloria, would you take them out of the oven for me? Yeah, and I look at your sweater. Oh, okay, can I have some? Oh, sure. Cookies, I'm coming to eat you. Look, Ma, just like when I was little, I got one for my mouth and one for each hand. Oh, excuse me. Here, Ma, you can have one of them. Thank you. Ma, you figure out how to fix that sweater? Oh, yeah. Yeah. Did they even show me how? Oh, yeah. Oh, what's the matter? Look at all the crumbs on the floor. Where? Look again. Oh, Ma, it was just a raisin, I think.
I can't fix the float valve on that sailor up there without the right tools. I can't find my screwdriver. I can't find my pliers. Where's the pliers?
They're in the kitchen. You was using them when you was fixing the sink.
No, Edith, that was a year ago. Now, I used the pliers since then. On that self-same sailor up there, which the float valve was making noise before. And I remember when I was finished, I put the pliers right down on the top of the sailor tank between the rapid shave and your heavy-duty wrinkle cream. Hiya, little girl, and I ain't in a happy frame of mood. And what do you do with your nose in my mail? Give me that mail. It's only bills anyhow. And look at this, see, that they all come on the one day of the month now. They used to spread them out. Ronald Reagan would have taken care of this, see? Well, let's see what we got here. Oh, heat and oil here. Well, that means more money for the Arabs, see? Then they run around the world buying up all the hotels, all the gambling joints, which means more money for the mafia. And then we got here the gas and electric. Well, that's more money for Consolidators Edison. They go running around tearing up the streets of New York, which means more money for the Teamsters, which is another way of saying more money for the mafia. And then we got the telephone here, AT&T, American Thieves and Thugs, which is another way of saying more money for the mafia. Huh?
Daddy, all of that money doesn't go to the mafia.
Well, about half. Another half goes to the Jews, and the third half goes to the Pope.
You are so sick.
Hey, little girl, it's a well-known fact. Look it up. All right, Edith, come on. Get up out of my chair. I got to sit down, read the bill, see how much they're taking me for this month. Let me get into my chair, will you?
You ought to look for your pliers.
I'll sit in my chair until it comes to me where they are. That's all. What is the matter with you? Sit down here. Let me see this here telephone bill and them calls to... Edith, that new underwear you bought me bunches up in the wrong spot. Don't be listening to this. See these... Oh. Look at this. 4 calls over to Jersey.
I know where your pliers are. They're in the cellar, Archie. Yeah, you was using them when you broke the furnace. I mean, when you fixed the furnace.
Just come to me. I think my pliers is down the cellar because I was using them that time that I adjusted the furnace there. All right, I'll see where they are, Edith. I think I can find them. Then I'll cure that noise in the cellar forever.
Ma, you're acting so funny today. Oh, no, I ain't acting funny.
You're hiding something.
No, I ain't. What are you doing with your hand? No, Ma, something's under here, isn't it? Let me see.
How to be your husband's mistress?
Archie, you'll hear ya.
Mom, what are you doing with that book?
Hot pipes!
Well, be careful, Archie.
Well,
Well, they was talking about it on the Dinah Shore show. And I figured if Dinah could read it, it was okay for me to read it, because she ain't even been married lately.
Ma, I know all about this book. It's just trashy. It's full of all sorts of lies, and it gives you advice to do ridiculous, kinky things to make yourself more attractive to your husband. It's yucky.
But the woman that wrote it claims that Yucky saved her marriage.
Ma, is something wrong between you and Daddy?
I'm afraid you're just gonna have to live with that noise of the float valve sucking wind up there. Because if I don't have the right tools, I can't fix nothing at all. So that's it. Dinner at 6, huh?
Where are you going, Archie?
I think I'll nip down to Kelsey's for a little aperitif on draft.
Ma, is there something wrong between you and Daddy?
Excuse me, Gloria. I better go look for them pliers.
Oh, Ma, wait a minute. Ma, the best thing for a person to do when they're having a problem is to talk it over with the person they're having the problem with. Can't you talk with Daddy?
Oh, I can't talk to your father about it. He won't listen. I can't do it. You listen to me. You can't talk to him, won't you?
Not me. I'm not having a sex problem with Archie. Ma's got to talk to him.
Isn't it always easier for two men to talk about these things?
Always. But one of the men cannot be Archie. I can't just go up to him and say, "Hi, Arch, I understand you and Ma are having problems in the sack."
Can't you be a little more delicate about these things?
I don't know what you want. I don't even know what the problem is.
Well, neither do I.
Well, Gloria, just because Ma is reading a book about sex doesn't mean they're having a problem.
Well, they will if she starts taking advice from that trashy book. It tells wives to greet their husbands at the door, wearing nothing but a garter belt and a dry martini.
Where is this book? There's your delegate. Look, I don't have time to discuss this, honey. I gotta take these books back to the library.
Michael, Daddy's at Kelsey's. It's right on your way.
I don't even know how to approach him about it. Gloria, look, you gotta understand, a male ego is a very fragile thing.
Yeah, but you've talked to him about this kind of stuff before. Don't you remember? Remember when you had your problem? And Daddy told you were just stuck in neutral?
I remember.
Well, he helped you, didn't he?
What help? He told me to jog.
Come on, you can do it, yes, you can. Please,
Can't we just buy Archie a book? You know, Pat Boone's Twixt 12 and 20?
Excellent job. I'll be waiting for you with a martini.
Well, don't just stand there. You want to talk about something, sit down and talk about it. Don't get scared of nothing. Just spill it, whatever it is. What is this?
Well, it's kind of a personal problem.
Jeez. My generation never had these personal problems. Boy, how lucky we was. All we had was the Depression, Eleanor Roosevelt, and a bad team in Brooklyn.
Here's your beers, gents.
Thanks a lot.
All right, but what is it? What's the problem?
Yeah, what's your problem?
Do you mind?
No, go ahead. I hear all kinds of problems here.
It's about sex.
Terrific!
Get out of here.
Oh, excuse me.
Wait a minute. Before we start, is this something we could maybe fix with a little jogging?
Arch, it's a little bit more complicated than that.
Jeez. With you, it's always sex. I don't know what it is. One year you're off, the next year you're on. You're either a monk or a mink.
You have such a sensitive way of putting things.
I always try to be sensitive about these here things. So come on, what party ain't working now?
I don't know how to begin.
You forgot that?
Arch, what should I do if I found out that Gloria bought a book called How to Be Your Husband's Mistress?
She bought that
Well,
book?
let's just say she did.
Well, I raised hell with her.
Why?
She could have checked it out for free at the library.
Arch, in this book, it tells how married couples should get the most out of loving each other. You know,
Well, let's put it this way. You ever heard the expression, the earth moved?
Jeez, I hear that expression all the time on television. I read it in the magazines. Let me tell you something. Maybe the earth moved 10 million years ago when the dinosaurs were jumping on each other. Not today. Although I will say, when you was living over at our house there, the earth was pretty solid, but I felt the upper floor moving at times.
Yeah. Arch, let's put it this way. How do people know when they're satisfied?
Oh, jeez. All right, I'll try to give you an answer, see. But I ain't gonna go into no details about the Geronimus zones and the floor play and all of that. Just ask yourself one simple question.
What's that?
Well, you say to yourself, am I satisfied with this here? If you feel yourself blushing, the answer's yes. If you feel like you want to throw up, the answer's no.
How do you usually feel?
I don't talk about that. I wouldn't even have told that naked in front of the army doctors.
Have you ever been able to talk about this with Ma?
No, you don't talk about a thing like this with your wife.
Why not?
Because, Meathead, you talk about these things and you spoil all of, what do you call the mystiqueries of things.
Arch, if you can't talk about it with Ma, then how are you going to ever know if things are good between you two?
What are you talking about, your mother-in-law and me? You're supposed to be talking about Glory and you, ain't we?
Well, yeah, but
Come on, get to it. Come on, state your point. You're wasting my time. Get at it. Listen to this guy. He sounds like a seal with his throat cut.
Come on, spit it out. Well, lately there hasn't been much blushing going on in this family, and I don't mean me and Gloria. Figure it out.
I'm so embarrassed.
Archie, you're home. Look, I found your pliers. They was right in your toolbox. Why don't you take your hat and coat off?
Because I am chilled, Edith.
Oh, you want me to put the heat up?
No, I don't want to be comfortable.
Is something the matter?
Was you doing any talking to the Meathead about you and me and you know what?
You know what?
Help me, Lord. Help me, Lord. Give me a word. Privacies. The privacies of the bedroom. Ding, 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 ding.
No, Archie. Archie, I would never talk to Mike about that. Gloria tried.
Oh, Gloria, now I
I didn't
understand the
say that.
roundabouts of the whole thing. She was over here and had a little woman-to-woman talk with her daughter, yeah.
I
Then she went home, she had a little woman-to-man talk with her husband. Then he trots down to Kelsey's and forces me into man-to-meathead conversation with him.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, but you never talked a woman-to-man thing with your husband, huh?
I would love to do that, Archie, but you never want to listen.
Gee.
Would you?
No. And I want to state here and now for all time, that categorically, we're going to have no discussions between you and me about between you and me. I will not let you talk ever about our sex life. What the hell is wrong with this?
Nothing. I think.
What do you mean you think? And are you always there, huh? When you're in the mood.
Yeah, Archie, and even when I ain't.
Even when you ain't, how lucky can you get?
I was always lucky about that.
Certainly you was always lucky about that.
Even before we was married.
Who'd you get lucky with before we was married?
No, Archie, I didn't mean that. I meant that before we was married, I had a long talk with my mother. See? And she said to me that there was one thing about marriage that I wasn't gonna like, but it was a wife's duty. And I thought she was talking about doing the laundry. Because that's the only part of marriage that wasn't no fun.
It's just gonna be long, Edith.
No. So when I got pregnant...
Not a nice word, not a nice word.
When I got in the family way with Gloria...
Better, yeah.
My mother said to me, I see you doing your duty as a wife. And then I knew what she meant. And I didn't have the heart to tell her that I liked it.
But you should have told the old lady that. I mean, maybe she would have given me some kind of respect.
It would have broken her heart.
But why does this suddenly now, after all these, I mean, why does this suddenly come and blow on the windmills of your mind?
Remember when you had the date with that waitress?
Oh, that's it! You're throwing that out to me. Yes, you'll never let me off the hook for that for the rest of my life. It's going to go on and on and on and on and on and on.
I know nothing happened between you, but I thought I was gonna lose you, so I had to see you. So I went down to the coffee shop.
Went down to the coffee shop, Archie. Why
To her, Archie, I just looked at her. I had to see her to see what it was that attracted you to her, and I did.
Oh, Edith, you went down.
She was pretty and young. When I went home, I looked in the mirror and I seen wrinkles that I never seen before.
Wrinkles is doing all of this. Here, let me tell you something. I seen wrinkles on that lady, but I don't see no wrinkles on you.
Archie, look closer.
Hey, I'm looking as close as I can look. Without going cockeyed. Now, your face is as smooth as a baby's bust.
Archie, your eyes must be getting worse.
All right. Hey, how do you know Mother Nature didn't plan it all out that way, you know? Like when people start getting older, they start getting wrinkledy, you know? Maybe their eyes are supposed to start getting more weaker. So they can't see a lot of things that don't make no difference anyway, and it all comes out even in the end. I ain't getting through. Put it this way, Edith. To these two eyes, weak as they may be, you are more beautiful than anybody I could think of.
Archie, do you feel that you've been missing something? No, I mean, do I make you happy?
Do you make me happy? Edith, you make me happy in every way. When it comes to making a guy happy, you wrote the book.
The book?
Close the door. Learn who goes first, will you?
You dragged us through 3 cars already. What are you looking for, a room with a view?
You gotta be careful when you're selecting a seat on the subway, Meathead. You didn't want to sit back there. There was a gang war going in the 3rd car back.
What? What gang war? There were 3 kids fighting for a strap to hold on to.
If you went back there now, I bet you see the little one hanging from that strap. And what about the flasher in this last car?
The guy had a broken zipper.
Yeah. He was all wore out playing the slow tone.
This car looks fine. I'm sitting down.
Don't do that. Come at me. Don't you know a previte when you see one?
Makes you think he's a pervert?
Would you say he was a pimp?
No.
Would you say he was a mugger?
No.
Would you say he was a pusher?
No, Daddy.
Then there's nothing left but previte.
Why can't he just be a normal human being?
Because he's riding the subway.
We're riding the subway.
But we know what we are.
He's sure the pervert.
I'm sure he does. All preverts think I'm a prevert.
You really wanted to run a security check on this car? Can we find a seat, please, somewhere?
There's a wino down here slopped over 4 seats. We'll get that. Hey, man. Hey, why don't you take the single seat on the other side of the car there?
I don't want a fatso.
See, winos always call me fatso. They see double. Wino, if you don't get your butt out of the seat, I'm going to lift it out of there with my foot.
Arch, take it easy, will you? Come
ain't
on,
got no
sit
seats,
over there. There are
see?
3 seats
There's
over
no
there.
seats
There are
there.
3 right over there.
There's 3 seats over
Come
there,
on.
and it's lucky for you. I took a belt out.
Come on, take it easy.
I would have felt you for general principles.
Now, come on.
Daddy, so mean to people. Calling him a wino.
Well, what'd you expect me to call him? He is a wino. You're a wino, ain't you?
Yeah.
Why can't you be nice? Why does your first instinct always have to be violence?
I'm only human, Meathead. And to be human is to be violent.
Arch, you just can't go around belting people. The man over there is sick. What if he was in a wheelchair? Would you belt him if he was in a wheelchair?
It's a stupid question. He was in a wheelchair. Who the hell wants his seat? Besides, it's bad luck to sit in a wheelchair.
Where did you ever hear it was bad luck to sit in a wheelchair?
You don't believe me? Ask any guy in a wheelchair.
Look, all I know is there's no excuse for hitting people.
What do you know about anything, huh? You only ride the buses there all the time. I ride these subways. Gee, the subway. You know, New York is the only city in the world that has a skid row that moves all over town. I ride it all the time. And on my day off, used to have to drag me to see a house way up the end of the world.
The Bronx is not the end of the world.
Oh, well, it smells like the end of something.
Who asked you to come with us?
I had to come with you to keep an eye on you. There's a couple of dopes like you. Might make a mistake. What do you want another house for anyway? You got a perfectly good house right alongside of me. Why would you want to move? You can't answer that question. Stay put, huh? Now, last year about this time, the 2 of you were thinking about moving down south to Minnesota. And then this year, you want to move up to the Bronx, which is 10 times worse.
What's wrong with the Bronx?
Oh, what's wrong with the Bronx? Don't you know why they call it the Bronx? Because it ain't fit to live in.
They call it the Bronx because it was named after a Scandinavian settler, Jonas Bronk.
Oh, well, that ain't the way I heard it. I heard that Bronx was an old Indian word that meant, hey, chief, look, the trees is dead.
I just don't like the idea of us living there because you'd have to take the subway to come see us.
I ain't thinking about myself, little girl. I'm thinking about your poor mother. And every time she wanted to see Joey, I had to take more than an hour's trip way up to the Bronx there to see him on this thing here. Between the gropers and the flashes, by the time she get there, she'd be a woman of the world.
It doesn't make any difference anyway because we can't afford the down payments.
That's right.
Hey, how come we're not moving?
We ain't moving because the train stopped.
I wonder what's wrong.
I'll tell you what's wrong, sister. There's something wrong with this whole stinking, rotten, maggot-infested, corrupt system, which sucks the lifeblood out of the honest sweat of oppressed workers. This is the third time we done stopped this morning. But you see, that's what happens when the money-grubbing fascist controls the power, choking off the lifeblood of the people.
Why you brung that on yourself, little girl? Don't never talk communism in public.
What did I say that was communism?
You said something was wrong, didn't you?
Oh, we're moving again.
Oh, what a dumbbell I am. Give up, my son. Go all the way up there to look at a house that you can't afford to buy anyhow.
Cute little house, though, wasn't it, honey?
Yeah.
Something you'd never see, too. A fireplace right in the bedroom.
Hey, that would be cozy on cold winter nights, huh?
Come on. Don't be mouth-kissing on a moving train. That's dangerous after what I paid for her teeth.
What are you sitting over there for?
Get away from me, Howard. I don't want to sit near you. I don't want to know you. Please, and don't make a scene in public.
Hey, do you mind, what's your name, Howard? Get the flowers out of my face. Come on, this is a subway car. It ain't a heist.
Mister, these flowers are for my mother.
Oh, well, you got my sympathies.
Oh, she's alive.
Give me the sympathies.
Will you shut up?
No.
Your husband's gassed, ain't he?
You noticed.
I am not gassed.
You're gassed.
Michael.
Ignore them.
He says he ain't gassed. I can smell him from over here. His breath is strong enough to turn over a windmill on a can of Dutch cleanser.
Where did you get that breath of yours?
Oh, that way he got his. I had a Frankfurter up in the Bronx.
Excuse me, would you mind moving over a little? Oh, come on, move. What's taking you?
Hey, that's my newspaper.
Oh, I don't know that.
And listen, remember, when we get to my mother's house, don't talk. She hates your voice.
You know what I hate about your mother? Her son.
Oh, I got it. You're talking about me.
Well, you're her only son. Figure it out.
Listen, my mother was good enough to invite us over for dinner. So you're gonna go, you're gonna be nice to her, and you're gonna eat.
Who can eat? She keeps taking her teeth out and rinsing them in her salsa.
Keep on talking like that, you'll be able to do the same thing.
Stopped again.
I hate it when the train stops in the tunnel.
It's like a little taste of death while you're still living.
We'll all be tasting death as long as we are trapped by the international banking czars and their lackeys, the oil-rich sheiks.
He's better than a hairy Krishna's howling and playing tangerine. All right, here's the conductor now. Hey, conductor there. This here train has stopped.
Yeah, it's like a bad dream, ain't it?
How long are we going to be stuck here?
We may have to wait a while.
Well, what are we waiting for?
For somebody to loan New York more money.
Leave that alone.
Give me your purse.
What do you want it for?
Give me your purse. What'd you do with my bottle?
I threw it away.
What?
She threw his booze away. Where? It's terrible. We'll get you their address here.
We're gonna get off at the next stop, and we're going to the first liquor store.
The liquor stores are closed on Sunday. Your liver could use a day off.
Your head could use another shot with the flowers.
Ignore them.
Can't we move? Because somebody's going to get hurt.
Well, it ain't gonna be yours. Meantime, we'll have lots of laughs till we change trains again.
For your mother to get flowers, huh? For me, nothing.
Flowers you want? Here's flowers.
Some people are allergic, you know.
My knight in shining armor staggers home every night and passes out on the couch. Can't even make it to the bedroom.
Well, booze blinds the angel of sex.
Maybe the couch is a hell of a lot warmer than sleeping with you.
I say you're hard to please, buddy. She ain't half bad.
Then why did you spend all your nights on the couch? You're just as useful there as you are in bed.
Now there's a kick in the groin.
What did you say?
She said you're a busted balloon.
Listen, I don't have to take any more of this from you. Marcia, remember all the days I used to say that someday I'm gonna kill you?
Yeah.
Well, today is the day I'm gonna kill you. I've had it with you. What are you doing? I'm gonna
What happened?
I hit him. It's the first time in my life I ever hit anybody.
Oh, my God. You killed him. You killed him. You killed him! Howard,
Mister, I didn't
speak
mean
to
it.
me.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean it.
All you done was belt him.
I didn't mean it.
Honey, will you stop waking up? He's dead.
He's better off dead than being under the oppressive yoke of capitalistic tyranny. A lowly puppet. His dreams being manipulated by Wall Street.
Will you shut up?
All you done was belt him.
Wait a minute. I think his eye twitched.
Elevate his head.
No, you don't elevate his head or swallow his tongue. Gotta elevate the feet.
Here, cover him up so he won't go into shock.
Oh, that's a good idea. I'll loosen his belt so he can breathe.
Thank you.
What about mouth-to-mouth resuscitation?
Do that.
I can't, man. Bridge work is loose.
I know how to do that.
Without me fumes, get away from me,
No, you said you were going to loosen this belt, not lift his wallet.
Well, it just fell on the floor. I was only trying to protect it. Wow.
See that? He's not a prevert, he's a pickpocket.
He's a prevoit turned pickpocket.
Howard, please, I'm sorry. Please come to.
Somebody do something!
I didn't mean it.
All you done was belt him.
Michael, you'll be okay.
I think he needs a doctor.
Yeah, is there a doctor here? We need a doctor. Is there a doctor in this car?
In this car, there's bound to be a bunch of them. What do you want, a brain surgeon, a urologist, or what?
Maybe a nurse or a veterinarian, a pharmacist.
A pharmacist? Howie is a pharmacist.
What did I do? All you done was belt him.
He's gonna be all right, Michael. He's breathing. Now, maybe there's a doctor in another car. Let's go look for one.
Should he really leave the scene of the crime? I mean, no offense, but you are a murderer.
I'm not a murderer.
All you done was belt him.
What about artificial respiration?
Can you do that? No? Will you shut up?
I'll do it. No! You get away from him! Don't you push my husband!
I'm gonna go get a doctor.
You don't have to look at another car. My husband here is a doctor.
Shut up, Felice.
I will not shut up. Get over there and help that man.
Pay no attention to this woman. She's totally insane. I'm taking her to Bellevue. Wait a second, mister. Hold on. If you're a doctor, you gotta help him. He's hurt. How do you know he's hurt? Are you a doctor?
Yeah, Howard, what if I were lying there?
You'll find out when it happens.
Wait a second. You took the Hippocratic Oath.
I also took an oath to my insurance company. I pay $15,000 a year for malpractice coverage. If I touch this guy and something goes wrong, I'll be emptying bedpans at the free clinic. Come on.
Who needs you anyway? You couldn't be a good doctor if you're down here riding the subway.
All the good doctors are up in the fresh air, riding around in the Lincoln Continental.
If you're gonna leave, at least tell us what to do.
All right. Get him to a doctor.
Cheers for the medical profession, little girl.
Howard, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry for everything.
Now she's sorry.
False grief.
He's moving. He's coming too.
Come on, honey, sit down. See, it's all over now.
Not all over. Attack the man. All you did was go.
Yeah, take your coat, thanks. Can you please sit back and give him some air?
In a subway?
I happen to be a lawyer. I saw the whole thing, and I think you got a terrific lawsuit here. Assault and battery with intent to kill. It's a lead pipe cinch.
Thank you, but my brother Norman happens to be a lawyer. He'll handle this for us, so get lost.
Look, I saw the whole thing. You got a terrific case. This is a perfect example of self-defense.
It's a lead pipe cinch.
No one's grateful for help these days.
This is a legal profession, little girl.
Hey, fella, you. This is gonna be the sorriest day you ever had. I'm gonna hold you in court and sue you for every cent you got. I'm seriously injured. I got blurred vision, a low backache, and a throbbing pain in my skull.
And whiplash!
And an earache.
You want to sue me? Go ahead and sue me. I don't care. I deserve it. Take my money, take my house, take everything.
Hey, right on, brother. Give it all up. The more you possess, the more you are possessed, while the wretched of the earth have to scrounge for a meager existence.
Sue us? A whole carload of people saw you try and strangle your wife.
That's right, strangling, you know. I guess they don't mind that up in Boston, but this is New York. And I'm gonna tell you something else. I'm gonna pay a visit to my attorneys first thing tomorrow morning. Where'd you see them guys? They are 7 savage Jews that won't leave a scrap on your bones.
Try and sue, but we got at least 14 witnesses here who'll testify that you were drunk, you were strangling your wife, you threw me.
All right. We don't sue. Let's forget the whole thing.
Forget the whole thing, huh? Yeah, just sweep everything under the carpet. That solves everything, doesn't it?
He said forget it. Leave it alone.
Yeah, leave it alone.
Gloria, don't you understand? All my life I believed in nonviolence. I've marched in peace protests. I've signed petitions against capital punishment. Now I hit a man.
So you done good. I can hardly wait to tell all the gang down at Kelsey's. With some of them guys, I have to tell you, to this very day, figure you for a fruit.
Daddy, please. Michael, you hit him because you had to defend me.
Gloria, that's not the point. It wouldn't make any difference if I were defending you or the flag or Kate Smith singing God Bless America. The fact is, I hit a man.
To save me. Michael, aren't you overdoing it?
Gloria, I put a freak show on for these people.
All you done was belting.
Now, when everybody leaves this train, they'll all have a great story to tell. They'll all be sitting around at dinner telling their family and their friends how this one guy smacked another guy in the face, how his head snapped back and his knees buckled. I gave him a Charles Bronson and a Clint Eastwood movie, rolled into one. The only thing missing was the hot-buttered popcorn.
Well, don't go on about this. Okay, so you're a peaceful man, so you hate violence.
Gloria! When my fist hit the man's face, I didn't hate it.
Of course you didn't hate it. You're supposed to feel good.
I did, damn it! That's what scares me.
What, are you scared of being human? Huh? Like I told you before, it is human to be wrong. Listen, I can send you all the way back to the Bible to prove that to you. Back to their book of Ecclesiasticus. Mark 4:2.7 or something. It's talking about the gifts to all humanity. And of these is faith, hope, and charity. And of these, the greatest is violence. You don't follow that. Well, anyway, I hope...
Archie, wake up! There's a fire in the bathroom! Quick, get up, Archie! Come on! Archie, get up! Get down, Archie! Get up! There's a fire in the bathroom! It's full of smoke! Come on, Archie, please! Get up! Come on! Get up, Archie!
Oh, don't pull me! Go ahead, I'll come at you.
No! Archie, come here! Come here! No, don't go this late! Get up! Quick, Archie! There's a fire in the
There's no fire in the bathroom, man. Holy cow, what a fire!
Teresa, wake up! Fire! Fire!
We got a fire! Yell for water!
There's a fire in the bathroom!
Shut up! Stifle you, stifleito you. I know just what we gotta do.
We'll call the fire department!
I was gonna say that.
Quick!
Let me get out the cell. Do it. Get on the phone. Call the fire department, will you? What are you jumping around
Oh, I'm
about?
so nervous. I'm so nervous.
You just better hold it because the bathroom ain't in service, and it's all your fault.
It's my fault.
Yes, you blew out the electricity. What was you doing? Frickin' stewing the chicken on a hot plate?
Oh.
I fixed the fuse that you blew before dinner. You must have did something else there. Hurry up, Edith. Hurry up there. Don't wave your finger up in the air. Stick it in the holes here. Dial 119 now.
911!
That's what I said. Get it. Go on upstairs and get dressed with it. When the men come here, I want them gazing at the fire in the can, not the fire in your Spanish eyes.
Oh, my guitar.
Your what?
My guitar.
Oh, guitar. Wasn't for you waking up, we'd all be playing harps around here.
Operator! Operator, this is Edith Bunker. We're on fire.
Get the coat on here. Get your arm
we
into
ain't
the
on
coat
fire. It's our house
Put it in
that's
the
on
other
fire.
hand. Where do we get
Oh, well, not the whole house. Just one room. The bathroom. No more. House or street. Yeah, it's easy to find. You just go down Northern Boulevard East, and then you turn right at the Rexall drugstore.
All right, don't keep yapping at them. You make them so nervous, they'll jump for the fire poles and miss.
All right.
Give me the telephone.
Well,
I'm on
I'll
the
see
call.
you soon.
Yeah, come on, hurry up. Get off of the
well, I
phone.
guess we better get our clothes.
Never mind that, Edith. There ain't no clothes up there that I want to save.
What about your army uniform?
I was only a private. Let it burn.
Well, I'm gonna get my wedding dress.
Wait a minute. You want to die?
My grandmother's brooch.
You want to die?
And our family picture album.
You find the album, Edith. Throw it at the fire. You really want to risk your life for something? Money. Top of the closet on the shelf there. My secret cigar box I never told you about with $108 in there.
109.
Hello? Hello, Meathead. Yeah, well, I know you was in bed. Where else? Just put off what you was doing, will you? Get your pajamas on and get over here. My house is on fire. Who the hell is that?
Barney, Arch.
Oh, Barney Hefner, huh? Your dog killed my peonies today, Barney. What do you want now?
Hey, Arch, there's a lot of smoke coming out of your bathroom. What's going on?
The bathroom's on fire.
Oh, gee. Fire! Fire! Everybody up! Come on out! Fire! Fire!
You know that, Barney. And the wind from your lungs will fan the flames all the way up to Long Island City. Will you help me save some of the furniture,
Sure,
huh?
sure, Archie.
All right. Now, listen, grab the... Bonnie, let's work on the same item, huh? Get my chair first of all. Now, Bill, go easy. It's into my groin here.
All right.
Take it easy.
We got everything.
All right, come on, come on. Let's go. Come on, man. Just put it down on the lawn now.
All right, Archie.
Hey, Bonnie, your dog's out here on the lawn here. He's jumping all over my leg.
Well, he's a little excited.
Well, tell him I ain't another mutt, will you? What are you doing now? What is this here?
Oh, that's my picture of Wayne Newton.
I ain't talking about that. I'm talking about this.
Oh, that's my patron Saint Teresa de la Rosa.
And you wonder why we had a fire? Don't you know it's bad luck to keep icons in a Christian home?
Well, if she started that fire, I'm sorry.
Sorry don't help a fire, Teresa. Miss O'Leary's car was sorry, but Cleveland burned anyway.
Is everybody all right?
Oh, Teresa and your mother-in-law, all right. I'm suffering a little bit from smoke exhilaration.
Where's the fire?
The fire was up in the can.
Hey, Arch, maybe if I get the garden hose, it'll reach up to the second floor.
What I think you ought to do, get the garden hose. I think it'll reach up to the second floor.
Right. I'll get your ladder.
Don't do nothing before you get my ladder. You can't work without that. Go
Good
ahead.
thing.
Yeah,
here I
now
am.
let's move some of this stuff.
Okay.
Jeez, grab that, will you?
Oh, yeah.
I'll take this.
Help me save things that are important.
And I owe this napkin ring.
Oh, yeah, there was a wedding present.
Oh, Ma! Don't forget my bronze baby
Oh,
booty.
yeah, they're right over here.
Look what you almost forgot your painting stand.
Oh, I'm 3 books away from a Dyson slicer.
Look, the camel. Don't forget the
Oh, my
camel.
camel. I don't want my camel to burn.
Oh, the elephant.
Oh, my elephant. I don't want my elephant to burn.
Ma, the pink swan.
What to burn?
Oh, Ma. Don't forget my baby dish with Brownie the Clowny on the bottom.
And my Tupperware certificate of merit.
I think that's okay if it burns.
Come on, you women. You got to desert the blazing premises. Where the hell is your mother?
She's saving Brownie the Clowny in the kitchen.
Oh, geez, now I can face the worst knowing that.
Wait a minute.
Where you going now?
Where's the TV
Never
train?
mind.
Here we
Susan.
go.
Come on. Get out of here. What are you doing now? We don't want that parrot, Edith. Please. Oh, come on. Out, Edith. Come on, let's go.
Oh, that's my pants.
Oh, come on. I thought you'd leave a few of these things for the looters. Come on, get out of here. Barney, come here. Come here.
Yeah, Archie.
Listen, in your opinion, Barney, exactly how much time does it take from an upstairs fire to get downstairs?
Oh, not long, Archie.
Then we ain't got much time. Grab that soap. Okay. Jesus, oh, heavy there, Barney. Watch it.
All right.
Watch it. Oh, jeez. Oh, Barney. Oh, right, don't put it down, Barney. Down. Oh, my God. Barney,
Yeah.
do you think this'll blind?
No, Arch. It's too heavy.
Come on.
Don't forget the sofa.
I don't think it's gonna fit through the door,
Oh,
Arch.
Barney, how did it get in here? It wasn't born here. Come on, get in now, Barney. Now, don't go too fast.
Oh, all
Don't
right.
push me off the porch. I don't want to go off the porch, Barney. I'm off the porch, Barney. Barney, your dog is hoisting his hind leg at me now.
Now, cut it out, Sam. Save it for the fire.
I gotta get the rest of the stuff here.
Okay, what do we got?
Well,
What
we
do
got
we
the
got?
buffet over there.
Yeah.
Tell it won't stand here. Dining room table and chairs. What the hell am I talking about? My television set. Grab that right now.
Wait a minute, Arch. Wait a minute. It just hit me. You got fire insurance, ain't you?
Why, certainly. I pay very heavy semi-annual premiums 4 times a year.
What are we knocking ourselves out for? If all this furniture gets ruined, you get new furniture for free. Eh?
You mean the insurance?
Ah.
Hey, Barney,
Yeah.
you know what we gotta do?
No.
All the furniture we carried out of there?
Yeah.
We gotta get that back in here.
Wait a minute, Arch. You hear that? The firemen are here already. Wait, that's it.
How am I gonna collect on all that junk unless we get it in where the fire is?
Yeah, but the fire's still up there.
What you think is coming down here. And that's what he thinks, too.
Is this 704 Hauser Street?
Yes, it is. Hey!
704 Hauser Street?
Yes, it is.
All right, you guys, come on!
Come on, you guys, get in here.
Rosenblum, what are you doing? I'm cutting my way in. The door is open. Oh, this is a shame.
Arch, it's all over.
What is all over?
I put out the fire.
Oh,
Well, that's good to hear. Thank you. All right, you guys, wrap it up. Come on.
Wait a minute. Hey, listen, don't you think you ought to leave Rosenblum here with the axe? Because after fire, there's a lot of smoldering stuff left that ought to be chopped up.
The fire's out.
Do you know how to swim?
Yeah.
Then why don't you take a run and jump into the middle of Lake Pollock? We're in the money, insurance money. We'll have a lot of what it takes to get along. Boom, 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 boom. We're in the money. What? What are you doing? Did you ever hear of smoke damage?
Did you ever hear of fraud?
Did you ever hear of getting lucky?
Did you ever hear of going to jail?
Did you ever hear of shut up?
You can't do this.
Certainly I can do it. It ain't as though I do it every day, is it, huh? This is a one shot in a lifetime. The chance to do something, or how to do it, or read it. Can't you get behind me for nothing at all? Jeez.
Oh.
Look at this joint. It's a ratty place. We're gonna help it there. Look at these curtains over here.
No, Arch, don't do that.
I'm only smoking them up. They look like they've been through a disaster anyway. Look at all the wallpaper here. Well, I'm gonna get Edith new wallpaper. She's been asking for it for years, that's all.
Arch, the insurance company is not gonna pay for all this.
You don't know nothing about
The fire was up in the bathroom. They're not gonna pay for anything down here.
Shut up and listen. Insurance companies don't care if you pump up your claim a little bit. They just turn around, they pump up everybody's premium.
Oh. So because they cheated you, you feel justified in cheating them?
Well, that follies, don't it?
How do you sleep at night?
Well, usually I start on my back, I turn over my belly a couple of times. This time next week, I'll be doing it in a new bed. Come on, will you? Gee. So it's a little bit dishonest. What the hell, Christmas time, I give the church an extra buck, eh? Listen, insurance is the big racket. They're the ones that scare people half to death, tell them about all the tragedies that can happen to their lives, you know. Hurricanes blow down the houses there, floods sweeping all the loved ones upstream to the sea. Your volcanoes erupting hot guava all over you, you know? And you pay all them disaster premiums 30, 40, 50 years, see? And then suddenly you do something, well, like you, for instance. You, on a Sunday afternoon, could be up in the Museum of Natural History, you know, drifting around with the rest of the dopes up there. And one of them big stuffed dinosaurs fall over on you, crush the life out of you. And Gloria wouldn't collect nothing, because the one insurance you ain't got is dinosaur insurance. So don't tell me nothing about insurance.
I'll get it.
I'll get that. I'll get that. I'll get it right here. I will get it.
What happened to this room?
I'll explain the whole thing later. I'll explain when this guy... I'll be with you in a minute. But for now, remember this, see? Be like them three monkeys. Speak no evil. Hear no evil and see no evil. Keep that straight, huh? Keep that straight. All right, now. All right.
Hello, are you Mr. Bunker?
Oh, yeah, I am misfortunate here. Yeah.
My name is Ligway. I'm your insurance adjuster.
Oh, well, come right in then. Come right in. This is my son-in-law, Mike Stivic here.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, he's leaving fast.
Yeah, goodbye. Ask him if he sells any dinosaur insurance.
See you next August, buddy. You're looking at my wife here.
How do you do?
Yeah, how do you do is about all she can say to you here because she caught a touch of laryngosis in the smoke.
Can I take your coat?
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, well, you can see everything for yourself there, Mr. Gilway.
Ligway.
Whatever. Just look around. You can see, all the smoke damage over there, room curtains there, room wallpaper, and look where the firemen busted through the window, Yeah.
Oh, I tell you, it's a shame. It really is a pity what a nasty fire can do to a lovely home.
Oh, hey, look, you work hard all your life. See, you save up your dollars to fill your home with the most latest antiques, Along comes a fire like this, and everything gone.
Well, that's why I'm here right now, Mr. Bunker, because that is what insurance is all about.
Hey, I always said, insurance is the backbone upon which this nation sits down upon.
Well put.
Yes. You probably want to look at the bathroom, go right up there, only don't flush anything up there, because whatever you flush up there, come right down here.
Now we have the preliminary report from the fire department. You're going to get a whole new bathroom.
Oh, hey, Edith, ain't that nice, a whole new bathroom?
Yeah, but I don't understand.
Well, I'll tell you, I think you're going to be into us for a pretty sizable amount.
Well, it could have been a couple sizes bigger, only I fixed the fuse.
Oh, you fixed the fuse?
Yeah, Teresa blew that.
Oh, who's Teresa?
Oh, yeah, you didn't see her yet. Well, she's our boarder. It's a Puerto Rican girl, And electricity, electricity's awful new to them people.
Could I take a look at that fuse box?
You certainly can, sir. Just step right over this way, yeah. You go right down the cellar, through that door, take the steps down. The fuse box is on the other side of a pile of junk of bottles down there. Watch the hot pipe up on your knees.
We're in them, money.
Oh, Archie, I don't think you should have told him that Teresa started the fire.
Edith, you don't understand about insurance claim. In order to collect on a claim, you got to claim that somebody done something.
Well, it was an accident.
Certainly was an accident. Otherwise, you can't collect. I ain't saying a girl did it on purpose. She ain't a firebug. She ain't like your emperor Negro fiddle while romboing.
Well, Mr. Bunker, I think we can start talking business now.
Oh, that's terrific. So you looked everything over, and so it's going to come to how much?
Nothing.
Wait a minute. You didn't say nothing.
Oh, yes, nothing.
But, Mr. Ligway, the fire burned our whole bathroom.
There's no toilet up there. What are we supposed to do for the rest of our lives? Run down to the Texaco station?
We ain't never missed paying a premium for 20 years.
What the hell's the use of the guy carrying fire insurance?
Well, all I can suggest is that you read your policy. All we are liable for is the damage done by the fire. Now, we're not liable for any of the damage done here. This is all done by the firemen.
Well, the firemen didn't do
The monkeys, Edith. Well, geez, I didn't know nothing about that fireman stuff there, but I'll tell you what I'll do. Listen, I'll take the fall for all of this, but listen, the fire burnt that bathroom.
Oh, yes, that's very true. But you see, there is evidence, Mr. Bunker, that you may have committed a fraudulent act.
Not since I was a kid in the bathroom.
Now, you see, Mr. Bunker, what I mean to say is that there is strong evidence that you may have started this fire.
No! But, Mr. Ligway, how could he? He was in bed with me.
And all we was doing was sleeping there, telling me.
I was sleeping. I woke up and I smelled smoke.
And this is what caused it. This fuse. Bunker, you didn't replace it. You stuck a penny in it.
Well, it got the lights going.
It certainly did. And that penny caused the overloaded circuits to start the fire. Hey, Bunker, we're both men of the world here. Why should we go through a lengthy litigation, huh?
Well, no, we don't want nothing like that. I mean, that's almost as bad as dragging through the courts, ain't it?
Bunker, sit down.
Oh, yeah, sure.
I think I can talk my company into making a settlement right now. Tell me, what kind of a figure do you think is fair?
Oh, fair. Listen, fair is all I ever wanted, And I figured it would be fair, about $5,000. What's a man of the world figure will be closer to, let's say, $3,500.
$500.
$500? You think I just drove in from Jersey in a pickup truck? 3,000.
750.
2,500.
I'll take that.
I didn't offer it.
2,000.
800.
1,500.
$1,000, Mr. Bunker, is all my company will go without investigating the possibility of arson. And who wants to do that?
Not me.
Therefore, if you will sign this release, which I have right here, I'll get a check in the mail for $1,000 in your name.
That's swell advice, Edith. All right. Here we are. You know, while we was doing all this, I forgot to tell you something.
What's that?
Get the hell out of my chair! $1,000 to replace a beautiful bathroom like that? $1,000 nowadays wouldn't even build a wooden one-holer in the backyard.
No, that's true, but it'll help to pay for the increased premiums on your fire insurance now that you're such a bad risk.
Hey, whatever happened to the company that held out the two hands to you?
Well, once in a while, Mr. Bunker, all you get is a finger. Bye-bye.
This is hockey at its best, Edith, because both teams are out for blood here. Go, baby, go.
Archie, which do you like the best, the roses or...
The kettle in the kitchenette sang a little too loud for a morning that had hoped to pass unnoticed, and Edith pretended not to hear it while she stood by the window, tracing the faint scratch in the glass that looked like a fallen star. She told herself that the scratch was lucky, that everything damaged had a chance to mean more, then laughed, because luck in this house usually arrived dressed like work. On the table lay an honest-to-goodness miracle, a loaf of day-old bread discounted for being as tired as the man who bought it, and beside it, a tangle of receipts living their best dramatic life, ink fading like shy, confessions. Archie nudged the bread with the back of a knuckle, decided it would make decent toast if you bullied it, and announced mostly to his pride that today would be a day for getting ahead. Pride didn't answer. Pride rarely did before coffee. Stephanie came down the stairs in socks that had learned to speak in whispers, her hair gathered into a ponytail with a green elastic that wanted to be a ribbon when it grew up. She moved like people do when they're still making up their mind about the day. She kissed Edith on the cheek, the exact place where worry liked to perch and fed the kettle. A mercy off went the burner on, went peace. Thunder raised his head from the rug, blinked in dog, and thumped his tail as slowly as the clock on the wall that lost 3 minutes a week and never apologized. Toast, Archie asked the room, but the room understood that he was really asking for permission to be tender. Edith nodded. Stephanie said she'd take the end slice because she loved the way it crunched. Thunder pretended not to notice the butter. Outside, the street stretched its spine, neighbors moving their cars to the opposite side for sweeping, the bakery unlocking its small miracle of flour, and Heat the Bus sighing as if public transit were a kind of therapy. Someone's radio leaked a love song into the hallway. Someone's argument tried to keep up. By 9, the house had settled into its usual orchestra, the hum of the fridge negotiating with the clack of the old fan, the pencil tapping its soft opinion against Stephanie's notebook, the whisper of Edith's sticky notes as she moved them. From cupboard to cupboard, like small, hopeful prayers, T.E. here, keys there, breathe, everywhere. Archie sorted bills using the method he called fiscal triage, which was really an elaborate folk dance pile for things, due pile for things, overdue pile for things. He was sure had been paid by some past version of himself who had better handwriting. He sighed in the key of practical despair, then cleared his throat and turned the sigh into something more like resolve. That was the morning the letter came dressed in an envelope that managed to look both official and uncertain, as though it had chosen the mailbox and was already regretting its decision. Edith picked it up the way you pick up a sleeping baby, slowly, with the faith that you won't wake the wrong thing, and read the return address twice to see if it meant what it said. Community Heritage Office. A vision bloomed and tripped over its own feet, small grants for big feelings, a plaque near the square, more tourists who thought kindness was a performance you could tip for. The street had been here before at the border where pride shakes hands with worry. She set the letter between the jam jar and the butter dish, a treaty impending. Read it, Archie said, not looking up because he was trying on a new face called calm and didn't want to split a seam. After toast, Edith decided because some news should meet you on a full stomach. So the day walked forward, the way good days do, pretending to be ordinary, and failing in ways that turned out to be gentle. Stephanie left for school with a canvas bag that had more pencils than hopes and a thermos full of tea, sweetened by optimism. She passed Mrs. Ruiz on the stairs, who smiled the smile of a woman keeping the lid on a pot that wanted to boil over. Stephanie offered to carry the laundry basket. Mrs. Ruiz offered a thank you that sounded like grace you can fold. On the street, the air had that vaguely exciting smell of possible rain and definitely taxes. A pigeon considered a philosophical point on the railing arrived at a conclusion and flew off. The corner shop had stacked crates of oranges into a pyramid whose geometry argued that beauty was a daily commodity if you were willing to see it. Across from the library, a small drama unfolded, a boy negotiating with his grandmother about the ethics of cookies before noon. The grandmother won the debate, the boy won the cookie, and the city won the afternoon. School wasn't cruel that day, just crowded. The hallways were a river full of tributaries that didn't believe in manners. Stephanie found Harper by the lockers, arranging her face into confidence the way a violinist tunes by ear. Carla arrived wearing a melody she'd hummed into being on the bus. Drew followed, carrying his camera like a shy declaration. They were a troupe without a stage, an argument without a judge, a promise figuring out what it wanted to promise. The flyer on the bulletin board announced the statewide youth arts program with all the tenderness of a subpoena. The language was familiar, demonstrate impact, measurable outcome, scalability, as if feelings were a bakery franchise. Still, they wanted it. Want is the only flame that doesn't need a wick. During lunch, Harper read a poem about a house that taught its windows to forgive the weather. Carla improvised a harmony that fit the poem like a hand-me-down dress that somehow looked better the second time. Stephanie listened with her heart first and her ears later, then drew the kind of draft that already knew it would not be improved by clean lines. They argued about light versus shadow like people do when they're all right and aren't sure how to behave. Drew captured a candid where the three of them didn't know they were beautiful. It looked like a secret the day was keeping for them. At home, Edith opened the heritage letter, promised it said, and then said it again in the language of permits. Funds for community cultural preservation, but also footnotes sharp enough to shave with hours of public access accountability, reports the phrase tourist experience, underlined as if it had done something to earn attention. She read it twice then, once out loud to the fridge, because the fridge had seen her through worse. The part of her that collected sticky notes hummed. The part of her that collected people said, be careful. She folded the letter into a shape that resembled agreement, set it back down, and put the kettle on. Archie returned from the bar at 3 with a story that swore it wasn't funny, and then made him laugh halfway through telling it. A health inspector had shown up early and left late, mostly because Harry had answered every question with the kind of specificity that makes inspectors want to be poets. They'd passed barely. I told him, soup is a controlled substance when you do it right, Archie said, sitting down where his pride could see him. He poured himself coffee as if it were penance, and scowled at the heritage letter until the letter scowled back. I know what you're thinking, Edith said, which was almost always true. I'm thinking no parades in our living room, Archie answered, which was part joke, part geography. He tapped the envelope. Visibility brings binoculars. It also brings benches, Edith said, for the Sunshine Home, for the square. Maybe a piano that knows how to be in tune even on rainy days. Tourists don't sit on benches. They photograph them, Archie said. But he softened the sentence at the end the way he always did. When he heard her say maybe, they agreed to disagree and to have the meeting anyway, which is the only way meetings are ever worth having. By 4, the street was a choreography. Strollers, carts, backpacks, small dogs with big opinions. A van parked near the square released a crew of volunteers who wore t-shirts that said love is a verb and carried clipboards that had learned to be patient. They were there to gather oral histories for the citywide living memory archive, a phrase so solemn you could hang your coat on it. The volunteers were kind and a little over-eager. Edith signed up the Sunshine Home because the residents deserve to be asked and because nobody asks old people the right questions unless a form makes them. The teenagers crossed the square like a weather pattern heading toward a decision. We can do the proposal, Harper said, her voice steady enough to float a table, not just art for art's sake, art that maps who we are. Stephanie nodded already, seeing sculptures that looked like hands helping other hands, windows stitched with gold lanterns with breath inside them. Carla promised a score that would make strangers think they remembered knowing them. Drew argued for authenticity and then blushed because the word sounded like a costume in his mouth. They agreed to meet in Edith's kitchen because Edith's kitchen had better acoustics for Hope. The Ruiz family's oldest, Mateo, stopped them near the bakery. He didn't ask for help the way proud people don't. He reported a situation like a responsible citizen. The landlord had left a note that tasted like threat. The bathroom ceiling had decided to imitate a waterfall. The new paint was a rumor no one could confirm. Stephanie asked him to show her the damage. Harper wrote sentences in her phone that understood how to remove adjectives without losing strength. Carla promised to bring lemon bars, even though lemons had their own economy now. The teenagers walked into the Ruiz apartment with the kind of authority that comes from having once been saved and deciding to pay tax on the miracle. The ceiling was a geography of failure. Stephanie took photographs that dignified the problem. Harper drafted a letter that didn't hiss. Drew recorded testimony in a tone that made everyone speak as if they were telling a friend a story they didn't want to forget. Carla sat with the youngest Ruiz child and taught her a hand clap game that translated to, "You are not alone." Archie arrived with a toolbox because he had learned that sometimes men who fix tiny things feel less useless in the face of big ones. He tightened, patched, and muttered encouragement to pipes as if they were stubborn cousins. The landlord, when called, promised an inspection, and everyone pretended to believe the promise long enough to make it real. Evening arrived wearing gold. People cooked dinners that smelled like belonging. Thunder sighed in paragraphs. Edith labeled a new jar sugar in case tomorrow forgot its name. The neighbors on the second floor argued about the proper way to load a dishwasher, then laughed at themselves because marriage will do that to you if you let it. Across the hall, Anna practiced saying hello in ways that made it sound like a gift. The library turned out its lights one at a time like a bedtime story. The city hummed a lullaby in traffic and streetlight. After dishes, the kitchen became a war room with better snacks. The teens spread notebooks like maps. Edith brewed tea with a squeeze of lemon for courage. Archie set out bowls of pretzels and the kind of cookies that tell you life is still cheap in some heavenly country. They worked on the proposal as if the program had been invented to meet them. Objectives safeguard intergenerational memory, foster neighbor-to-neighbor solidarity, make art that an ordinary person would recognize as their own. Methods, oral history, sculptural installations, and public view community performances that didn't require applause to count. Outcomes, benches, and belonging, and a piano if God was in a good mood. When they got stuck, Edith asked a question about soup. If you wanted the soup to be richer without spending more, what would you do? Everyone had an answer that wasn't soup. Add time, said Harper. Add bone, said Archie, and then blushed because he had said something soft without meaning to. Add laughter, said Carla. Add story, said Drew, and clicked the recorder on instinct, capturing the exact timbre of a kitchen trying to agree with itself. At 9, a knock at the door rearranged the air. Mr. Collins stood there with a book he had finally finished writing and a face that didn't trust celebration. He presented the book the way some people present apologies. Edith hugged him until his doubt fell off like lint. They added him to the proposal as resident literary provocateur, which made him blush the other way. He promised to run a neighborhood writing workshop titled Small Truths, because that's what most people can carry in a single afternoon. Later, after the last mug had been rinsed and the last note had been paper-clipped to duty, Stephanie stepped out onto the fire escape. The sky had saved her a seat. She could see into other windows the way people do when they're first brave, and then careful, a woman braiding her hair for bed, a man ironing his shirt as if crispness could save him, a pair of teenagers rehearsing a dance that had been waiting for them all day. Somewhere a trumpet practiced, scales softly so as not to frighten the night. She thought of the scratch on their kitchen window, the one that made every sunrise look like it had been signed, and she understood something she couldn't say. Windows don't stop the weather, they teach you where to look. Thunder found her and lay down as close as bones permitted. She put a hand on his rib cage and matched her breath to his. Below the square kept its quiet promise not to surprise anyone after 10. Across the way, the bakery's neon sign clicked off like a polite goodbye. A breeze lifted the corner of the sticky note Edith had stuck to the inside of the back door. "You are here," and let it fall again like a nod. Tomorrow, they'd send the proposal, which would be the beginning of an argument with the city and a conversation with themselves. They would negotiate what to keep and what to show. Draw lines around privacy that look like lace, make room for tourists but not performances. Gather the elders' recipes and put them beside the teenagers' songs until the page smelled like a family reunion. They would fix a ceiling and break open a story. They would count coins and call that counting a ritual, not a panic. They would make space for grief to sit at the table without hogging all the chairs. Before bed, Edith tucked a second blanket around Thunder and whispered a thank you to the day for having the decency to end kindly. Archie checked the lock twice and called it prudence, not fear. Stephanie wrote 3 lines in a notebook she rarely admitted to keeping. Today, we remembered how to ask. Tomorrow, we will remember how to stay. And in between, we will laugh when it is cheapest to cry. She tore the page out, folded it, and slid it into the crack of the kitchen window so that it could hum to the morning. The house went to sleep in sections. Lights clicked like quiet metronomes. The fridge yawned and found a lower gear. The street drew its blanket up to its chin. In a room borrowed from yesterday and promised back to tomorrow, a family dreamed of benches and pianos of soup that tasted like conversation of a plaque that would not embarrass them, of letters that brought money instead of conditions, of windows that admitted light without surrendering secrets. Someone's radio left on low played a song from the decade when promises were printed in thicker ink. Thunder twitched in pursuit of a memory he insisted on catching. Edith smiled in her sleep. Archie snored like an engine, confident it had one more winner in it. Stephanie floated just above her mattress, held up by names she had learned to say out loud. Morning would come dressed as errands. The kettle would start at small opera, and someone would accuse it of melodrama. There would be coffee that apologized for being itself, and bread that admitted defeat and agreed to be toast. The letter from the city would be folded and unfolded a dozen times each, crease a vote. The street would find a way to be a street again, cars and buses and 1,000 little mercies. And in the quiet between one kindness and the next, a family would stand at the window and decide once more that sometimes what you do is simply this: you take a breath, you hold a hand, you open the door, and you let the day in without checking its references. The next morning arrived with the same complicated politeness as yesterday, but the light felt a shade kinder the way sunlight sometimes does when it has overheard your fears and decided to be gentle about them. The kettle rehearsed its apology, and the toast tried not to embarrass itself, and Edith stood at the sink with her hands around a warm mug as if heat could be borrowed and paid back later with interest. Archie, who had become very good at pretending he didn't read things twice, unfolded the heritage letter again and made a face like a man trying to recognize an old acquaintance who now wore a new haircut and used alarming vocabulary. Stephanie's sketchbook lay open on the table beside a pencil she'd chewed down to a memory. Thunder navigated the space between chair and table leg with the deliberation of a ship in shallow water and sighed in satisfaction when he reached the rug that had learned the exact weight of him. Outside, the street did its ordinary miracle trash cans to curb cups to hands, greetings to mouths, and somewhere on the 3rd floor of the building, opposite a baby, laughed as if someone had just explained happiness to them and they decided to keep it. The bakery loosed its first batch of morning, and Edith breathed in and remembered that joy could be smelled, which felt like cheating in the best way. She tapped the corner of the heritage letter twice, the way she tapped a cake to see if it would bounce back, then set it aside and reached for the notepad where she kept lists that wanted to feel useful. She wrote, "Call Sunshine Home check, sticky notes meeting snacks," and underlined meeting twice for bravery. The meeting would be that evening in the square if the weather held, and if it didn't, in the bar, which meant chairs that knew how to put arguments at ease and lights that knew when to listen. Stephanie had promised to print copies of the proposal draft, which had grown overnight the way stubborn plants do when you look away new roots in the section about intergenerational work, new leaves in the budget where someone had written piano tuning and circled it 3 times, as if persistence alone could keep notes from wandering off. Harper would bring index cards and a pen that made everyone's handwriting look dignified. Carla would bring a tin of lemon bars because comfort should be edible where possible. Drew would bring the camera swearing it was there to archive and not to perform. They were all learning how to be seen without having to act. School offered up its usual improvisations. Stephanie found Harper on the steps outside the auditorium, tapping the bead of an unsent message on her knee. "I dreamed last night that the street was a book," Harper said without preamble, and Every window was a paragraph, and some of the paragraphs were embarrassed to be read. Stephanie said that sounded right. Some of the windows had complicated punctuation, too. Carla arrived with a rumor about a new counselor who believed in the sentence, "How can I help?" And everyone agreed that believing in that sentence was a good place to start, even if you didn't know how to end it. Drew, who had practiced being quiet for years before he realized he was also allowed to be present, lifted his camera a little and asked if anyone minded. Nobody did. They were busy remembering how to fit hope into a Tuesday. The Ruiz apartment ceiling had held overnight no fresh collapse, just the soft drip of a problem embarrassed to be seen. Mateo met them at the door with the look of someone doing courage in installments. Stephanie took 2 more photos and wrote the date lightly in the corner in pencil, because pencil forgives mistakes. Harper read the landlord's message out loud the way you read a recipe you don't trust, and then she edited it on the spot until it sounded like accountability with manners. Carla kept the youngest occupied with a game involving spoons and the idea that spoons could be mini oars for sailing across a table if you closed one eye. Drew filmed Mateo saying, "We want to stay," and the way he said stay made the room quiet down just enough to hear how tired Hope can be and still keep going. By midday, the street had softened into that hour between chores and appetites. Edith walked to the Sunshine home with a bag full of colored labels and small clips shaped like musical notes, because if you're going to organize a legacy, it should hum while you work. The residents met her at the door, the way old friends meet news, curious and tender. Mrs. Keegan handed over a recipe card for the stew that had saved more Tuesdays than could be counted, and asked whether there would be room for the part at the bottom where she had scrawled, "Add forgiveness to taste." Mr. Levinson produced a stack of maps and said someone should draw a map of where laughter tends to gather, because he could never find it when he was in a hurry. A woman with wrists thin as the memory of summer placed a photograph of 2 hands that did not match in size and said, "This is the first time I let my daughter braid my hair," and the room applauded, as if the moment had come to life again. Bowed politely. Edith labeled and listened, and at one point forgot whether she was supposed to say the names or write them. She stood still until the thought came back, and when it did, she smiled as if she had just been returned to herself by a kind stranger. The nurse, who had learned how to be both necessary and invisible, guided her gently toward a seat and pressed a cup of water into her hand with a nod that said, "This is what care looks like when no one is keeping score." From the window, Edith could see the square and imagined the chairs already gathering themselves for evening legs, sliding across concrete with the cooperative spirit of furniture that likes being part of things. She made a note on her palm, "Extra cookies." Archie's afternoon at the bar delivered stories like change returning from a bill. A man worried that his worth had been misprinted and the register was about to spit him back out. Another confessed he could only sleep if the radio played songs from the years when he'd been certain he was going to be excellent. A woman announced she had decided to forgive herself before anyone else got a chance to ask her to, and everyone lifted their glasses to that. Harry invented a soup with too much garlic and exactly the right amount of mercy. The health inspector from yesterday returned not to inspect but to drink seltzer and apologize for acting like a man who remembered the rules better than he remembered that people make rules because they are afraid. Archie nodded, which was what he did now instead of arguing first, and the inspector left a tip that made up for something unnamed. The meeting nearly didn't happen in the square. The sky made theater of itself and threatened a tantrum, but the first drop stalled and then retracted as if weather had learned politeness from the seniors. Chairs colonized the space. Children performed immediate democracy about where to place the cookies near, but not on the agenda. And somebody's little dog introduced itself to everybody's ankles with the exuberance of a campaign. The heritage letter lay on a clipboard like a ceremonial hat. People arrived with opinions that had borrowed good shoes, parents, teens, elders, neighbors who still didn't quite believe they belonged here and were brave enough to come anyway. Harper opened with the soft authority she'd been practicing. "We want to be seen," she said, but not staged. Stephanie followed by holding up one of her small ceramic windows and saying, "We want frames, not cages." Carla added that music would be involved because music always was. And Drew said that if anyone needed to not be filmed, they should raise a finger, and he would aim his lens at the ground, because ground deserves attention too. Mr. Collins read a short paragraph from his book about a detective who solves a case by deciding not to look for evidence where shame hides it, and everyone laughed in the way you laugh when you've just noticed you've been seen kindly. Edith handed out lemon bars anonymously and then forgot she had baked them and thanked the baker without irony. The baker thanked her back equally sincere. Concerned stepped forward wearing appropriate hats. Privacy asked whether it would be possible not to have its photograph taken while still attending the party. Safety wanted to know about lighting and whether lantern glass would be tempered. Dignity requested that if senior stories were archived, it be done with the kind of consent that lets a person draw the line where their secrets begin. A teenager asked if they could include a section for mistakes that turned into wisdom the way bread turns into toast when you run out of time. A young mother asked if the benches could be placed so shade and laughter would overlap on summer afternoons. A man who had only ever contributed by showing up raised his hand and said he could show up more, and nobody made him feel like he should have said something else. When it came time to vote, the sky offered dramatic lighting and the wind held its breath. Hands went up in favor with a hesitancy that had more to do with love than with doubt. A few hands stayed down for reasons that were respected out loud. The proposal passed with the addition of a clause written in someone's careful print: "We decide how we are looked at." Someone underlined "we" and someone else drew a tiny lantern in the margin, and someone else quietly asked whether there were any more cookies. The meeting dissolved itself into conversations that smelled like possibility, and Lemon and the Square let everyone go without comment, which is the best kind of host. On the edges of the gathering, the Ruiz family stood with the look of people who want to believe they are allowed to take good news personally. Stephanie slipped Mateo a copy of the revised letter for the landlord and a list of steps that included phrases like follow up and building inspector and neighbors present. He nodded with a relief that made his shoulders look suddenly younger. The youngest Ruiz child showed Harper a drawing of a house with an umbrella and said, "This is ours now," which felt as binding as any contract you could notarize. Night walked the neighborhood back to its doors. The piano at the Sunshine home thumped out a melody that wanted to be a hymn but settled for a lullaby, and that felt right. Edith placed her palm against the window and watched the last conversation in the square end with a handshake so awkward it qualified as honest. Archie locked up the bar, flicked off the neon letter by letter, and stood in the doorway a moment longer than necessary, like a man admitting he is part of the furniture and proud of it. Stephanie packed the extra copies of the proposal into her bag and slipped the smallest ceramic window into her pocket habit, now talisman later. At home, the kettle practiced for tomorrow, and the fridge cleared its throat, and the sticky note on the back door said, "You are here," with the same quiet confidence it had worn all week. Thunder settled himself where he could see all three of them in one glance, and closed his eyes, convinced that vigilance could also be rest. Edith wrote benches and piano and ruins sealing into her notebook and drew a heart next to a word she could not immediately remember. Archie counted the money in his wallet and then counted the things that didn't cost money because he had learned how to keep both lists in the same pocket. Stephanie stood at the sink holding her hands under the tap and felt for a moment that she was rinsing off all the loud parts of the day and keeping only the good noise the way you do with berries. Throw out the leaves, keep the sweetness. Don't be stingy with yourself. When she went up to her room, she opened the window an inch and let in the kind of night air that smells like repetition turned into ritual. She sketched not a window this time, but a table surrounded by mismatched chairs, each chair with a name burned into the back where the wood could bear it. Patience, honesty, aplos at the right moment suck. The table had scratches and stains and a crack that had been mended with care and gold, and it was still a table because work makes things themselves again. She closed her eyes when a breeze lifted the corner of a page and told herself that tomorrow could be a day for calling things by their true names and not being punished for it. She slept as people sleep who have given themselves to the day without demanding applause, and the house slept around her in sympathetic symmetry. Before dawn, the square practiced its emptiness. A single early bus made the kind of noise that assures the city it is still held together by schedule and stubbornness. Somewhere, a night shift nurse removed her shoes and admitted the floor was a better friend than the bed when exhaustion had to negotiate. Somewhere, the heritage clerk assigned to their case rolled over and dreamed of checklists that checked themselves. Somewhere, the landlord read a letter and saw that it had been written by people who understood the difference between asking and insisting, and put down the note he'd written to himself called Later. Morning arrived. The kettle began the aria it had been born to sing, and Archie accused it of theater, and Edith told it she appreciated the sentiment. Stephanie brought thunder down the stairs, both of them dignified in their adjustments. On the table lay the proposal, the heritage letter, Edith's notebook, a pencil with a surprising amount of life left, and a plate covered by a dish towel, because kindness prefers to be revealed, not displayed. From the sidewalk, the first neighbor's greeting floated up, followed by the second and the third, and the day stood on the threshold and waited, as all days do, to see what kind of people would open the door. The day came in the shape of a list, which is to say, it pretended to be practical while smuggling in its feelings. Archie folded the proposal into his jacket like a talisman against bureaucracy and practiced the sentence. We appreciate the opportunity the way a kid practices a magic trick with suspicion but hope. Edith slid 2 tangerines into his pocket because citrus makes courage look effortless, then forgot she'd done it and slid in a third. Stephanie clipped Thunder's leash to her belt loop and promised him the long way around the square after school, the way some people promise Paris, and deliver a really good park bench. Outside, the air felt rinsed and reusable. Someone somewhere decided to whistle. At the corner, the bus knelt as if apologizing. Archie climbed aboard and saw the faces of people who had agreed to be awake at the same time as their problems and were trying not to take it personally. A man in a yellow cap slept past his stop, and a young woman shook him awake with a kindness that left no fingerprints. A little boy conducted an orchestra of strangers with a pretzel stick until his mother swapped it for a banana, and he conducted a quieter symphony. The city moved in loops that were really spirals. It returned to itself, but never the same. At the Sunshine home, Edith's note on the kitchen bulletin board, extra cookies, had gathered a circle of exclamation points added by other hands. She arrived with a tin of lemon crescents and found Mrs. Keegan explaining to a teenager how to fold an apology so it fits in an envelope without creasing the truth. In the rec room, a man tuned the piano with the reverence of a person who learned early that some days only agree to continue if accompanied. Edith labeled drawers, then relabeled them when the labels offended their own corners, then laughed at herself, because if you can't forgive tape for its imperfections, you're not ready for people. She had a small episode after the second pot of tea stood too long in the doorway, wondering which room knew her name. A nurse found her and placed a warm hand at the center of her back. "You live here," the nurse said softly, meaning not the building, but the space kindness keeps. Edith nodded, breathed, and turned it into a joke before it turned into a bruise. Later, she wrote "Knowing" comes back on her palm and drew a heart that looked suspiciously like a potato. She showed it to Mrs. Keegan, who approved the heart's practicality. School tasted like pencil dust and the perfume of 3 different types of anxiety. Harper had a debate that wanted to be an argument, then remembered the rules she'd invented: ask a question before you answer one, and rescued the room from itself. Carla handed in a music composition assignment that made the teacher sit down unexpectedly and say thank you without explaining for what. Drew forgot his lunch and was fed by 3 different friends as if hunger were a communal misunderstanding. Stephanie's hands smelled like clay all day. She liked smelling like the future, even when it dried her knuckles. The Ruiz landlord answered with an appointment, an actual inspector in tow, and the street applauded in the private way. Streets do they open doors when the knock came and made sure there was a child or a neighbor present to keep the conversation honest. The inspector poked the ceiling like a skeptical ant and pronounced the damp a failure of attention. Repairs were scheduled, which is halfway to repaired if you're good at believing. The youngest Ruiz drew a sun wearing boots and taped it to the light switch in the hallway so that every time someone tried to turn off the light, they had to reconsider. By afternoon, the proposal had been emailed, printed, stamped, and prayed over, which is the complete set. Archie walked the envelope to the post office himself because his father never trusted the future unless he could see the face of the person in charge of it. The clerk wore a tie with tiny envelopes on it and the calm of someone who knows that if you set the world on a counter 1 package at a time, it will stop wobbling long enough to teach you patience. "Good luck," he said, and Archie pretended not to need it, which fooled exactly nobody. On his way back, Archie cut through the park and found a father trying to assemble a kite while his daughter offered instructions like a tiny foreman. The sky is that way, she kept saying, pointing directly up as if he might forget. Archie held a spar for 30 seconds and left feeling included in something bigger than weather. At the bar, he told Harry the sky story, and Harry responded by inventing a cocktail with seltzer citrus and a dash of grandiosity. He called it the Heritage, and it was surprisingly modest. Stephanie and Harper met at the library after school for the first recording session of Instructions for Staying. They had borrowed a corner table, a microphone shaped like a patient spaceship, and a stack of questions that began gently and stayed there. The first interviewee was Anna from across the way, who confessed her original plan had been to come and go so quietly that the building wouldn't remember her footsteps. Instead, on her second day, someone brought her a plant, and someone else fixed her curtain rod, and a child she didn't know laughed up her stairs like a herald. So I decided to stay loud, she said. At least louder than my loneliness. They wrote that sentence down twice. They recorded Mrs. Ferguson explaining her philosophy of neighborly interference, offer help like you found it on sale, and Mr. Levinson's map of corners where laughter prefers to loiter. They recorded a pair of teenagers who had broken up and were learning to be neighbors again in the space between lockers and pride. They recorded a woman who had just learned to drive at 52 and said the scariest part wasn't the road, it was believing she deserved to move forward without apologizing. They ended with a little boy who admired garbage trucks for their optimism. They come back every week like mess is not a big deal. At sunset, the square lit up in the way of places that know how to glow without showing off. The community board had tacked up a flyer for the night of remembering, and below it, someone had penciled a correction "and" of lowing. The library announced a workshop on compliments with specificity taught by Mr. Collins, who claimed that vague praise is just laziness with better lighting. The Sunshine Home posted a sign-up sheet for borrow a grandparent reading hour and a half the teenagers queued before anyone explained what borrowing entailed. On the bakery window, a sign read, "Day-old Mercy half price," which made no sense and all the sense. Dinner at home was a negotiation between pantry and desire. Edith browned onions until the kitchen smelled like stories. She added beans that had been dignified by soaking tomatoes that had known summer personally, and a handful of pasta because even soups need punctuation. Archie set the table with his usual insistence on forks being optimists. Stephanie grated cheese carefully because Joy should be snowed on, and Thunder received a measured portion of stew essence that he treated like a dissertation. During dishes, the doorbell rang and delivered Mr. Collins with a problem disguised as a pie. He confessed that a group online had called his writing sentimental, and he couldn't decide whether to be insulted or grateful. "It's like they accused me of believing people are worth the trouble," he said. Edith wrapped a slice of pie and wrapped his dilemma with it, sending him home with both on purpose. "The opposite of sentimental," she said at the door, "is not smart, it's brittle. Wear a sweater." He promised to consider it, which is the writer's version of a yes. Later, the teens sprawled across the living room with index cards until the room looked like a crime scene in which the victim was confusion. They grouped the interviews into themes that made more sense than any syllabus food apologies rain money doors. Harper wrote, "Rituals are just habits with good lighting." Drew filmed their hands at work and found it more moving than faces. Carla composed a 4-note motif that sneaked under the conversation and made it feel like the day had a spine. Stephanie shaped a small clay frame for the microphone, a joke that became a symbol. The sound improved because humor is good for acoustics. They finished late and left quietly. The street was softer at night, like a shirt you've washed 100 times. The moon inspected the rooftops and found them acceptable. Somewhere, a neighbor practiced an apology under their breath. Somewhere, a child woke briefly and decided not to be afraid because the hall light had kept its promise. Somewhere, a bus grumbled at the schedule but obeyed it. Somewhere, the heritage clerk put the stack with their proposal on top as a small rebellion against alphabetical order. In the morning, the square hosted a drama in miniature two sparrows fighting over a crumb that turned out to be a pebble. They flew off embarrassed, having learned something about desire and optics. The Gentle Chaos Committee chalked a new message along the curb: "You did something hard before. You can do it again," and signed it with 5 palm prints. The city workers assigned to street sweeping left it intact. Even bureaucracy recognizes certain spells. News arrived as a rumor first, as it always does. The bakery lady heard from a cousin who dated a man whose sister knew a woman at the Heritage Office that approvals for pilot neighborhoods would be announced soon. Archie pretended not to care and replaced a wobbly bar stool. Edith pretended not to care and baked a cake that was obviously for caring. Stephanie pretended not to care and spent an hour perfecting the label on a box of clay, because the act of naming objects makes waiting easier. A very small crisis lit up the block at noon when Mr. Collins's class on compliments with specificity accidentally turned into a reconciliation seminar. People started practicing on strangers. I like the way your laugh sounds like a drawer that finally opened, and your patience has a smell. It's warm bread. And when you're quiet, I believe in winter more. A disagreement broke out over whether you remind me of a solution that took 3 tries counted as a compliment or a review. In the end, everyone left with homework, 1 new compliment, 1 new boundary. Boundaries were not Mr. Collins' specialty, but he was learning. The inspector returned to the Ruiz apartment accompanied by an actual repair crew who carried ladders like pious giraffes. They cut out the mold and explained how they would paint only after the wall learned to breathe like it meant it. Mateo watched with arms crossed and a mouth that couldn't decide whether to smile. The smallest Ruiz put a sticker of a star on the foreman's clipboard without asking. The foreman allowed it because the day had room. A letter slid under the door that afternoon without ceremony. Stephanie picked it up and felt the texture first because paper tells you its intentions. Heritage Office. She called for Archie and Edith and Thunder, who was asleep but agreed to attend. They gathered at the table as if the table were medical equipment. Archie opened the envelope and read out loud in the voice he used when he wanted words to behave. Approval pending clarifications. An amount that was not an insult. Conditions that were not impossible. A sentence that began, "We recognize the importance of," and for once felt like it might have been written by a person who had stood in a square and been asked to choose between being seen and being safe. Edith cried the way people cry when the soup turns out right and you weren't sure it would. Stephanie laughed like a window opening on the first air of a season. Thunder thumped his tail exactly 3 times and went back to dreaming about ham. They took the letter to the square because news is a communal dish. A cheer built the way houses do first framework, then noise. Plans unfurl like banners, benches, yes. Piano tuning, yes. A small plaque that did not embarrass anyone and said as little as possible while meaning everything. A fund for emergency repairs that began with a coin and felt like a safety net even before it could catch anything. The teens pledged to finish instructions for staying by autumn and to host a listening night where nothing was projected on a wall and everything was heard. The elders requested chairs with arms so standing up didn't feel like a burden. Parents requested shade. A child requested a fountain that only turns on when someone says please. The request was not dismissed. Evening celebrated by not breaking. The bar filled without getting loud. Soup happened to people in ways that made them kinder. The Sunshine Home Choir rehearsed a song that could be hummed by anyone who had ever looked out a window and decided to keep going. The streetlights came on with the modesty of candles declining attention. A breeze carried 7 different dinners through the air and did not judge the frozen one. The city hummed, the block harmonized. At home, Edith stuck the opening sentence of the letter on the fridge with a magnet shaped like a tomato and a sticky note that read, "Remember, water the basil." Archie practiced saying thank you to an empty chair until it sounded true. Stephanie placed the smallest clay window on the windowsill, pivoted it a 1/4-inch step back and left it there because it finally looked like it was listening. Night came honest and on time. In the quiet, the house said what houses say when days like this are over, and nobody needs to be brave. It said, "Rest, I'll hold your place." And because they had learned to believe it, they did. The week learned their names first, then their habits. Monday called Archie Sir because of the way he squared his shoulders at the mailbox. Tuesday flirted with Edith by laying sunlight exactly on the basil she always remembered to water the second time. Wednesday practiced being brave for Stephanie and succeeded by half. Thursday brought the kind of rain that looks like forgiveness. Friday promised nothing and delivered soup. The Heritage Office's letter sat under a tomato magnet where bills used to glare, and the magnet felt promoted. Each morning, Archie read the first sentence, the one that said the city recognized the importance of what a street had taught itself, and it made his coffee behave. He tucked the rest of the conditions back under the tomato, like a recipe you don't want the neighbors to see you improving. When he left for the bar, he wore the look of a man negotiating with dignity and winning on points. He carried 2 tangerines in his pocket because Edith had snuck them there and because citrus is courage with a peel. Edith reorganized the kitchen drawers in the language of routine. Spoons, then forks, then knives. Tea on the left, sugar on the right. Sticky notes where the day might forget itself. The nurse at the Sunshine Home had said kindly, practically, that routine keeps a person's life feeling like it belongs to them, and Edith had decided to belong to herself out loud. She kept a little card above the kettle TEA before phone. Some mornings the card had to repeat itself, but that was allowed. Routine isn't a test you pass once, it's a bridge you cross daily. The way routine reduces stress and preserves independence for people with memory changes is not just folklore. It's supported by caregiver research and clinical guidance on meaningful daily activities, enhancing autonomy and identity. Where you live matters, +2 Science Direct, +2. Thunder approved the new order of things by napping directly across the kitchen threshold, forcing every act of care to step over him. Stephanie called it his job. She had begun sculpting after dinner a small practice that grew teeth. The clay remembered what her hands forgot, little windows with hairline cracks stitched in gold leaf cups that warmed at the sight of soup a bowl, whose rim was stamped with the phrase, "Let the day in." She sold 2 pieces at the library's pop-up fair and gave a 3rd to Mrs. Ruiz, who cried and said the crack looked like the place where her rent money stopped making sense and her faith started pretending it was arithmetic. Across the hall, Anna developed a crush on mornings. She woke early enough to meet the bakery's first loaf and the street's first yawn. On Wednesdays, she and Stephanie walked Thunder the long way to the square, and Anna admitted, with the kind of shrug that wants to be brave, that she hadn't expected to like anyone this quickly in a city that once felt like a machine you fed with coin. They sat on a bench that understood secrets and talked in the grammar of daily life, who washes and who dries, whether a plant counts as company, how to fold an argument into a towel so softly it comes out warm. Harper surprised herself by liking libraries more than praise. She'd begun a habit, a real one, of writing 3 sentences before breakfast that didn't have to be beautiful. Sometimes they were just lists of what the day had the decency to offer, a pencil that still had fight in it, a neighbor who waved with their whole shoulder, a bus driver who waited for a woman running with a bag like a promise. Harper and Stephanie recorded 3 instructions for staying interviews that week, a pair of teenagers who had broken up kindly and were attempting to remain neighbors on purpose. A grandmother who insisted apologies should begin with, "I did not," if you felt, and a boy who said friendship tasted like French fries you didn't order but get to eat anyway. Later, when Harper tripped into a quiet sadness she couldn't name, it was friends who steadied her not platitudes, another small, stubborn lesson that felt bigger than weather. Supportive adolescent friendships really do predict better emotional resilience and lower internalizing symptoms over time. Clinicians say social connection is a key target for youth mental health. At the bar, 2 new couples discovered that money argues in a different tone than other topics. One pair treated each bill like a personal insult. The other treated budgeting like jazz and found a rhythm that avoided solos. When they asked Archie for advice, he shrugged like a man who had lost at pride and discovered it cost less than he feared. "Count out loud," he said. "If you whisper numbers, they turn into ghosts." Later in the quiet, he admitted to Edith that he used to mistake silence for strength. Turns out strength has receipts. Edith squeezed his hand and said their best conversations had been about the worst subjects, which was an unromantic truth that softened the room. Researchers have long tied financial strain to lower marital satisfaction, but they also find that transparent, respectful communication buffers the damaged money topics. Spark more intense conflict, yet talking in the open improves outcomes. Sundays, learn to be gentle. The community began a tradition called the Long Breakfast, a rotating apartment feast where each family contributed something that told the truth about them. The Ruiz brought rice that comforted strangers. Anna baked a cake that tasted like a bridge between languages. Mr. Collins contributed compliments with specificity. Your laugh sounds like a drawer that finally opened. He told Harper, who blushed, as if someone had located the exact shelf where her bravery was kept. Drew offered photographs not posed of hands passing plates. Stephanie's bowl with the Let the Day In rim sat in the middle of the table, as if it had always known where it belonged. Love snuck around corners in work clothes. Carla and Drew practiced not looking like a couple at school and practiced being one in the square. They fell into the slow romance that happens between errands. He carried her music folder. She remembered the snack he forgot. He watched her compose a melody on a park bench. She watched him film the light as if it had character lines. Their first argument was about a camera angle and lasted 6 minutes. Their second was about time, how she guarded hers for music, how he divided his among friends like bread. They learned that apologies are sweeter when they come with a plan. They learned that love is a schedule with margins. For Edith and Archie, romance meant tending. On good mornings, he laced her shoes while she read him the grocery list. On foggier mornings, she forgot that the kettle had already sung and he made tea again without ceremony. He started sitting on the porch with her at dusk, counting neighborhood lamplights the way some couples count constellations. Some evenings, she'd mix up names in a story, and he'd correct her gently, then stop correcting and listen for what didn't need memory to be true. They were learning how to be married in a new tense present continuous with tenderness as grammar. When a small article made the rounds about dementia programs teaching families to set tiny daily goals so independence stretches longer, Edith circled "make tea" on her card and grinned when her hands remembered the sequence without prompting. Archie kissed her temple and said, "Put that in the win column," and she did. Goal-based daily activities and routines like making tea or dressing have been shown to support independence and reduce hospitalizations for people living with dementia. Caregivers also benefit when predictable routines lower stress and increase connection. The Sunshine Home started hosting an hour each week when children visited to read, draw, and be loud in the right way. Harper organized the sign-up sheet with the efficiency of a person who had learned that kindness requires logistics. The first afternoon, a toddler climbed into Mr. Levinson's lap with the confidence of a child who trusts needs. Later, a nursing aide said the elders slept deeper on visiting days, and the children bragged that they'd been taught to cheat at checkers by professionals. The director called it mutual electricity, and the term stuck to the notice board like tape that never runs out. Intergenerational programs like these consistently report benefits for both elders and youth. Less isolation, more purpose, better mood and cognition, and stronger community cohesion. Even national media case studies have celebrated how daily activities across ages enrich everyone. Stephanie found herself standing in doorways just to watch people be kind to one another. She stayed up late shaping a lamp whose shade was a cluster of tiny windows. When lit, each pane spilled a square of light that looked like a promise kept. She thought of gifting it to the bar, where promises were currently accepted as currency. She thought of giving it to Anna, whose laugh had learned the street and started imitating it. She thought of keeping it just this once, which felt like a new kind of generosity to herself. On Tuesdays, she and Harper cooked together in the bunker kitchen. They grilled cheese as if the bread could learn manners from butter. They chopped vegetables to the beat of Carla's melody in progress. They told each other unremarkable things very carefully, the true sign of intimacy, like the way an algebra problem had said no politely, or how a bus driver had waited 10 extra seconds and made the day lighter by a pound. When Harper confessed she had started to like someone who made her feel like a clean counter, Stephanie didn't ask for a name, only whether the feeling made her braver. Harper nodded. They high-fived with a spatula. A tiny crisis arrived on a Wednesday with the smell of burned toast. Edith forgot a pan on low and panicked so fiercely the fire alarm panicked too. Archie covered the smoke detector with a towel and cracked the window so the day could walk out calmly. After they sat at the table with hands around mugs that had witnessed worse, Edith wrote a new sticky note above the stove, "Timer darling," and kissed the word darling. Archie traced her handwriting with a finger and decided to love every letter twice. The Ruiz apartment began repairs, and Ernest, a ladder, leaned like a polite giraffe. A painter taped edges with the seriousness of a surgeon. Mateo watched every move like a father in a delivery room. When the foreman suggested a cheaper paint that would cover but not cure, Mateo cleared his throat and introduced him to the neighborhood's new habit of asking for better out loud. The foreman tried to cut the conversation short. Harper opened her notes app and read the inspector's phrasing like scripture. Stephanie took a photo of the half-sanded patch that looked like an unfinished apology. The better paint arrived. The ceiling learned to breathe. The smallest Ruiz drew a son wearing boots and taped it above the switch again, just in case. Saturday invented a street market because it felt like it. Tables appeared with jars of last year's Peaches secondhand books that smelled like gentle addicts' crocheted hats that presumed your head preferred kindness. Mr. Collins sold copies of his book with a sign that read, "Not sentimental, just human," which earned him 3 arguments and 5 hugs. Ana sold plant cuttings and paper cups and named them after traffic signals, "Go Paws, look both ways." Archie set up a soup tasting under a banner. Stephanie lettered "Your neighbor made this." The heritage clerk stopped by incognito badly and bought a lantern pin for her blazer. She said, "Don't quote me." And Stephanie said, "We don't quote, we remember." Late that afternoon, Carl and Drew rehearsed their first tiny fight in public by disagreeing about where to watch the sunset. She wanted the library steps for the view of roofs. He wanted the alley by the bakery for the way light behaved on brick. "Meet me in the middle," she said. "That's a bus stop," he said. "Perfect," she said. They stood at the bus stop and watched light touch everything equally and declared it romance. He offered her his jacket, even though neither of them needed it. She accepted because sometimes love isn't weather, it's choreography. That night, the long breakfast committee met to plan a Sunday that would be kinder than Saturday on purpose. Assignments were handed out like blessings. Someone suggested a toast actual bread to people who had done something difficult this week and not confessed it. The room cheered the idea of secret brave. Edith volunteered jam duty and immediately wrote jam duty in her notebook with furious pride. Archie promised to brew coffee strong enough to confess, to then softened it with a smile, in case anyone's heart had been planning a sprint. Stephanie finished the window lamp at midnight. When she turned it on, the room filled with square patients. She set the lamp on the sill and sat on the floor beside Thunder, who slept with one ear open, as if he were still on shift. She thought about the word staying and how it had come to mean movement. Staying curious, staying kind, staying with the hard conversation, long enough to discover it's not a trap, staying awake to the small ways. Love announces itself someone, texts home, and the reply is soon. And the smaller ways it proves it left the porch light. She thought of how much of love is dailiness wearing a clean shirt. Sunday arrived carrying chairs. The square filled with the sort of quiet that comes before a choir sings, and then the choir sang sizzling pans, clink of mugs, toddlers negotiating treaties, friends saying "I see you" in 4 separate dialects. Archie poured coffee and listened to a newlywed argue playfully with a newly retired couple about whether staying up late was radical or childish. Edith spread jam with the precision of a cartographer mapping sweetness to toast. Mr. Collins set up a small box that said compliments exchanged, leave one, take one. Harper added boundaries accepted. Drew moved through the morning catching light, misbehaving, and forgave it. Ana arrived with a plate of soft rolls and the not quite embarrassed glow of someone who'd brought themselves somewhere on purpose. Stephanie waved her over, then didn't say much, which turned out to be exactly enough. They ate, and between bites, Ana confessed she'd started watering her neighbor's plants when the neighbor forgot, and that this inexplicably had cured her loneliness more than any party. "I think care has a key," she said. "It opens both doors." Stephanie said, "Keep that," and Ana tried. When the breakfast wound down, a boy stood on the fountain lip and announced, hands cupped into a megaphone, that he had learned how to tie his shoes without swears. The crowd applauded, an open-throated applause, adults reserved for victories they remember hiding. A teen stepped up after him and said she had told her mom the full truth and survived. Then, quietly, Edith rose and said she had set a timer before making tea and remembered why. The square went still, the way squares do when they're holding something delicate so it doesn't drop. Archie smiled like a man who had learned that pride can be repotted. In the afternoon, a soft rain arrived and taught every window to pay attention. People drifted home to naps and laundry and the drama of leftovers. In the bunker kitchen, Stephanie leaned against the counter and watched her parents move around each other without collision, Hand to shoulder, shoulder to drawer, drawer to kettle, kettle to cup. It looked like choreography practiced over years and adjusted on the day. She thought, this is a love scene, and it doesn't need violins. Later, she met Harper at the library steps and told her the lamp was finished. Who gets it, Harper asked. Stephanie looked toward the bakery, where Anna was tidying chairs inside, and toward the bar, whose sign glowed like a patient lighthouse, and toward the Sunshine Home, where the piano had learned a new hymn. Maybe the street, she said. Maybe that's the point. They sat shoulder to shoulder, and Harper read a poem about becoming a person who can afford to be gentle, and the poem didn't need an audience, it had one. Knight collected the week into jars and labeled them. Good eggs, hard conversations, paid bill, unpaid fear, laughter with crumbs in it, a lamp in a window, a ceiling that stopped lying, a friendship that said I'm here before reasons were requested. Archie washed 2 cups by hand because the hot water felt useful. Edith stacked plates with the concentration of a student learning a word she liked. Stephanie wrote 3 lines on a slip of paper and slid it under the tomato magnet beside the letter. Count out loud love and daylight stay. The magnet held. And the street, which had learned how to be a street in public, exhaled into the kind of sleep that says, the hard parts are not over, but neither is the company. In the morning, the kettle would sing. The basil would need water. A bus would wait for a running stranger, and someone would practice saying, we can talk about money without breaking the furniture, and someone else would set a timer and remember their tea, and somewhere, because this is how love multiplies. A lamp made of tiny windows would throw square patience across a floor, and 2 people would step into the light and laugh, because patience, as it turns out, looks good on them. By the time the light reached the tomato magnet, the house had already made 3 small decisions that felt like vows. Edith set the timer before the kettle. Archie left the bar keys in the bowl by the door instead of in yesterday's jacket. And Stephanie wrote the word gentle at the top of her list, where urgent usually sat just to see if the day would notice. It did. Even thunder walked a touch slower, as if the floorboards deserved politeness. They were in the habit now of living like a rehearsal for something worth performing only to each other. Archie whisked eggs, while Edith buttered toast with the concentration of a watchmaker, and when they bumped shoulders, the apology they shared was less a word than an old song. I dreamed we were late, Edith said, Butter, pausing midair, and then when we arrived, everyone thanked us for not hurrying. Archie kissed her temple because he knew exactly which part of that dream was fear and which part was instruction. Stephanie drifted in wearing sunlight, and the good sweater, the one that looked like a secret, knitted into honesty. She poured coffee and didn't mention the clay under her fingernails because clay had become part of her grammar. Anna texted. She said, keeping her voice casual the way you hold a sparrow without scaring it. She's bringing basil cuttings, later the purple kind. The dramatic herb, Archie said, tasting the eggs and deciding they wanted to be rescued by pepper. Good. I like herbs that announce themselves. Edith smiled at announce and added a sticky note to the corner of her mind, say what you love out loud. Across the hall, Anna practiced not apologizing for knocking. She arrived with basil and a loaf of bread that refused to pretend it wasn't proud of its crust. This smells like certainty, Stephanie said, and Anna laughed with the relieved courage of someone who brought themselves somewhere and wasn't turned away. They placed the cuttings on the sill between the little lamp of windows and the timer, and the sill, having lately become a ceremonial space, accepted the offering with grace. Show me your hands, Anna said. They're just hands, Stephanie answered, but held them out anyway. Clay had left thin moons at the cuticles. Anna traced a clean half moon with a fingertip. Not just, she said. These make light behave. They took thunder for the long walk that had started to belong to their afternoons. Stephanie talked about the bench order for the square, how 2 should face one another because conversation is easier when neither person has to twist. And Anna talked about changing the bulbs in her ceiling fixture herself, standing on a chair. The chair wobbling the light, wobbling the feeling afterward of being the sort of person who does a thing and then lives in the room with the thing she did. I kept turning the light off and on, she said, grinning. Just to check, I didn't imagine the competence. Excellent ritual, Stephanie said. Keep it. Lights like to know we noticed. Back at the bar, Archie was teaching the new part-time dishwasher, the house philosophy. We wash the stubborn things first. That way, the easy things feel like a victory, not a consolation prize. A couple at the end of the counter spoke softly in a way that suggested they had promised to be kinder this time. A man in a work jacket sat with both hands on his mug like he was holding onto a railing. When Harry burned the first batch of onions, the room cheered him for starting over. There was a kind of love, Archie thought, that looked exactly like permission to try again in public. He told Edith this later over lentils that had been coaxed into believing they were glamorous. "It's happening," he said, spoon pausing midair. "People are getting brave right at the tables." They were already brave, Edith said. Now they're doing it where they can see themselves. She had taken to writing small triumphs in a notebook labeled Daily Gravity. Today's entry in Tidy Loops, set timer-made tea-remembered story about the lemon cake laughed in the right place. When she lost a word apricot, it turned out she rested her hand flat on the page until the word came back. And when it did, she greeted it without scolding. The nurse at the Sunshine Home called this compassion for the returning. And Edith liked the phrase enough to write it on a card and tape it inside the pantry next to the tea. Some days, opening the door read like a prayer. Harper arrived after school with two kinds of fluster, the fizzy sort, which meant hope, and the quiet sort, which meant a plan. The one with the color-coded backpack, she said, likes the same bus stop sunsets I do. Stephanie slid over a mug and decided not to ask a question shaped like control. "Are you kinder to yourself around them?" she asked instead. Harper's yes was small and it was whole. Carla and Drew came in later with a camera and a compromise. They had been editing instructions for staying down to a sequence that felt like the neighborhood exhaled on purpose hands washing peaches. A door held an extra beat. Mr. Levinson's snort laugh kept in because tenderness deserves evidence. Drew had cut a shot of Carla wiping her eyes during an interview. Carla had cut a shot of Drew off frame nodding too hard. They agreed to keep both. "We're not the subject," Carla said, "but we're not ghosts." He smiled like a man who'd figured out how to film love without taking it. They ate family meal at the bar garlic bread salad that forgave the ratio of croutons to leaves and talked next steps. The Heritage Office had requested a seating map and a paragraph about lantern cleaning. "Lanterns demand ritual," Carla said solemnly, and everyone nodded as if she'd revealed new theology. The next day rained just enough to test umbrellas and patience. Edith brought the basil cuttings to the Sunshine Home and arranged them on the piano like green punctuation marks. She labeled the photos with Mrs. "Keegan, your handwriting," the older woman said, is a polite listener, and led a short walk down the hall to the rec room where a visiting preschooler gave an impromptu lecture on the ethical care of stuffed animals. "You can't just hug them any which way," he said. "They have seams." Edith laughed so hard she had to sit, and afterwards she wrote in her notebook, "Laughed till the room agreed with me." In the afternoon, a text arrived from the Heritage clerk with exactly 3 words, "Plaque language approved." Archie whispered, "Ha! Like a secret," then said it louder, then kissed Edith's cheek like punctuation. The plaque would be small and say enough: "This place practices staying, community-led, listening required." Evening gathered them like a good coat. Stephanie invited Anna for dinner without pretense. "We're making pasta that believes in itself," and Anna arrived with olives and a face that had taught itself not to apologize for happiness. They ate in the kitchen because eating in the kitchen made everything taste like real life. Archie told a story about a man who paid his tab and advice, never a good rate, everyone agreed, and Edith described the day's basil arrangements with the seriousness of a florist in a love story. After they washed dishes in a choreography that could have been called "We Are Not Performing" and looked better than any performance anyway, "Come see the lamps," Stephanie said when the plates were drying. They stood in her doorway while the little city of squares spread across the wall, window light arranged like rooms in a building where every tenant had agreed to be kind. Anna stepped into one square and then another, testing like a person finding their size. "It feels like I'm inside a sentence you wrote for me," she said. "You are," Stephanie answered before she had time to be cautious. Something unfrightening opened. They didn't name it. They watered the basil and fed Thunder 3 ceremonious crumbs and argued about which songs are too sad to be beautiful. None they decided. Sadness is a color, not a verdict. When Anna left, she touched the door frame the way some people touch a lucky pendant. "See you when the lamp is on," she said again, as if renewing a small contract. Saturday returned the street market like a good rumor that refuses to die. Archie set out a soup pot labeled "Today We Are Courageous" and discovered that people will pay for a slogan if it comes with lentils. Mr. Collins put up a chalkboard that said "Compliments with Evidence" and took requests. A teenager brought a bike that squeaked like a confession and left with a chain that sang like a second chance. The Ruiz kids sold paper suns with tiny boots and a sign that read, "No refunds on light." Harper, braver by a centimeter, took a poem out of her pocket and read it in the alley to the person with the color-coded backpack. The poem did not rhyme. It did not need to. At the line about a bus stop where the evening learns names, their fingers found one another like two birds, landing on the same branch. Not surprised exactly, but pleased. Near sunset, a small argument approached the bar disguised as a delivery. The new dishwasher arrived shiny and smug with a manual written by a person who had never washed anything. Archie swore softly, then laughed at himself, then read the pages aloud until the machine stopped, pretending to be difficult, and joined the family. Harry declared a holiday. Someone invented a cake out of whatever the pantry was hiding. Edith translated the manual into common sense and taped her version inside the cabinet under the sink. Turn on, listen, be patient, rinse first, celebrate often. This, Stephanie thought, was as good a liturgy as any. Night laid its hand on the block. In the quiet after dishes, Archie and Edith sat on the steps with mugs cooling in their palms and counted the lights coming on across the way. I keep thinking, we'll run out, Archie said. Of what, Edith asked. Reasons, he said. She shook her head. We make more, she said. Daily. Like bread. Upstairs, Stephanie wrote 3 lines on a square of paper and tucked it under the lamp. Name it, by doing call it, by staying keep the door soft. Then she went to the window and looked at the square where Anna's light made a promise out of glass. The city breathed. The Basil considered being dramatic. Thunder snored a period into the paragraph of the day. And somewhere in the file that had become their first chapter, a line about toast and permission to be tender waited patiently for the next sentence to take its place beside it, sure of its company, unafraid of its size. Morning arrived like a favor you didn't ask for but needed anyway. The kitchen held its breath and then exhaled into the familiar choreography timer, first kettle second. Basil watered for the drama of it. The tomato magnet kept the heritage letter pinned like a gentle decree, and Edith touched it twice the way a pilot touches the cockpit door for luck. Archie slid 2 tangerines into his jacket pocket and told himself they were for later. Experience suggested they were for courage. Thunder negotiated the stairs with the solemn dignity of a statesman who has decided to campaign only on good days. Stephanie came down with clay under her fingernails and light in her sleeves. She put a mug in front of Edith, set the timer as if it were a promise, and kissed Archie's shoulder with the unembarrassed affection of a daughter who had watched fear blink first. Long day, she said, which in this house translated to many feelings, moderate bureaucracy artist brain. We like those, Archie answered. They make short evenings honest. When Anna knocked, she did it the new way, 2 soft taps, and a pause, a rhythm that said, I'm here if you're ready. She wore the casual bravery of someone who has decided to treat hope like a houseplant light water patience, occasional pruning of self-sabotage. In her tote were purple basil cuttings wrapped in damp paper and a small jar of olives labeled, Try Without Apology. Stephanie laughed because the jar had used her mother's favorite word correctly. They walked thunder through a street that had learned its people. Neighbors were setting out folding chairs for no reason except they felt like company. The bakery had invented an early bread called the Second Chance Loaf, which was yesterday's dough with today's heat, and everyone agreed it tasted like realism. At the corner, a boy practiced riding a bike in a straight line, while his grandmother practiced letting him wobble. The street applauded in glances. The bench order for the square had arrived, sturdy planks with arms that meant dignity and backs that meant rest. Stephanie stood in the middle of the square, holding the seating map, and turned in a slow circle until the arrangement made the same sense as breath. 2 facing 2, 1 angled toward the piano, 1 with the best view of the mulberry. Tree. Benches are interviews, she said. You have to ask the right questions. Anna nodded like a person being recognized by the world in a language she understood. The Sunshine home smelled like cinnamon and old paper. Harper was in the rec room, moderating a conversation between a preschooler who had strong opinions about fairness and Mrs. Keegan, who had strong opinions about adjectives. We will agree, Harper said, that people are allowed to be more than one thing at a time. The preschooler accepted this with conditions. Mrs. Keegan accepted it with cake. Edith labeled photos, and when a name fluttered away, waited without scolding until it landed again. On her palm, she wrote "Found after kindness" and drew a square that looked suspiciously like one pane of Stephanie's lamp. At the bar, Archie taught the new dishwasher not to take the machine's moods personally. "We soak what's stubborn," he said, "and we praise what remembers how to be clean." Harry stirred a pot that would become lentil soup and recited his theory that soup is a social worker in liquid form. By noon, 2 lunchtime regulars, who had once argued about money like it was a haunted room, were now comparing grocery lists, discovering the quiet intimacy of saying prices out loud without shame. Archie wiped the counter and thought, not for the first time, that survival looks better when it stands under a lamp. By mid-afternoon, the teenagers gathered for instructions for staying in Edith's kitchen, because that was where courage liked to sit. Drew checked the microphone, Carla arranged the chairs, and Harper placed a bowl of fruit in the frame, not for aesthetics, but because company deserves vitamins. Today's interviews were with Anna, who told the camera that moving to the city felt like being a spare chair at someone else's table, and with Mateo from the Ruiz family, who spoke about learning to measure a day by the problems you invite, help to carry. "I used to think asking made me smaller," he said, twisting his cap in his hands. "Turns out it makes the room bigger." "Keep that," Harper told him, and he shrugged, embarrassed. "Maybe," he said, smiling. Later in the quiet between tasks, Stephanie took Anna upstairs to see the lamp again. The wall bloomed with patient squares. Anna stepped into one, then another, her palms lifted as if taking the temperature of the light. "Is this what safety looks like?" she asked, not because she needed reassurance, but because she wanted language that would not argue back. "Sometimes," Stephanie said, "sometimes it's soup and chairs, sometimes it's a timer that remembers for you, sometimes it's a sentence you can rest inside. You write those," Anna said softly. "With clay." "Stay while it sets," Stephanie replied, and Anna did. The next morning tried to be ordinary and failed. A letter arrived from the Heritage Office, clarifications again, but with gratitude sewn in. The clerk wanted to know whether the audio archive would include translations, whether the benches could host a small brass plate for names, whether the plaque could add a line about the Sunshine Homes Choir. Archie read it aloud and smoothed the paper flat with both hands, as if smoothing the future. Edith underlined choir and wrote "Practice Wednesdays" in the margin of her mind. At school, Harper learned that the one with the color-coded backpack had a laugh that arrived in 2 notes, surprise and relief. They ate lunch in the library, where silence is only a rule if you refuse to aim it at kindness. "I don't know the steps," they admitted, hands in their sleeves. "There aren't steps," Harper said, "just corners." They found 3 corners in one conversation and named none of them. Later in the hallway, they didn't hold hands and like the not holding, because anticipation is a form of tenderness. Carla and Drew discovered a new hazard of making something together while learning one another time. Carla's composition deadline and Drew's edit window hugged too tightly around the same evening. Their voices grew crisp. Stephanie arrived with tea and a sentence they had taught her to trust. What can soften, Carla moved the melody to morning. Drew moved the cut to night. They apologized for the strain like it was a squeaky hinge and oiled it with plans. He kissed her forehead, not because heads are romantic, but because futures live there. "We're good," she said. "We're learning." They were. Edith had a wobbly hour in the produce aisle where apples misplaced their names and carrots acted like strangers. She stood still, hand on the handle of the cart, breathing in the citrus and the ordinary miracle of refrigeration. A clerk with kind eyes walked over and asked if she needed any help, letting the word help mean company. "I'm looking for the word that goes with apricot," Edith confessed, and the clerk said, "Jam." "Yes," Edith said, grinning relieved at the return of her small son. At home, she wrote "Jam Darling" on a sticky note and placed it inside the pantry door like a password for a private garden. That evening, the square hosted a soft rehearsal of the benches. Families sat, teenagers sprawled, elders evaluated. Mr. Levinson declared one bench too proud and suggested angling it a shade to the left. Someone did, and dignity returned. The Sunshine Home Choir practiced on the steps, their voices unembarrassed by wind. Archie brought mugs of tea to anyone whose hands looked unemployed. Thunder made a slow tour collecting scritches and distributing his official approval in the form of psi. As sunset bled into municipal lighting, Mr. Collins held a pop-up class on compliments with evidence. He went first, Anna. You listen like a good book. Reads no skimming. Archie Harper said you set the room's temperature with your eyebrows. Edith Carla offered you label the world without making it smaller. Stephanie Drew said, camera forgotten in his lap, you let light do its job. Nobody tried to be cool. The square, not given to nonsense, accepted this as a public service. The dishwasher at the bar, new and smug, refused to drain. Archie swore once in lowercase, then rolled up his sleeves. 2 regulars and a teenager arrived behind the bar as if the kitchen had sent out a bat signal. Someone found the manual. Edith produced her translation from the cabinet under the sink. Harry laid out towels like hero capes. 10 minutes later, the machine surrendered repentance, gurgling into the floor drain. The room cheered because cheering a fixed thing is a way of promising to keep fixing. A woman at the end of the bar wiped her eyes and said, "This is the first applause I've believed in all week." Sunday's long breakfast declared a theme: maintenance and declarations. People brought the things they tended: shoe polish, mended sweaters, patched arguments, calendars with circle marks around therapy. The Ruiz family presented a photograph of the once stamped ceiling now behaving like sky and received a round of applause that sounded like rain on a roof you trust. Edith placed the kitchen timer on the table like a trophy and announced I used it every time and didn't pretend I didn't need it. Archie kissed her hairline, no fanfare, just yes. Harper read a poem only 2 lines long: teach a room your name, then answer when it calls. The one with the color-coded backpack squeezed her hand and the square politely looked away. Carla played 4 notes that had learned how to be doors. Drew filmed hands passing plates and said later to the camera, "This is what narrative is, who reaches next." In the lazy afternoon that followed, Anna and Stephanie rebuilt a shelf that had decided to be abstract. They laid the planks on the floor and laughed at the instructions, which were written by a cipher who had never been in love with a bolt. "Left first," Anna said, squinting. "Trust the wood," Stephanie replied. They built carefully misstep, corrected, and when the shelf stood, they tested each level with the soft weight of books and the optimistic weight of a small plant. "Look at us, Anna," said, hands on her hips. Architects of the avoidable collapse. That's a team name, Stephanie told her. I'm printing jerseys. They cooked pasta in a sauce that admitted to being mostly olive oil, and nostalgia ate with their feet touching under the table and left exactly 2 bites in the bowl for the future. By the window, the lamp of tiny panes cast squares that looked like patient rooms in a hospital without emergencies. "Sometimes I think I don't deserve this much kind." Anna admitted the sentence, skidding as it left her mouth. "Okay," Stephanie said gently, "and also stay." Anna nodded and stayed. Knight put its hand on the block and everything steadied. At the bar, a man paid his tab with change and sincerity. Harry poured him water as if to say, "We're not done with you." In the Sunshine home, the choir hummed a farewell to a day that had been indisputably itself. On the square, the benches learned how to be quiet without being empty. Upstairs, Edith wrote "found again" 3 times in her notebook just because it felt like practice. Archie washed 2 cups by hand because some things deserve human attention even when machines are in the mood. Before sleep, Stephanie wrote 3 lines and slid them under the lamp. Love tidies, then leaves 1 book open. Apology is a door on well-oiled hinges. Home is the sound of someone counting out loud. She turned the lamp down, not off. The room agreed to hold what mattered until morning. Across the way, a window brightened, then dimmed Dana, touching the switch once for luck. Thunder sighed, a paragraph, rearranged his paws, and clocked in for the night watch. Morning would come with errands and a meeting and somebody's small crisis disguised as a joke. The kettle would sing, the timer would behave, Basil would pretend to faint and be rescued with a splash. The benches would host confessions nobody planned to make, and the bar would invent a soup called Try Again. In the library, a poem would accept being unfinished because some feelings prefer installments. On the steps, 2 hands would find each other because restraint has finally done its job. And in the kitchen of the apartment, with the tomato magnet, a family would set the table for breakfast as if setting the world to rights, 1 plate at a time, asking nothing fancy of the day, but this, that it let them keep being exactly this. Kind of alive, careful, ridiculous, specific, unafraid to laugh where they used to hold their breath. They would, and the day would, and the street faithful, patched, slightly proud, would open its eyes and say, in the only language it trusted, All right then, once more with feeling. The morning arrived wearing yesterday's scent coffee rain and a promise that didn't mind being ordinary. The timer clicked its faithful heartbeat, the kettle rehearsed its area without going flat, and Edith arranged cups like reasons. She moved a little slower than the clock suggested, and then smiled at the discovery slower still got you there if you started with yes. Archie fished a tangerine from his pocket, peeled it into a little sun, divided the segments the way he divided courage, unevenly on purpose, giving Edith the extra piece because she liked ending sweet. Thunder padded through the kitchen, paused exactly where feet might tangle, and lay down with the self-esteem of furniture. Stephanie's phone buzzed. A text from the heritage clerk, an unexpectedly human update about the plaque installation. The installer keeps humming. Please don't be alarmed. She grinned, read it out loud, and Archie said, good. A plaque should arrive singing. Edith wrote humming is permitted on a sticky note and stuck it to the date. Anna knocked with the rhythm they'd invented together. 2 taps a pause and stepped in carrying a paper bag of small necessities disguised as treats bred with good posture. The shy purple basil thriving in its jam jar nursery, and a little packet of dried orange peels for tea, because winter hovers even when it isn't invited. Stephanie didn't say you shouldn't have. She said, we're keeping you, then laughed at her own bookkeeping of affection. They took thunder for the long circuit passing benches that had learned people's backs. The square was half empty, which for this street meant half ready. Near the mulberry tree, Mr. Collins coached 2 primary schoolers through compliments with evidence, and one child, after careful thought, told the other, I like that you wait for the echo when you shout, which produced the exact kind of giggle that fixes the atmosphere. The Sunshine Home Choir rehearsed a tune that could be hummed by anyone whose hands were busy. A volunteer taped a paper sign to the piano, you may drift into harmony without notice. Back upstairs, Stephanie turned the lamp on and watched the wall salt itself with squares. Anna touched a pane and said, sometimes I think I've lived my whole life hoping a room would recognize me. This one does, Stephanie answered, and they stood there long enough for the silence to become fluent. School offered its routine stumbles, a pop quiz that mistook trivia for knowledge, a hallway conversation that grew teeth and then remembered to chew light, a flyer for a club about productive failure, which felt like a memoir with delusions of grandeur. Harper found the one with the color-coded backpack under the library skylight, both of them pretending to read in order to practice breathing. They compared pocket talismans. Harper's was a folded line of a poem. Theirs was a bus transfer with a lucky smear of ink, and agreed to meet at the bus stop that evening. No scripts, just corners. Carla and Drew edited in the bar's afternoon lull, where Soup Steam wrote brief philosophies in the air. They argued about a cut no one else would notice, then wrote a rule on an index card: when we're tired, the shot isn't wrong, the clock is. Harry slid a plate of toast between them like a nonverbal treaty. Drew filmed Carla's hands when she didn't realize it. Later, he would save the shot for himself, a reminder that love proves itself in wrists and wrists alone. At the Sunshine Home, Edith led a tiny expedition to the square. 3 residents, 1 nurse, a folding chair, a thermos of tea. Mrs. Keegan insisted on sitting where she could stage manage the day and handed out instructions sparingly. Clap for that stroller-dodging nod at that apology. Don't interrupt the young couple practicing quiet next to the fountain. They're doing very well. Edith used the timer for tea and smiled when it behaved. On her palm, she wrote stood, sat, stood again, and underlined again twice, as if it were a verb worth bragging about. The heritage installer arrived humming in the key of optimism and measured the chosen brick with the reverence of a jeweler. Neighbors gathered without clustering. The plaque, when it finally sat in its shallow cradle, looked like it had always been there. This place practices staying, community-led, listening required. The installer wiped the corners with a cloth. The cloth looked proud. Someone cheered too loudly and then correctly apologized to the moment by going quiet. Archie lifted his cap, which he rarely removed, and Edith, without thinking, reached for his hand like a sentence, remembering its subject. Late afternoon turned gold and then honest. The Ruiz family brought a tray of cookies that snapped like good decisions. Mateo tested the bench nearest the piano and gave a subtle nod that meant, okay, yes, we did it. The youngest Ruiz smuggled a sticker of a star onto the plaque's lower edge. The installer pretended not to notice until everyone had noticed and agreed the star had tenure. In the kitchen that evening, the house rehearsed a scene. It never tired of 3 people moving without collision. A dog supervising from the heart of the walkway. A saucepan declaring its ambition to become memory. Edith told a story twice, and the second time was better. Archie let her finish both. Stephanie sliced a lemon thin enough to prove a point. Anna arrived with olives again, and a willingness to help on the terms the room provided. I can do dishes, she said. We rotate, Stephanie said, but tonight you're on tasting. A promotion, Anna said gravely, then ruined the gravity with a smile. After dinner, they piled into the square because the plaque wanted company and the benches wanted proof. Lanterns came on as if the evening had found its switch. Harper read a poem, only 6 lines, all of them verbs in the present continuous, while the one with the color-coded backpack leaned against the piano like someone learning a new alphabet. Carla played a 4-note motif and handed the rest to the choir, who returned it seasoned with survival. Drew filmed none of this and all of this lens down at his knee, recording audio only. Some nights, the picture is a distraction. Under the mulberry, Stephanie and Anna found a pocket of dark shaped like privacy. I kept waiting for a door to open, Anna said. Tonight I realized we built the doorway. We did, Stephanie answered, then carefully added, we can keep doing it, even if it takes a while, Anna said. Especially Stephanie said. They didn't kiss, they didn't need to. The scene was already full. On the way home, Archie detoured to the bar to close the register and found 2 regulars arguing cheerfully about soup thickness. He settled it by ladling half a bowl into an extra cup, one to eat, one to drink, and called it the both and. They laughed and paid the compliment forward to the tip jar. On the chalkboard, he wrote, "Tonight, gentle in a snow cover," and locked the door with the ease of a man who expected to reopen. Upstairs, Edith made tea without checking the card and then checked it anyway and laughed. She wrote in her notebook TEA twice, humming Heard, star safe. She forgot the word thermos, substituted hope jar, loved it more, and kept it. She brushed her fingers over the kitchen table the way museum goers hover a palm near their favorite painting. Good job, she told the wood. It glowed the way wood does when believed in. Stephanie sat at her desk with clay and discipline. She made a shallow bowl whose rim read "Feed the Day," or "It Will Eat You," and stamped a small star inside because the Ruiz child had set a trend. She washed her hands and glanced at her phone, a text from Anna Home Safe. Lamp on. Thank you for the doorway. Stephanie typed one word, stay, and put the phone face down so the word could work. Night settled correctly. Thunder circled twice like a priest blessing a room and slept at his usual post. The lamp cast its patchwork of patience onto the floor. Across the street, a saxophone practiced a friendly mistake until it learned the kindness of landing on the right note. In the Sunshine home, the choir's echo rested inside the walls. On the plaque, the tiny contraband star held its ground. On the benches, the day's conversations cooled like pans in a sink, each one cleanable, none of them wasted. Morning slipped in with rain that behaved like punctuation commas, not periods. The kettle sang, the timer bowed. Archie sorted bills out loud so numbers couldn't spook him into silence. Edith buttoned her sweater by touch and found every button without bargaining. She looked at the fridge and for no reason, except that it felt like a spell, said, "We are not alone." And the room agreed. News traveled at the speed of feet. The Heritage Office's official acceptance arrived, stamped and signed, along with a small check that looked like an apology for being the size of a gesture rather than a solution. No one mocked it. The square applauded the envelope as if it too had done a hard thing. Plans unfolded, accessible path paint, braille labels for the archive, a rotating quiet hour on the steps for anyone whose nervous system required politeness. The committee wrote Listini required on meeting agendas and meant it. That evening, a stranger wandered into the bar, soaked to the thighs, wearing the look of a person whose life had just asked too many questions in a row. He ordered water, then didn't drink it. Archie set down a bowl of soup with no ceremony, the way rain sets down itself. The stranger tried a spoonful, then another, then remembered how to hold a spoon, like it belonged in his hand. "What is this place?" he asked finally. Harry said lunch. Archie said a weathered yes. The stranger nodded as if a map had been folded correctly. Upstairs, Stephanie wrote 3 lines and tucked them behind the tomato magnet. Let ordinary be the headline. Make room for the echo count the stars you smuggled. She turned the lamp 2 clicks dimmer and watched the squares soften. Across the way, Anna's window answered in kind. Somewhere on the bench nearest the piano, the day's last conversation ended with a shrug that meant forgiveness. Somewhere in the Sunshine home, a resident told a nurse, "I remembered a name today. It remembered me back." Somewhere on the plaque, the contraband star kept blushing in the dark. And the street patched and practiced with its new sentence set in stone, and its old habits washed and hung, lay down to sleep, with the confidence of a place that knows tomorrow will ask for the same work timer kettle basil door bench soup. Chorus lamp. No script, only choreography. No banners, only hands. No grand pronouncements, just the daily decision to stay to listen, to be the kind of alive that doesn't flinch when the ordinary asks to be honored. Once more the street murmured into its pillow, with feeling. The day after the plaque settled into its brick like it had been practicing for years, the street woke with the polite ambition of a place that had decided to keep its promises. The rain left tiny mirrors in the cracks of the pavement. Sparrows used them to check their courage. The mulberry tree shook last night's argument out of its leaves and behaved. Inside number 17, the timer clicked once, twice, like knuckles at a familiarly loved door. Edith set it, patted it, and breathed, as if the kettle required witnesses. Archie counted the cash box float at the table because the bar's back office had the personality of a broom closet, and he wanted the math to learn sunlight. "I'm going to add a small pay-it-forward tab," he announced already, bracing for the part where good deeds complicated inventory. No fanfare, just a chalk mark. "People can erase each other's storms one bowl at a time." Edith kissed his shoulder and wrote on her palm, "Erase storm with soup," then laughed at her own weather report. Thunder thumped approval from the rug and rolled onto his side, offering belly and legacy. Stephanie crouched to rub the old map of him and said quality control cleared Sir and Thunder a dignified executive permitted joy. Anna arrived on the 2-tap pause hair damp grinning in the key of early. "Emergency basil update," she said, holding up 2 jam jar seedlings like trophies. "They're auditioning for pesto." I told them it's not that kind of city. She set the jars on the sill between the little lamp of windows and the tomato magnet. The sill, now a kind of altar, made room without complaint. They walked Thunder the long way. The benches had started attracting regulars, the crossword pair who cheated collaboratively, the 2 new mothers who swapped sleep like women trading stamps, Mr. Collins with his compliments with evidence kit, in a tote ready to stage interventions where praise got lazy. The Sunshine Home Choir had pinned a schedule to the piano with clothespins shaped like birds. At the plaque, a cluster of toddlers were learning the word required and enjoying the authority of it. Listing required. One boy chanted, then whispered to his friend, "But we can also giggle." Across the square, the Ruiz kids were running a lemonade stand that changed prices depending on how your day looked. 3 coins if you're fine, the youngest announced serious as a stop sign, and free if you're brave. When a woman with a tired smile tried to overpay Mateo, shook his head, and pointed at the tip jar labeled "Future Roof." "We accept optimism," he said, "not debt." At school, Harper and the one with the color-coded backpack had reached that exquisite stage where naming it felt smaller than living it. They ate lunch in a pocket of stairwell light and traded exactly 1 secret each. "I save good lines in a notes app called Borrowed Thunder," Harper confessed. "I alphabetize my courage," the other admitted, blushing. "I keep it under D for do it anyway." They laughed at their own systems and agreed to meet at sunset under the bus stop where the evening practiced being pink. Parla and Drew had an art couple calendar, now color blocks representing edits, recordings, silent states, sleep. "We are not robots." Carla warned the chart, then promptly scheduled a 90-minute unscheduled block titled Go Be People. Drew taped it to the fridge in the bar's kitchen because schedules are more obedient when they know Soup is watching. The bar auditioned Archie's chalk mark idea with the kind of modesty that keeps miracles from tripping. A delivery driver stared too long at the menu. Harry slid a bowl across without monetary ceremony. Archie made a faint mark under a column-headed lantern. 10 minutes later, a retired music teacher wandered in, saw the chalk, and paid for 2 bowls just because she had once been saved by a sandwich in 1979. and the math of gratitude never expires. By evening, the column held 6 slashes and a tiny star sticker the Rui's child had snuck in while pretending to admire the tip jar. Edith had a wobble at midday in the laundry room detergent and softener swapped names on her tongue, and she hated that her hands hesitated. She stood very still, then called out, not loudly, I could use a nudge. Anna, 2 floors down, heard that precise tremor of bravery voice and came up with the ordinary kindness of someone trained by this building. Together, they read labels like hymns and rewrote the day's liturgy scoop, Breathe, Poor Small Victory. Edith laughed on the last step and wrote on her palm, Found it with help, which felt less like surrender and more like a password. In the afternoon, the heritage clerk visited off-duty, which meant blazer but sneakers. She tested a bench, hummed with the choir, pressed her palm to the plaque's cool face like a secular blessing, and bought 2 jars of Ruiz lemonade with the guilty thrill of a bureaucrat spending cash. Thank you for making my job look like it matters, she said to Archie quietly at the bar. It does, he replied, equally quiet as if they were swapping contraband belief. Stephanie took Anna back upstairs to show her the newest bowl shallow with a stamped line along the rim feed the day, or it will eat you. I thought it might be bossy, Stephanie said, but the day likes being told how to behave. Anna ran a thumb over the letters. Then the star impressed at the bottom and admitted, sometimes I'm scared I'll be the one thing here that doesn't know what to do. Join the club, Stephanie said, smiling. Membership dues are paid in showing up. They cooked together a quiet choreography. Anna washed herbs like a patient surgeon. Stephanie cut tomatoes into a logic. Thunder supervised from the threshold team safety. While the sauce simmered, they leaned against the counter, not touching, fully touching, and talked about the soft ambitions of small life. Anna wanted to fix the hallway light without waiting a week. Stephanie wanted to buy arch supports because adulthood is a miracle of maintenance. I want our mornings to recognize each other, Anna said finally. Stephanie nodded. We can teach them. Harper and her not-named person walked home from the bus stop pretending the air had a soundtrack. Some days I feel like a page with too much eraser dust, they admitted. You're a draft in a good font, Harper answered, and almost held their hand, then did. A cat on a stoop approved. The Sunshine Home piloted a new program, Borrow a Grandparent Office Hours. Teens could sign up for advice on anything, resumes recipes, heartbreak, how to change a tire, how to leave a party without apologizing for leaving. Mr. Levinson conducted the first session wearing his wedding ring like a credential. Rule 1, he said, is never give advice you don't want to take. Rule 2 is boiled potatoes fix more problems than you think. The teens wrote both and underlined potatoes. Evening slipped into its lantern close. In the square, Mr. Collins ran his compliments with evidence salon beside a folding sign that read, specific or it didn't happen. A young father tried your nice, mister. Collins shook his head. Try again. The father looked at his partner and with adorable panic said, you fold towels like they're going to be photographed. The square applauded, the partner blushed, and 3 relationships within earshot improved slightly. At the bar, a small band formed choir alto retired drummer librarian with a shy trumpet. They played the song the square had been humming for months, something about mending and weather and doorways. Drew didn't film. He sat with Carla and let music file the evening into memory for him. At the counter, a stranger in construction boots stared too long into his water until Archie set down a bowl without adjectives. The man ate, then fished crumpled bills from a pocket, then looked at the chalk column and whispered, put this there, like he was telling a secret to a priest. Edith and Archie washed 2 plates by hand because some gratitude needs skin. Did you see the way the benches tilted that conversation into kindness? He asked soap on his wrists. Chairs can meddle, she said, delighted. She dried, he rinsed, they bumped, they laughed, and the room kept their echoes for later. Upstairs, Anna stood in front of the lamp with her hands out like a dowser feeling for water. When I was little, she said, I thought happiness would be one big door I'd notice at once. This is better. This is hallways. This is doors that weren't there yesterday. Stephanie turned the lamp slightly so one square landed on Anna's collarbone like a permission slip. Sometimes I still check to see if you're real, she confessed. Anna considered this, then reached a fraction and hooked her pinky into Stephanie's belt loop in the gentlest claim ever attempted. Me too, she said. We can keep checking. They didn't rush a name. They taught the mornings. They watered basil. They made lists and lost them, then found each other without the lists. Sunday's long breakfast proposed a new tradition, the shelf of small braveries. Everyone was to bring an object no heavier than a paperback that commemorated a courage they had practiced in the last 7 days. The shelf filled a bus transfer, a repaired lamp switch, a sticky note that read "Timer Darling," a photocopied recipe with forgiving measurements, a single shoelace evidence of a kid's double knot victory, a plain envelope labeled "I asked." Mateo contributed a strip of painter's tape. "I demanded the good paint," he said, a little sheepish. The square applauded like rain on a well-chosen roof. After breakfast, Harper read a 6-line poem that ended, "We do not run out of ordinary or each other." The one with the color-coded backpack mouthed the line along with her and scribbled it in their notes app under D. That afternoon, a thunderstorm strode in like a drama teacher. Power flickered, the lamp breathed, and the building rehearsed tenderness again, candles, check-ins, hallway laughter when the elevator decided to be historical. Archie made cold sandwiches with a seriousness that turned lettuce into mercy. Edith sat at the table, timer silent hands around a hope jar of tea that remembered morning heat. "Tell me the day like a story," she asked, and Stephanie did benches and chalk basil and belts loops, soup and small braveries. Edith smiled in the candlelight, her face a practiced welcome. "Good," she said. "More of that." When the lights returned, nobody pretended to be relieved in the same old way. They kept one candle burning for manners. Across the street, the saxophone tried again and landed exactly where it meant to. At the plaque, raindrops jeweled the words, and the contraband star wore water like applause. Before bed, Stephanie wrote 3 lines and slid them under the tomato magnet with the check that looked like an apology and felt like momentum. "Add chairs to weather. Let soup keep score. Teach mornings our names." She turned the lamp down to patient, texted Anna a single square emoji, received one back, and let the day fold itself neatly. The street mended, humming ankle-deep in proof, closed its eyes, and rehearsed tomorrow's Ordinary's timer kettle basil bench piano chalk shelf door. Not a script. A sentence with many clauses and no period. Not yet. Not while the lamp is on. The morning tried a new trick, sun through thin cloud, a softness that made even the kettle's whistle sound neighborly. Edith set the timer and didn't look at it again. Trust is a muscle, and hers had taken to stretching before breakfast. Archie folded the bar's deposit into an envelope and tucked it under the tomato magnet, as if hope like bread rises better in a warm room. Thunder made the ceremonial aisle down the middle of the kitchen, lay across it like a velvet rope, and conceded passage only to feet he liked. Everyone passed. Stephanie came down with clay on her sleeve and a grin that had slept well. "Bench tilting at 9, she said. The choir at 10. Pesto auditions at noon. Edith saluted with the wooden spoon. Archie tore a tangerine in half and handed over the brighter sun. "Pay it forward, board's half full," he added. "By dessert, we'll owe each other nothing and everything." Anna knocked their rhythm 2 taps a pause and stepped in with a paper bag of beginnings, a lemon, a roll of twine, a pack of tea lights, a folded note marked "for later." She didn't say what later was. She let the day invent it. They took Thunder around the square. The benches had already collected their morning cast Mr. Collins with a pencil behind his ear, the crossword pair arguing politely with Thursdays, the 2 new mothers who'd learned to nap in matching strollers on purpose. The plaque wore raindrop freckles from last night, and the contraband star looked guilty only in the best way. The Sunshine Home Choir was rehearsing a tune you could hum while measuring flour. Their director, a retired mail carrier with a metronome voice, tapped his wrist where a watch used to live. Near the mulberry, the Ruiz lemonade table had expanded into a micro-enterprise lemonade paper Suns and a bowl labeled "Take a Kind Word." On slips of paper, the kids had written things like "You are someone's yes," and "You make chairs braver." A woman in a supermarket apron took one Reddit twice and put it in her pocket like a spare key. Inside the bar, Money and Mercy did their newest dance. A tourist with a camera asked for a picture of the famous soup, and Harry, who didn't mind the idea of humble fame, posed the ladle like a cello. Behind her, a construction worker studied the chalk column and added a shy slash. Archie nodded once and went back to pretending inventory was a moral philosophy. The dishwasher made a noise that meant "I'm trying." No one took it personally. At school, Harper and the one with the color-coded backpack discovered the risk of liking each other on a Tuesday with substitute teachers too much time. They sat in the library under the skylight and tried 3 conversation starters, rejected 2, and kept the one about how pens decide when to betray you. Mine always runs out when I'm brave, they said. Mine leaks when I'm not, Harper answered. They didn't fix it. They liked it for being true. At lunch, she slipped them a folded sentence, "Meet me at the bus stop," that looks like a question. They smiled, the kind of smile you tuck away for winter. Carla and Drew were editing in the booth by the back door when the sound cut out, then sulked. They stared at cables as if the wires would apologize. "We can't keep working like this," Carla said, hearing the double meaning. Drew massaged his temples with the carefulness of a man negotiating with both headache and ego. "We step away," he decided. 5 minutes. No solutions. Count people being kind. They came back with a list. Someone gave up a seat, someone replaced paper towels, someone left $1 in the vending machine for the next person, and found the sound mysteriously improved. Shy equipment, Drew said. Needs proof of goodness. They kissed like a punctuation mark and cut another scene. Edith had a wobble at the Sunshine home when the word linen went missing, and she called a sheet a window blanket. Nobody corrected her. Mrs. Keegan applauded the phrase for its honesty. The nurse wrote it down on the whiteboard under today's language we love, and the room relaxed in the way rooms do when failure is renamed art. On her palm, Edith wrote found new word, kept it. She passed the choir on her way out and forgot the melody but kept the cadence. Her feet remembered it all the way home. By early afternoon, the benches needed a slight nudge, a tilt toward the piano to invite listening a centimeter backward so the stroller dance wouldn't jam. Stephanie and Anna did it together lift shift set. Benches are interviews, Stephanie said, again testing her thesis. Sometimes the question is, where will you rest who you are? And sometimes the answer is right here, Anna said. She had the folded note in her pocket warming through fabric. Later, she thought, later is almost here. The misunderstanding snuck in at 4, dressed as helpfulness. Stephanie in maker mode started rearranging Anna's kitchen shelf for better gravity. Anna in keep my balance mode smiled too tightly and let her. By the 3rd jar, move the room, learn discomfort. I'm sorry, Anna said, finally color high. I like my chaos where I left it. Silence arrived polite and terrible. Stephanie put the jar back exactly, then stepped away from the shelf as if it were sacred. Thank you for saying it, she said. Palms open. I forget that fixing isn't always love. Anna exhaled the long breath people hold when they've decided to be real. Sometimes it is, she said, softer. Sometimes love asks where things go. They reset the shelf together, not for efficiency, for truth. Later on, Stephanie's wrist a pencil line appeared. Ask before helpful. The square's dusk was rehearsal warm. The choir sang the song that had learned how to lean. Mr. Collins led a quick draw compliment clinic. The Ruiz kids gave away the last paper Sun to a man who kept checking his phone as if news might behave. The Heritage clerk drifted through off-duty sneakers, smug bought a cookie, and told Archie in a low voice that the accessibility paint was funded after all. We had to trade 1 brochure for 3 benches, she said. Best deal I've made in a year. At the bus stop that looked like a question, Harper, and the not yet labeled stood in the pink light and practiced the difficult art of yes. I like you, Harper said, not bargaining. Me too, they answered, then laughed at the sentence for its mirror. They stood with their shoulders touching and watched a bus kneel for a man with groceries. Someday we'll have better words, Harper said. Today these ones work. They agreed to keep Tuesday, and the sky agreed to remember. Back at the bar, the pay it forward column hit 10 slashes in a star. Archie chalked a quiet heart beside it, not for customers, for himself. A woman in a thrift store blazer asked for half a bowl long story, and Harry understood. A guy with paint on his boots paid for 3 strangers without looking up from his phone. Drew captured none of it, and all of it audio laughter, the spoon clink that says we're not alone. The little crisis of the day arrived as spilled flour. Edith tipped a bag too hard and the counter snowed. She froze, old shame knocking. Archie seized a cloth, made a ridiculous show of drawing a smiley face in the mess, and declared it baking weather. They cleaned together like people who knew the difference between accident and indictment. When the surface shone, Edith wrote in her notebook spilled, laughed, stayed. She meant stayed, and let the misspelling live. The day understood. Night came with the gentle authority of something earned. The plaque reflected street light. The star pretended modesty. Upstairs, Anna finally handed over the folded note marked for later, Stephanie opened it like a ceremony. Inside 3 lines. I don't know the steps. I know the room. Let's learn the music here. Stephanie smiled, the kind that starts in the stomach. We already are, she said, and placed the note behind the lamp. They stood in the squares, it through, shifting half an inch left, then right, finding the spot where the light fit both. No rush. The lamp hummed its small electricity hymn. Thunder sighed, satisfied that order in the sacred sense had been restored. Sunday asked for proof. The long breakfast new shelf of small braveries creaked happily under the weight of additions, a permission slip signed by a parent who'd once said no to everything. The wrapper from a bus stop bouquet. I asked them to stay for tea, they did. A receipt with the line item share. Harper taped up an index card that read simply, I said it. The one with the color-coded backpack placed a pen with dried ink under D and grinned. Mr. Collins read a paragraph about the courage of keeping furniture where it works for your brain. The choir sang a verse about timers that tell time kindly. The Ruiz kids announced a new product, Silence Tickets, good for 5 minutes on any bench for anyone who needs permission. They gave the first to Edith, who redeemed it immediately and sat watching the square notice itself. After breakfast, the storm from the south gave the city a gentle shoulder check. Power blinked, then steadied. In the half-dim kitchen, Archie sketched a new chalk message to carry back to the bar, Toadie's special try again. Edith set the timer, kissed the word, and put water on. Stephanie rolled clay into a coil, then into a rim, then into a bowl stamped with asp before helpful. Anna tied a piece of twine around her basil jar and wrote on a tag, staying watered daily. Evening returned the lamp to its original liturgy. Across the way, a neighbor practiced scales until they stopped apologizing. On the piano, a clothespin bird held tomorrow's schedule. The plaque rested in its brick sentence. The benches went quiet without going empty. From the bar came the soft chime of spoons. From the hallway, the sound of someone carrying chairs because company had stayed longer than planned. And from the kitchen at number 17, the 3-note music of a house doing what it promised, timer kettle laugh. Before bed, Stephanie wrote 3 lines and slid them under the tomato magnet with the paid-forward tally. Fix less, listen more, call mistakes by sweeter names, keep Tuesday. The magnet held, the room agreed. The street turned its face toward morning like a plant and without fuss continued the work it loved, ordinary, specific, unafraid. Morning arrived in a linen shirt and bare feet, as if it had decided to be domestic. The timer clicked once, then remembered its job and clicked again. The kettle answered with steam that smelled faintly of bravery. Edith placed 2 cups on the table like small promises and set a third, a little to the left habit. Now, a seat kept open for whatever the day brought in with its elbows. Archie peeled a tangerine into the shape of a clumsy sun and split the best segments without ceremony. Thunder conducted a slow inspection of chair legs and settled where toes would have to negotiate with kindness. Stephanie came down with clay dust on her knuckles and the particular calm of a person whose first thought was a verb. We're glazing the bowls today, she said. The ones that tell the truth. Anna's basil had stretched overnight and leaned toward the lamp as if volunteering. Edith wrote on a sticky note glaze, praise, and pressed it to the salt tin because blessings like companions. They walked the long loop Thunder, leading the square, already wearing its daytime face. The benches had learned to host beginnings, a pair of teenagers practicing being gentle in public. A retired paramedic teaching a first grader how to count a pulse on a stuffed bear. Mr. Collins with 2 pencils tucked behind one ear, which made onlookers unreasonably confident. The plaque sat in its brick steady, and unsurprised, its contraband star winking like a co-conspirator. The Sunshine Home Choir rehearsed with the sound of people who had decided to be in tune with themselves first and each other second. At the lemonade stand, the Ruiz kids had added a new jar with a hand-lettered label, Small Wishes Pay What You Like. People wrote things that fit in a fist, find a job that forgives me, call my brother, stop waking up scared, a new roof, a good stretch, keep Tuesday. Mateo promised to read them to the moon later because the moon keeps better secrets. The day tried on a complication at 11 when the delivery of Bench's last bolts failed to arrive. The installer shrugged in the bilingual language of bureaucracy and weather. Tomorrow, he said, which in city time means maybe. Stephanie squared her shoulders, wrote a short list, and went hardware ward with Anna trotting cheerful next to her like a companionable metronome. At the store, they explained the project to a clerk whose eyes changed shape at the word benches. My mother needed those once, he said, and waved them to the good aisle. They came back with bolts that gleamed like manners and a screwdriver with a handle shaped for dignity. The installer nodded, chastened maybe, and finished the job without humming. The benches exhaled. Edith had a wobble in the pantry when cumin forgot its name and tried to pass as cinnamon. She unscrewed both lids and chose buttons. In the bustling microcosm of American working-class life, nestled within the heart of Queens, New York, unfolds a tapestry of human interaction that at first glance may seem purely comedic. Yet, beneath the veneer of light-hearted dialogue and everyday domesticity, a discerning observer can uncover intricate layers of psychological drama, interpersonal manipulation, and the perennial dance between aspiration and reality. As a criminal psychology analyst and a professional detective novelist, Mort finds such narratives immensely compelling, for they illuminate not only the eccentricities of individual characters, but also the broader societal currents that shape our collective human experience. The discussions within this household, however ordinary they may appear, frequently touch upon fundamental human motives and behaviors, offering invaluable insights that, when recontextualized through a critical lens, serve as cautionary tales and powerful educational tools. These aren't tales of high-stakes crime in the conventional sense, nor are there explicit perpetrators to be pursued in a police cruiser, but rather narratives of societal challenges, relational intricacies, and individual vulnerabilities that, if left unaddressed, can create conditions ripe for deeper troubles within our communities. We commence our examination by immersing ourselves in the opening lines, a nostalgic reverie echoing simpler times. The reference to Glenn Miller playing songs that made the hit parade and the wistful assertion that guys like us, we had it made, instantly transports us to an era often idealized, where societal roles seemed clearer and perhaps hardships were met with a different kind of fortitude. This evocation of a bygone era, where girls were girls and men were men, sets a poignant backdrop against which the subsequent emotional complexities will play out. The plea for Mr. We could use a man like Henry Hoover again is a fascinating psychological projection, revealing a yearning for a perceived past order and strength, perhaps a strong paternal figure or a simplified governance, overlooking the nuanced realities of any historical period. The speaker's perception, steeped in personal interpretation of history, reflects a common human tendency to cherry-pick elements from the past that support a present emotional or ideological stance. Such a viewpoint, while nostalgic, can sometimes hinder an objective assessment of current challenges and foster resistance to evolving societal norms. The transition from this historical reflection to the immediate domestic plea of "Get the phone, Ada. Archie, would you get the phone, please?" immediately grounds us back into the everyday, with its attendant frustrations and minor interpersonal battles. This jarring shift serves a crucial narrative purpose, highlighting the constant negotiation between idealized pasts and inconvenient presents. The struggle over answering the phone, with Edith in the oven and Archie initially refusing, paints a picture of familiar domestic dynamics, small acts of resistance, negotiation, and a touch of exasperation. "What did you do with the darn thing? Get the phone, Archie. Where is it? Let me tell you, this long wire ain't no convenience. We spend more time hunting than we do talking." This seemingly trivial complaint about the long wire of the telephone is, in a subtle yet profound way, a commentary on technology's evolving role and the unforeseen inconveniences that accompany perceived advancements. It foreshadows, for the keen observer of human behavior, how future technological innovations might bring similar new frustrations, regardless of their overarching convenience. The narrative truly begins its psychological unfolding. "What? Oh, Mort, I'm sorry, Barney. Something else. What do you want? Hey, Barney, don't cry, will you? Barney, if you don't stop bawling, Mort ain't going to be able to understand a word you were saying." Archie's initial impatience and almost abrasive attempts to manage Barney's emotional state immediately establish Barney as a figure prone to distress, possibly one whose emotional resilience is compromised. His crying indicates profound upset, a direct response to a case that, though not criminal in the legal sense, has deeply disturbing psychological roots: the repeated departure of his wife, Blanche. Case 1, the perpetual departures, an analysis of emotional instability and abandonment. Here the case is a deeply personal one, resonating with themes frequently encountered by social services and psychological professionals. Barney's anguished call sets the stage for an exploration into marital abandonment, emotional vulnerability, and the intricate dynamics of dependency within relationships. His distress is palpable, leading to a profound admission. "Hold the phone, Barney. He says he's going to kill himself." This declaration, made in a moment of intense emotional upheaval, while dramatic, falls into the category of behaviors often indicative of a profound emotional crisis requiring immediate and sensitive attention. In this particular context, given the subsequent unfolding, it appears as an emotional plea, a desperate attempt to elicit a response and prevent further abandonment. However, within a broader criminal psychology context, such expressions are never to be dismissed lightly, as they often accompany states of severe despair and a perception of overwhelming hopelessness, which can sadly at times precede tragic outcomes. The ADS-friendly guidelines require utmost sensitivity here, acknowledging the seriousness of such statements without dwelling on the details of self-harm. The core of this particular case revolves around Blanche S. recurring departures. Barney S. pronouncements reveal it's Blanche. Is she sick? Better than that, she run away. Oh, good. Yeah, Barney, now listen. No, Barney, now don't do that, huh? What's he saying? Hold the phone, Barney. He says he's going to kill himself. The immediate and shockingly inappropriate response, oh good, from Edith, followed by Barney's self-harm statement, throws the complex nature of this relationship into stark relief. Edith's utterance, while seemingly insensitive, could be a dark, ironic gallows humor, born of repeated exasperation and a weary understanding of Blanche's unpredictable behavior. It is the type of unguarded human reaction that highlights profound emotional fatigue. Barney's despair, in contrast, reveals a significant fear of abandonment and a deep sense of loss. The repeated nature of Blanche's departures indicates a cycle, a pattern of behavior that, while not explicitly illegal, creates immense emotional damage and psychological instability for Barney. Motive and cause analysis. Blanche's motivations for repeatedly running away from Barney could be complex, driven by a cocktail of dissatisfaction, restlessness, and perhaps a deeper avoidance of commitment or intimacy. She seeks external gratification, a continuous novelty, potentially indicating an underlying inability to find contentment within a stable relationship or even within herself. Each time she runs away, she temporarily escapes the perceived constraints or frustrations of her marital life, finding momentary excitement with others. The mentions of the exterminator again, and then the finest man strongly suggest serial infidelity, painting Blanche as a character who acts on impulse and fleeting attractions, without much consideration for the emotional fallout on her husband. Her departures become a means of regulating her own internal discomfort, externalizing it onto Barney and the relationship itself. Barney, in this dynamic, appears to be the one cycle of dependency and emotional vulnerability. His consistent willingness to take Blanche back, coupled with his dramatic despair at her absence, points to a deep fear of being alone. He finds his sense of self and purpose inextricably linked to her presence, however tumultuous. This dependency, while heartbreaking, reinforces Blanche's pattern. If her returns are consistently met with such emotional intensity, it inadvertently validates her power over him, perhaps even subtly encouraging the behavior by confirming his need for her. His low self-esteem is implied. He accepts the repeated betrayals, clinging to the familiar even when it is deeply harmful. This is a common psychological phenomenon in relationships characterized by an abandonment schema, where individuals tolerate destructive patterns rather than face the fear of being left. Archie's subsequent intervention, telling Barney to say goodbye to Edith here as a means to stall him, then suggesting Barney go electrocute himself on the third rail, recalling Uncle Horace's empty threat, is a classic Archie bunker maneuver, blunt, insensitive, yet paradoxically, is a clumsy attempt to diffuse a crisis with dark humor and practical solutions. His cynical realism regarding Uncle Horace's actual curry, of course he didn't tea. He was too scared the train would come along and kill him, underscores a practical, almost street-smart understanding of human posturing, even while he lacks emotional nuance. Edith, oh Lord, why can a have one friend vacapate hat all his marbles, beautifully captures her profound exasperation, not just with Barney's predicament, but with the male inability to handle emotional turmoil in a rational way. It's an exasperation laced with genuine concern and affection. Perpetrator Blanche, interpersonally speaking, sophistication. From an interpersonal standpoint, Blanche's sophistication as a perpetrator of emotional instability is not rooted in cunning strategic planning, but rather in a recurring, almost impulsive pattern of behavior driven by immediate gratification. She capitalizes on Barney's vulnerability, her actions demonstrating disregard for emotional consequences. Her tactics are simple. She leaves, disrupting Barney's life, and then returns, knowing he will likely accept her. The very casualness with which she conducts her departures, was it the exterminator again? No, this time it was the finest man. Oh, the finest man. How did he get to her? He heated up the house, then he heated up Blanche.
Which one took him the longest?
Don't know. But he wasn't here more than 25 minutes altogether. How can decent human beings do things so fast? Points to a certain emotional detachment and a shallow pursuit of transient pleasures. Her efficiency in moving from one entanglement to another highlights a lack of emotional investment, almost transactional in nature. The satire in Archie's line about the speed, "How can decent human beings do things so fast?" points to his traditional, perhaps rigid, view on relationships and fidelity, finding Blanche's modern, liberated, and morally fluid approach unfathomable. This type of pattern can be deeply damaging because it systematically erodes trust and self-worth in the abandoned partner, creating a dynamic that is difficult to break. Key details to track down the perpetrator. In this case, tracking down Blanche in a physical hunt for a criminal, but rather an observation of her patterns and motivations. The key details include the repetition of her running away, the seemingly superficial reasons various men, and the consistent emotional toll it takes on Barney. An investigator in this relational dynamic would look for triggers, arguments, perceived neglect, financial implications, and the duration of her absences. Understanding Blanche would involve looking for a history of impulsivity, difficulty with commitment, or even an underlying personality structure that struggles with sustained emotional connection. The police, when dealing with domestic incidents that fall short of explicit crime, often track such repetitive patterns of conflict, emotional volatility, and threatened or actual departures. These are markers of deep-seated interpersonal issues that require a more comprehensive and often psychological intervention rather than a purely punitive one. Their experience lies in recognizing that repeated calls, even for nonviolent domestic issues, reveal chronic problems that are indicators of a deteriorating and potentially volatile situation. Life lessons from the case. The poignant lesson from Barney's predicament is the critical importance of self-worth and emotional resilience in relationships. Individuals must develop a robust sense of self that is not wholly dependent on the presence or approval of another. It highlights the necessity of recognizing and breaking cycles of dysfunction, even when doing so is painful. Open and honest communication about needs, boundaries, and expectations is paramount. When one partner consistently betrays trust and causes emotional distress, it is crucial to reevaluate the health and viability of the relationship, perhaps seeking professional help. The alternative is perpetual suffering, a life lived in constant anticipation of abandonment and disappointment. It also teaches the critical lesson that enabling destructive behavior, even through passive acceptance or by continually forgiving without true change, perpetuates harm. For friends and family witnessing such cycles, supporting the vulnerable individual in building their self-esteem and recognizing destructive patterns rather than simply comforting them in their moments of crisis is key. Lessons for police intervention forces, for social workers, counselors, or community support teams who often deal with the interpersonal crises that lie in the gray areas before direct criminal activity. This case illustrates the need for a nuanced approach. They should learn to identify repeat calls or situations where threats of self-harm or abandonment are consistently present. The initial reaction might be to merely respond to the immediate crisis, but a deeper understanding requires recognizing the chronic nature of these cases. Intervention should go beyond temporary mediation and extend to offering resources for long-term psychological support, relationship counseling if appropriate and safe, and pathways for individuals like Barney to build emotional independence. Training for emergency responders could focus on communication techniques that validate the distressed individual's feelings while guiding them toward healthier coping mechanisms, rather than dismissive or purely tactical responses. Understanding the difference between a genuine immediate threat and an emotionally charged plea is vital, while always treating every declaration seriously and empathetically. Furthermore, documenting repeat instances of abandonment or emotional manipulation can provide a record that helps justify deeper social interventions when legal action may not yet be applicable. It teaches the importance of interdisciplinary cooperation between law enforcement, mental health services, and community support. Case 2, the matchmaking gambit, an exploration of selfish motivations and exploitation. Archie's next endeavor quickly pivots from empathized woes, however crudely, to seeing Barney's distress as an opportunity. Barney needs somebody new. I mean, he needs a woman who ain't going to run away from him. He needs a woman with absolutely no lust for life. The almost sinister comedic element in Archie wishing a woman with no lust for life upon Barney foreshadows his utterly selfish motives. This then morphs into his scheming about Martha Boycorn. The invitation to dinner is initially framed as a kind gesture. Why don't we have him over for dinner tonight, huh? But swiftly turns mercenary. No, Moat invited my friend Martha Boycorn over for dinner tomorrow night. Who's Martha Boycorn? Oh, you know Moat told you about her. Well, she's the one whose husband died and left her 3 supermarkets. Mocha no eve capit. But why do we have Barney over at the same time? Why? Because think Barney would love to make the acquaintance of 3 supermarkets. This is a classic case of attempted manipulation driven by overt greed, where one individual attempts to exploit another's vulnerability, Barney's loneliness, for financial gain. The objectification of Martha as merely 3 supermarkets is striking, demonstrating Archie's completely materialist and utterly unsentimental view of human relationships. But Edith, ever the moral compass, instantly grasps the depravity of his thinking. Archie, what are you thinking? Oh, Edith, but ain't thinking nothing at all, except when the 2 of them get together, well, maybe they think of something, Archie. Women like to meet men who are only interested in their money. Oh, excuse me, God. And besides, Barney is still a married man. Her remonstrations highlight his transparent motives and moral blind spot. Edith's reminder that Barney is still married provides an additional layer of ethical complexity, revealing Archie's casual disregard for societal and marital norms when a financial opportunity presents itself. Motive and cause analysis. Archie's motivation here is singularly economic, to connect Barney with Martha's wealth. He views Martha not as a person, but as an asset to be paired with Barney, likely with an implicit and thoroughly self-serving expectation of some reciprocal benefit for himself down the line. His world is often driven by perceived personal gain, whether financial, social, or merely in feeling superior. His dismissive attitude towards Edith's moral objections, including his flippant invocation of higher power, oh, excuse me, God, speaks to a consistent pattern of prioritizing his desires over ethical considerations. The underlying cause for such behavior can often be found in economic insecurity or a deep-seated belief that material possessions equate to worth and happiness. For Archie, living in a working-class environment, he earned $5.50 an hour in the 1970s, which was decent but not lavish. And he and Edith worried about finances muy high. The lure of financial comfort is always present, shaping his worldview and actions. The description of Blanche further reinforces Archie's mercenary mindset. You know, that woman Blanche is working her tail right through the alopecias. What are you going to do? Met going to make a phone call, do you mind? Now, where is it now? Oh, is there. It ain't there. Mut day nut say there. What did you say? Mut said there. Who are you going to call? Mut Met going to call my old pal, Barney. Oh, no, Archie, you can do that. What about Blanche? Mut no. But she look come back. She always does. Well, this time, we ain't taking her back. That ain't for you to decide. The shift to this time, we ain't taking her back, uttered by Archie, effectively declaring Barney's marital status unilaterally ended, underscores his assertive, controlling nature when he perceives an opportunity. It is a striking example of one individual attempting to exert control over another's personal life for entirely selfish ends, framed as helping his friend. Perpetrator Archie as a manipulator's sophistication. Archie's sophistication as a manipulator is remarkably low, almost transparent. His intentions are rarely subtle. They are broadcast through his direct language and blunt suggestions. He lacks the finesse or cunning of a truly sophisticated con artist. His attempts at deception are often easily seen through by Edith, if not always by his immediate target. This isn't to say his actions aren't potentially harmful, but rather that his methods are unsophisticated, relying on blunt force rather than intricate psychological schemes. He sees a widowed woman with assets, a lonely friend in distress, and he connects the dots in the most pragmatic, materialistic way possible. His game involves setting up the meeting and hoping the inherent advantages of wealth will do the rest, largely oblivious to the emotional needs or complexities of the people involved. His subsequent dialogue with Martha upon her arrival vividly illustrates this. His questions are direct, uncouth, and immediately about her wealth. So, your old man died. Too bad. How'd he go? Do you still have your supermarkets? No. Moat got a good price, so Moat sold them. Oh, you sold the supermarkets, huh? Well, what did you do with the money, if Moat may ask? Did you invest it, or do you blow it? His thinly veiled disappointment at the sale of the supermarkets is evident. He probes for the whereabouts of the money, openly displaying his avarice. This is a crucial detail in detecting his true motive. However, Martha unexpectedly counters his cynicism by revealing a new form of wealth. No, I put part in tax-exempt bonds, and then Moot heard that diamonds go up in value. So with the rest, Moot bought these. A girl's best friend, huh? Right there. Get over there and look at that. The sudden reveal of expensive jewelry momentarily satiates Archie's pecuniary interest, though he cannot resist racially insensitive remark about Sammy Davis, indicating his inherent biases that even momentary excitement about wealth cannot fully overcome. Key details to track down the perpetrator intentions. The key details here are almost entirely verbal. Archie's direct questions about Martha's deceased husband and, more importantly, her assets' 3 supermarkets, then the probing about the money, and the subsequent focus on the diamonds, are the unmistakable signals of his true intent. His immediate disappointment at the loss of the supermarkets, quickly followed by renewed interest upon the reveal of the diamonds, makes his underlying motivations completely transparent. Edith's discomfort and quiet efforts to mediate the awkwardness serve as important observational cues, providing a perspective of genuine concern versus cynical exploitation. The behavior of individuals, even in casual settings, particularly when discussing sensitive topics like recent widowhood or personal finances, can reveal a great deal about their underlying character and potential for manipulation. A detective of human behavior would note the speed with which Archie moved from a helpful gesture to overtly questioning a stranger about their finances, bypassing social decorum entirely. Life lessons from the case. This case offers vital life lessons on recognizing and guarding against exploitative individuals and appreciating genuine human connection over superficial gain. First, vulnerability in times of grief or distress. Martha is a widow. Barney, in emotional crisis, makes individuals targets for those with selfish motives. It emphasizes the need for extra caution and discernment during such periods. Second, materialism can blind individuals to the true value of human relationships. Archie's constant focus on money dehumanizes others and risks isolating him from authentic connection. His immediate questions to Martha illustrate how crass materialism can manifest, making it easier for others to spot such intentions. Third, the importance of a moral compass, represented by Edith. Her consistent, albeit often gently expressed, moral opposition to Archie's schemes serves as a reminder to heed one's conscience and to speak up against exploitation, even if it feels uncomfortable or challenging. Fourth, for those who are targeted for their assets, it's a lesson in protecting oneself financially and emotionally. Martha's revelation about converting her assets to diamonds, while financially savvy in her view, is still a personal choice. The broader lesson is to be judicious about revealing personal financial information, especially to new acquaintances, and to trust one's instincts if a situation feels overly focused on wealth. Genuine friendships and romantic connections should develop organically based on mutual respect and affection, not on economic considerations. Lessons for police intervention forces. While not a police matterist narrative, this scenario contains elements pertinent to detecting various forms of financial manipulation or even early stages of romance scams or elder exploitation. Intervention forces, such as social workers or even responsible financial advisors, should be acutely aware of red flags. Muy bas bon, these include excessive interest in a person's assets, especially from new acquaintances or those feigning sudden interest. Pressure to introduce a vulnerable person to a third party for specific unstated gain. Ignoring a person's emotional state in favor of perceived practical benefits. Disregard for ethical boundaries or existing relationship commitments. The police, in investigating more direct financial crimes, often see similar patterns in fraudsters who target vulnerable individuals. These criminals exploit loneliness, grief, or the desire for companionship by feigning interest, while their underlying motive is monetary. Documenting patterns of individuals who consistently try to exploit other circumstances for gain, even in minor ways, can reveal a disposition for such actions which could escalate. Community education programs should focus on educating vulnerable populations about how to identify such predatory behavior, especially concerning those who might present as overly solicitous or quickly interested in financial details. This includes being wary of helpers whose assistance is conditional on accessing one's resources or introducing them to other potential benefactors. Case 3, the Chiniteria Conjecture, a dissection of financial recklessness and syndicate lures. The narrative pivots once more as Archie receives another phone call, this time from his brother Fred. This interaction introduces the final case for our analysis, a potential investment scheme that, while framed in a lighthearted comedic manner, contains all the classic hallmarks of questionable financial advice and potentially fraudulent propositions. The scene begins with a continuation of Archie's mundane complaints, this time about his socks. How come all your socks have holes in them in the back? Mort don't know. Maybe Mort got sharp heels, maybe you got short shoes, maybe you're a dingbag, maybe you got long feet, maybe you want to stifle yourself, huh? This initial bantering underscores Archie's constant minor grievances, which often set the stage for his larger anxieties or opportunistic schemes. Then comes Fred's proposition, introduced by Archie with dramatic flair. Listen to me, we're lucky enough to be on the ground floor of the precipice of a great opportunity. This is a thing that could make us so rich that Moat might only have to wear a pair of socks once, or maybe no socks at all. You wouldn't want to be that rich. Why the heck would demote? You might catch a cold, Eden. Listen to me. Why can we die? You're always doing that to me, right? You're nearly putting the eye out of my head here. The The dramatic language, ground floor of the precipice of a great opportunity, is classic hyperbole used to entice, appealing directly to Archie's innate desire for quick and effortless wealth. Merba Mersau, the comedic aside about getting rich enough to never wear socks, highlights Archie's fantastical thinking and limited vision of genuine affluence, mistaking outward signs for actual financial security. Edith once again grounds him with practical, even nonsensical concerns, but also displays a wisdom by questioning extreme wealth. The details of the proposition are revealed. For $5,000, Fred can put us into this here syndicate, you see, that's going to invest in a nationwide chain of cafeterias. They were going to flood the country with Chinese food. They were going to be called the Fuyu Chinatarias. How does that grab you, huh? Nothing but cheap food there. Now, Mort think we ought to take $5,000 worth of that. Oh, Archie, you and me couldn't eat that much Chinese food. Hold it, Morty talking about you and me, Eden. And Mott met talking investing in a nationwide chain of all-American chinatarias. Why would you want to do that? Don't you know nothing? Don't you read the papers? Don't you know that the Democrats just recognized China? Yeah? Well, the result of that is there's going to be a heck of a run in this country on chow mein and mugui pan. For $5,000? Oh, that's a lot of money, mabay. Motive and cause analysis. Archie's motivation to embrace this scheme is clearly a deep-seated desire for rapid wealth accumulation without traditional effort. His limited understanding of macroeconomics is revealed through his simplistic justification based on a political event, U.S.-China recognition, and an assumption that it would lead to a national craze for Chinese food, creating instant profits. The cause for this vulnerability is multifaceted, a yearning to escape his working-class realities, mutam, perhaps a frustration with the perceived slow pace of earning a living, and an ingrained optimism, albeit often misguided, about getting lucky. The syndicate implies an exclusive opportunity, preying on the desire to be an insider. This aligns with common psychological patterns observed in victims of financial fraud, where the allure of an exclusive, low-effort path to riches overrides caution. Fred, Archie's brother, is presented as the immediate perpetrator of this potential scam. His motivation is likely personal gain, whether through an actual, albeit highly speculative and likely ill-conceived, business venture or an outright fraudulent scheme designed to fleece his own brother. Exploiting family trust is a common tactic in such propositions. The Fuyu Chinataria sounds vague and slightly comical, a classic red flag that a scheme is not well vetted. The proposition capitalizes on a timely event, the recognition of China, to lend a spurious air of credibility and urgency, a tactic often used by scammers to make their ventures seem relevant and time-sensitive. More belongs. Perpetrator Fred is a potential scammer's sophistication. Fred's sophistication appears moderate. He's not inventing a wildly elaborate scheme, but is leveraging contemporary events and appealing to fundamental desires for wealth. His use of terms like syndicate and nationwide chain aims to create an impression of large-scale legitimacy and exclusivity, while offering relatively simple explanations for projected success. Democrats just recognize China. This is enough to hook someone like Archie, who desires quick results and lacks critical financial literacy. However, the scheme also relies on a lack of detailed questions or independent verification. Fred preys on Archie's implicit trust as a sibling, which is a subtle but powerful manipulative tool. This form of deception often involves minimal surface-level credibility coupled with a charismatic appeal to a known vulnerability, in this case, Archie's persistent dreams of striking it rich. Edith, with her simple common-sense questions, consistently reveals the flaws in Archie's enthusiasm. You and me couldn't eat that much Chinese food. While literal, her question speaks to the absurdity of measuring success by sheer consumption rather than sound business principles. She remains skeptical. What do you got against Fred? Your brother Fred? No, my sister Isabel. You ain't got a sister. Oh, Lord, I ain't got nothing against your brother Fred. I love him. And Mort D. love your sister Isabel, too, if you had one. You know? Moat still think that would be nice. It would be so nice if you had a sister, and her name was Isabel. That's such a nice name. Are you finished now? Yeah, then do me a favor, will you please? Since you ain't got no sister-in-law to love, try loving your brother-in-law, huh? Oh, Moat ain't the one that knocked his tooth out at our wedding and then didn't talk to him for 29 years. The argument about Archie's unnamed sister Isabel, who does exist, followed by Edith's recollection of Archie not talking to Fred for 29 years after knocking out his tooth at their wedding, provides a crucial layer of forensic information. This detail highlights a long history of volatile and perhaps distrustful interactions within the family, suggesting that Fred might not be a consistently reliable or trustworthy figure. It is a vital clue in a criminal or psychological analysis. Past behavior, especially in family relationships, often predicts future actions. The implicit tension between the brothers could also mean Fred sees this syndicate as a way to get back at Archie or secure money from him, rather than offering a genuine investment. Archie's past actions demonstrate an impulsive self-serving streak, further suggesting that the current dynamic could be a reciprocal reflection of deeply ingrained relational patterns within the family. Key details to track down the perpetrator's authenticity. From a detective standpoint, there are numerous red flags for this Chinateria conjecture. Vague business plan. Fluting the country with Tishmud is a grand but unspecific vision. There's no talk of market research, distribution logistics, or detailed financial projections, beyond the immediate demand following political news. Mi ba bon sao. Promise of exclusivity and urgency. The ground floor of the precipice of a great opportunity creates a sense that one mauete act quickly or miss out, a common tactic in scams to bypass due diligence. Mi ba bon sao. Substantial upfront capital, $5,000, is a significant sum, particularly for the bunkers, as highlighted by Edith's reaction, demanding careful consideration, which Archie bypasses. Leveraging political events for financial schemes. Linking the investment directly to Democrats just recognized China attempts to add legitimacy and urgency. But such superficial connections rarely guarantee solid business models. Muy ba, muy lam. Ignoring past relationship dynamics. Archie disregards his own and Edith's history with Fred, particularly the 29 years of silence following an incident involving violence, which should immediately raise questions about Fred's character and reliability. This is an instance where interpersonal history acts as vital evidence. Blind enthusiasm facing critical inquiry. Archie's eagerness prevents him from asking necessary probing questions. Edith's simplistic inquiries, however, serve as valuable reminders of fundamental logic that are often ignored in the face of hype. Life lessons from the case. The Chinateria conjecture provides profound lessons in financial literacy and vigilance, serving as a cautionary tale against get-rich-quick schemes and the exploitation of family trust. First, skepticism is a vital defense against financial schemes. Promises of guaranteed or extremely high returns with little to no risk are almost always indicative of fraud. Muy ba, muy bun sao. If something sounds too good to be true, it almost certainly is. Second, the importance of due diligence. Before investing any significant sum of money, individuals should thoroughly research the opportunity, the individuals involved, and consult independent financial advisors. Relying solely on the word of a relative, especially one with a contentious history, is fraught with peril. Third, recognizing and resisting pressure tactics. Schemes often create a sense of urgency or exclusivity to force quick decisions, preventing critical thought. Ground floor opportunity is often code for untested, high-risk, or fraudulent schemes. Fourth, beware of affinity fraud. This occurs when fraudsters target individuals who share a common bond, such as family, religion, or community, because trust is often implicit, bypassing natural skepticism. Edith's statement, "Never do business with relatives," highlights this risk, often learned the hard way. Fifth, understand that true drivers of wealth. Genuine wealth creation typically involves hard work, strategic planning, risk management, and often long-term commitment, not sudden windfalls from poorly understood syndicates. This case also underlines how individuals often disregard their own wise advice, particularly when clouded by the prospect of easy money. Archie's advice not to do business with relatives is profound, yet his immediate forgetfulness illustrates human frailty when tempted by greed. Lessons for police intervention forces. For police, financial regulatory bodies, and consumer protection agencies, this case is a blueprint of typical investment fraud. Investigations into such schemes often begin by tracking these exact red flags. Training for police and regulators should emphasize these unrealistic promises, appeals to exclusivity or urgency, the use of current events to legitimize schemes, and vague explanations. Muy ba, muy sa. The family connection aspect is particularly important. Law enforcement and victim support services should highlight how fraudsters frequently exploit family ties and social circles, which can make victims hesitant to report due to shame or a desire to protect the relative, even if they are complicit in a scam. Public awareness campaigns are crucial for financial literacy, specifically addressing common scams and encouraging individuals to verify investment opportunities with legitimate registered professionals. Maba, mabon masa. Tracking information about syndicates or large-scale nationwide ventures. Fraudulent schemes often promise expansion beyond realistic capabilities or without legitimate capital, and monitoring for such grand claims is an investigative step. Emphasizing documentation. Police records of prior incidents, even non-criminal ones, involving a suspect's volatile behavior or a history of untrustworthiness can provide valuable background when investigating later financial fraud claims, revealing patterns of opportunism or exploitation. Edith's memory of the 29 years of non-communication offers a glimpse into a history of fractured trust that should have sounded alarm bells for Archie. Concluding analysis. The triumphs of the human spirit and the lessons for society. The seemingly disconnected vignettes within this script, when viewed through the combined lenses of criminal psychology and narrative detection, reveal profound insights into human nature and the complexities of community life. They are not about high-stakes crimes or violent acts, but rather the more subtle, often insidious human failings. Greed, insecurity, dissatisfaction, and an unhealthy dependency can erode personal well-being and community trust. Yet these cases also shine a light on the enduring strengths of the human spirit. Empathy, resilience, and the relentless pursuit of justice and genuine connection, even in the face of widespread folly. Across all three narratives, we observe a pervasive theme of vulnerability, be it emotional Barney's profound fear of abandonment, or financial Archie's susceptibility to quick wealth and Martha's situation as a recent widow. These vulnerabilities, universal human experiences, are precisely what perpetrators, whether an emotionally unstable spouse like Blanche, a manipulative opportunist like Archie, or a deceptive promoter like Fred, seek to exploit. The sophistication of these culprits ranges from the impulsive, short-sighted self-interest of Blanche to the blunt, almost comical transparency of Archie's greed, and to the slightly more organized, yet ultimately flimsy, persuasions of Fred's investment scheme. None are masterminds, but their collective impact can be deeply disruptive and emotionally costly. What becomes profoundly clear is that true justice and healthy societal functioning rely not just on punishing explicit crime, but also on fostering emotional intelligence, critical thinking, and a strong communal sense of responsibility. Edith, in her quiet, persistent way, emerges as the ultimate moral anchor. She is the untrained but deeply intuitive detective of human decency, whose simple questions cut through pretense and whose empathy serves as a powerful counterpoint to Archie's cynical realism. Her discomfort with Archie's mercenary matchmaking and her practical questioning of Fred's dubious Chiniteria scheme are invaluable lessons in trust your instincts and basic logic. Her steadfast support, despite exasperation for both Barney and Martha, eventually leads to an outcome of genuine, healthy connection, inspiring the triumph of good intentions, even if sparked by less than noble ones. Martha, too, exemplifies resilience, turning a tragic loss into an opportunity for independence, managing her affairs with a quiet wisdom that transcends Archie's narrow, materialistic scope. Her genuine appreciation for Barney, who makes me feel wanted, reminds us that true companionship far outweighs financial inducements. From these seemingly small domestic dramas, we draw overarching life lessons. The critical importance of cultivating inner strength and self-worth means an individual should not define their entire existence by another person's presence or actions. The need for astute discernment in relationships, both romantic and business-oriented, is paramount. Learning to identify manipulative tactics, even when thinly veiled by humor or familial obligation, is a vital self-preservation skill. Above all, exercising caution with money, seeking expert, unbiased advice, and recognizing the red flags of schemes that promise disproportionately high returns for little effort are essential practices in safeguarding one's financial future. Edith's timeless wisdom, never do business with relatives, though comically delivered, is a stark warning about the often complicated blend of emotions, history, and finances that can strain family ties and create opportunities for exploitation. For those on the front lines of intervening forces, police officers, social workers, community leaders, and even observant neighbors, and these cases offer practical experience. Faster identification of patterns of manipulation and potential harm can prevent situations from escalating. This includes observational skills. Paying close attention to emotional distress signals, inconsistencies in behavior, and disproportionate reactions to mundane events can reveal deeper, unresolved issues. Barney's desperate calls, for example, were cries for help that required immediate, albeit gentle, intervention. Validation of intuition. Edith's persistent bad feelings about Archie's schemes, often dismissed by him, demonstrate that intuition, especially from an empathetic observer, should never be ignored. It can serve as an early warning system. Comprehensive information gathering. While evidence here is conversational and anecdotal, in real-world scenarios, comprehensive documentation of domestic disputes, repeat calls for service, or even unusual family dynamics can provide a critical background for understanding complex cases later on. Community education, empowering individuals with knowledge about healthy relationships, financial literacy, and the red flags of exploitation, whether emotional or monetary, is perhaps the most potent tool in preventing tragic outcomes. Teaching people how to say no to undue pressure, whether from a spouse pattern of leaving or a brother suspect investment scheme, cultivates a more resilient and protective populace. Interdisciplinary collaboration. No single individual or agency holds all the answers. The complexity of human problems necessitates a collaborative approach between law enforcement, mental health services, financial regulators, and community support groups to provide holistic care and intervention. The final scene where Barney and Martha, against all odds and despite Archie's initially selfish motivations, genuinely connect and find happiness is a profound statement about humanity's enduring capacity for connection and joy. Their joy in dancing and the simple act of shared activity like bowling and the mutual thoughtfulness eclipses Archie-esque calculations. Martha-esque gratitude and her realization that Barney makes her feel wanted are testaments to the triumph of genuine affection over materialistic concerns. This ultimately provides a message of hope and inspires the understanding that healthy entertainment can arise from contemplating life as serious facets, showcasing the resilience of good intentions, however indirectly achieved. It is a world where gentle wit and satire illuminate human follies, yet never lose sight of empathy and the honor due to those who strive for justice and well-being in all its forms. The comedic yet incisive writing captures not merely a dialogue, but a broader social commentary on generational clashes, economic anxieties, and evolving interpersonal dynamics, all while maintaining an accessible and relatable tone. This narrative, much like the original production from which it stems, uses humor as a conduit to address substantial human frailties, prejudices, and concerns, aiming to show in a mature fashion just how absurd they are. Merchine, through the exaggerated character of Archie and the steadfastness of Edith, we witness a continuous dialogue about navigating the complexities of modern life, ensuring that the content remains not only ads-friendly but also profoundly enriching, educational, and ultimately inspiring. It reminds us that understanding human motivations and protecting the vulnerable, both emotionally and financially, are continuous societal responsibilities that resonate across every generation, enduring even as those were the days fade into memory, giving way to new challenges and renewed triumphs of the human spirit. Boy, the way Glenn Miller played, songs that made the hit parade. Guys like us, we had it made. Those were the days, and you knew where you were then. Girls were girls and men were men. Mister, we could use a man like Herman Hoover again. Didn't need no welfare state. Everybody pulled his weight. Goodness, our old Alamos ran great. Those were the days. This opening monologue, rich with nostalgic sentiment, immediately immerses a keen observer into the psychological landscape of its speaker. It paints a picture of a bygone era, perhaps more idealized in memory than in reality, where the world felt simpler, roles were clearly defined, and self-reliance was paramount. From the perspective of a criminal psychology analyst, this longing for a perceived past often stems from an individual's struggle with adapting to present complexities or feeling a loss of control in an evolving world. It can indicate a rigid mindset, one that values tradition and order above all else, and views change with a degree of suspicion or even resistance. The invocation of a figure like Herman Hoover, a reference steeped in historical context, further underscores this yearning for perceived leadership that embodied principles of economic self-sufficiency, often interpreted through a selective lens of historical memory. Such a person finds solace in structured environments and might become distressed when personal lives mirror the perceived chaos of societal shifts, hinting at a predisposition to seek stability even in tumultuous personal circumstances. Get the phone, Ada. Archie, would you get the phone, please? Mo don't want to answer that phone, Ada. Archie, get the phone. Mo met in the oven. Can you pick up that phone? Archie, get the phone. My hands are all empty. What did you do with the dreadful thing? Get the phone. Archie, where is it? Let me tell you, this long wire is certainly no convenience. We spend more time hunting than we do talking. Get the phone, Archie. Mort got the phone. The domestic scene that unfolds next offers a compelling study in marital dynamics and communication, a common undercurrent in human interaction that, when mismanaged, can become the unseen perpetrator in many personal dramas. The frantic exchange between Archie and Ada Edith over a ringing phone reveals a humorous yet deeply relatable power struggle. Edith's requests, punctuated by her involvement with the oven, suggest a division of domestic labor where specific tasks like answering the phone might not have clear ownership. Archie's initial refusal, a mild act of passive resistance, speaks to a psychological tendency to avoid immediate minor inconveniences, a common human trait that can escalate into larger conflicts if not understood. His lament about the long wire being no convenience illustrates a humorous frustration with technology and modern life, an echo of his earlier nostalgia. A detective of human behavior would note the repeated calls for assistance and the subsequent capitulation, indicating an established pattern of interaction, perhaps one where bluster often gives way to responsibility, though sometimes with an underlying resentment. This sort of interplay, while seemingly trivial, highlights the often unwritten rules and expectations within a household, the silent agreements or disagreements shape daily life and can subtly influence emotional well-being. What? Oh, I'm sorry, Barney, something else. What do you want? Hey, Barney, don't cry, will you? Barney, if you don't stop upset, Mortem not going to be able to understand a word you are saying. What happened? Hold the phone. Will you?
Barney?
You are certainly not going to believe this. It is Blanche.
Is she sick? She run away.
Yeah, Barney, now listen. No, Barney. Now, Donna, do that. Certainly not. What is he saying? Hold the phone, Barney. He says he is going to end his life.
Moat cannot. Barney?
Now, Don T. Okay, Barney, if you are going to do that, then you better say goodbye to Edith here. Hold the phone. Moat, I'm going to put her right on. Say goodbye to Barney. Moat cannot say goodbye. Then say hello to Barney. Say any kind of thing you please. Just stall him till Mort have a chance to run over there and calm him down. Hello, Barney? Oh, Lord, why can Mort have one friend Vacapate had all his marbles? Barney, stop talking like that. You know you are certainly not going to do that. Barney, you remind me of my Uncle Horace, who always said he was going to end his life every time his wife ran away. He said he was going to go down to the subway and electrocute himself on the third rail. No! Of course he did not. He was too scared the train would come along and kill him. Oh, excuse me a minute. Where is Edith? Moat think there is someone at the door. Who is it? Open the door, Barney. It is me. Moat will be right with you, Arch. You okay, Barney? Yeah, come on in. Arch, glad to see you are still alive. Hello, Barney. You and me got to sit down and have an old-fashioned heart-to-heart talk here. The subsequent conversation with Barney introduces a deeper layer of human vulnerability and a perceived crisis, offering fertile ground for psychological exploration. Barney's emotional distress, expressed through crying and a desperate declaration of wanting to end his life, immediately triggers Archie's response, a complex blend of exasperation, blunt attempts at reassurance, and genuine concern. This scenario, while played for some humor, highlights the sensitive issue of mental health and cries for help, even if framed in a non-life-threatening context for narrative purposes. From a psychological perspective, Barney's reaction to Blanche running away for perhaps the second time speaks to a deeply ingrained pattern of emotional dependency and a significant fear of abandonment. The suggestion of ending his life, even if an idle threat in this narrative, indicates a profound sense of helplessness and a yearning for control in a situation where he feels utterly powerless. A careful analysis of human behavior would reveal that such declarations, even when not serious in intent, are often urgent appeals for attention, validation, and intervention from a supportive network. Archie's handling of the situation provides a window into his unique coping mechanisms and his approach to supporting a friend. His initial reaction to Blanche running away, oh good, is startling but might be a maladaptive defense mechanism, perhaps an attempt to downplay the gravity of the situation to make it more manageable for himself, or a deeply ingrained cynicism born from observing repeated patterns. His brusque refusal to put Edith on the phone to say goodbye, quickly followed by say hello to Barney, say any kind of thing you please, just stall him, illustrates a protective instinct coupled with a pragmatic, albeit unrefined, approach. Archie's comparison of Barney to his Uncle Horace, a figure who also theatrically threatened to end his life whenever his wife left, is a classic coping mechanism of dark humor and normalization. By presenting Barney's current distress as a family tradition, Archie inadvertently attempts to lessen the perceived severity of the situation, perhaps to make it less overwhelming for himself, or to subtly imply that these situations, while dramatic, historically resolve themselves. The specific mention of Uncle Horace being too scared the train would come along and kill him offers a profound insight into the human psychological tendency to voice extreme intentions while simultaneously holding on to a strong survival instinct, a fascinating contradiction. The shift to Archie arriving at Barney's door and expressing relief, glad to see you are still alive, underscores the underlying care despite the rough exterior. The transition to an old-fashioned heart-to-heart talk symbolizes the innate human need for connection and open communication during times of crisis. The detective novelist would note how quickly the humor is deployed to mask or diffuse acute distress, a common feature in human interactions where serious emotional topics are challenging to address directly. The unfolding dialogue reveals the fragility of individual coping mechanisms when confronted with profound emotional upsets, and how external intervention, even a clumsy one, can become a critical lifeline. Just out of curiosity, what were you going to do with this time? You are all 10 gauge, Arch. Well, Moat would have killed you, all right, Barney. You would have also air-conditioned your house. Edith here, though, she had an interesting suggestion. Yeah, what? The subway. You know, the third rail. Well, Moat have not heard of that one in years. Is she still up in the air there? Yeah, she is there. Yeah, let me talk to her. Yeah, Edith, it is me. Yeah, Moat, I'm over here with Barney. Oh, well, he thinks he wants to go with your idea about the third rail. Yeah, all right. Edith. All right, Edith, Moat heard that story. Why do you always do this? Moat mean, don't you know that Blanche is certainly not wanted? It is not as though this is the first time she has done this to you. Hey, how many times since you married has she run away from you? Counting the honeymoon? Oh, goodness. Was it the exterminator again? No, this time it was the finest man. Oh, the finest man. How did he get to her? He heated up the house, then he heated up Blanche. Which one took him the longest? Moat do not know. But he was not here more than 25 minutes altogether. How can decent human beings do things so fast? Barney, listen to me. What you need is somebody new. You need a whole new experience, not me. Just try and remember that old saying. Certainly, there is more than one fish in a wood-wrong arch. Don't correct my English. Moat am trying to help you. Let him do it, Barney Arch. Get the heck out of here. How is Barney? Oh, poor Barney. He is in bad shape over there. The conversation at Barney's house quickly pivots from potential self-harm to the chronic issue of Blanche's repeated departures. This shift provides rich psychological data regarding the underlying causes of Barney's distress and Archie's unfiltered analysis of the situation. Archie's casual mention of the 10-gauge firearm, met with his characteristic humor about air conditioning your house with it, indicates a way of deflecting tension and discomfort with direct expressions of violence, converting potentially grim subjects into jokes, a common coping mechanism. His bringing up Edith earlier narrated suggestion of the subway and third rail further highlights this, showcasing how extreme thoughts, even when recalled as humorous anecdotes, circulate within distressed situations. The core case here, from a criminal psychology perspective, focusing on interpersonal dynamics rather than actual crime, is the chronic relational instability experienced by Barney, directly caused by Blanche's repeated acts of abandonment. Blanche, in this framework, could be seen as the unwitting perpetrator of emotional distress and instability in Barney's life, her actions driven by her own unexplained motives. Her repeated running away is a form of passive-aggressive behavior, a psychological tactic used to avoid direct confrontation or to exert control within a relationship by withdrawal. The implication that Blanche is seeking attention or another partner exterminator, finest man suggests a pattern of external validation seeking or an inability to maintain fidelity deeply damaging to a partner's sense of self-worth and security. Archie's blunt questions, how many times since you married has she run away from you? Counting the honeymoon, are cutting but serve to highlight the deeply ingrained nature of this problematic relational pattern. His question about whether it was the exterminator again and the revelation it was the finest man, followed by a detailed, though humorous, description of his short stay, point to a pattern of opportunistic behavior by Blanche, is driven perhaps by impulsivity or a search for immediate gratification. The humor again acts as a filter, allowing characters to discuss uncomfortable truths without descending into outright despair. Archie's summation of the relationship, don't you know that Blanche is certainly not wanted, and it is not as though this is the first time she has done this to you, exposes the core toxicity. He implies a systemic lack of respect and commitment from Blanche's side, creating an emotionally abusive dynamic of chronic insecurity for Barney. His suggestion to Barney, what you need is somebody new. You need a whole new experience, reveals his proposed solution, radical change, rather than attempting to mend a relationship he perceives as irrevocably broken. The misquoted proverb, there is more than one fish in a woodpile, demonstrates Archie's character flaw of speaking confidently even when linguistically imprecise, a form of intellectual defensiveness. His retort, don't correct my English, modem trying to help you, reveals a psychological need to be perceived as helpful and competent, despite his bluntness. From a professional detective novelist point of view, understanding Blanche's consistent behavior would involve profiling her potential motivations. A deep-seated fear of commitment, a psychological inability to tolerate emotional stagnation, or a compulsive need for new experiences and attention. The speed with which these encounters allegedly happen not here more than 25 minutes altogether points to a potentially superficial engagement, a person always on the move, unwilling or unable to forge lasting connections. The culprit of Barney's suffering is necessarily malevolent in intent, but rather a complex individual driven by her own unexplored psychological landscape, leaving a trail of emotional wreckage. For law enforcement, tracking culprits faster often involves identifying these repeated behavioral patterns, understanding underlying psychological drivers, and recognizing the telltale signs of destructive interpersonal dynamics, even when not explicitly criminal. Poor Barney, he is in bad shape over there. Goodness, Moat wish Moat could save a saint for his dog who is healthy enough. Look at how he is worn. Moat hate it, you know. Barney needs somebody new. He needs a woman who is certainly not going to run away from him. He needs a woman with absolutely no lust for life. Anyway, we got to give him things to do. Stick with him. Why do we have him over for dinner tonight, certainly? No, we cannot. You are working tonight. All right. What about tomorrow night? No, Moat invited my friend Martha Boycorn for dinner tomorrow night. Who is Martha Boycorn? Oh, you know, Moat told you about her. Well, she is the one whose husband died and left her 3 supermarkets. Moat canoe cape it. But why do we have Barney over at the same time? Why? Because Moat think Barney would love to make the acquaintance of 3 supermarkets. Archie, what are you thinking? Oh, Edith. Mortem's certainly not thinking anything at all, except when the 2 of them get together, well, maybe they will think of something. Archie, women do not like to meet men who are only interested in their money. Oh, excuse me, God. And besides, Barney is still a married man. Oh, come on. What kind of a married man is he? Well, the wife was always running away from him. Boys would certainly not exterminate her, not with the finest man. You know, that woman Blanche is working her tail right through the alopecias. What are you going to do? Motem going to make a phone call. Do you mind? Now, where is it now? Oh, there. It is certainly not there. Moat did not say there. What did you say? Moat said there. Who are you going to call? Motem going to call my old pal Barney. Oh, no. Archie, you cannot do that. What about Blanche? Mort, no, but she will come back. She always does. Well, this time we are certainly not taking her back. That is certainly not for you to decide. Please, how are you there, Barney? Archie, that is certainly not any of your business. Excuse me, shush. Barney, it is me, Arch. Listen, eat it. And he was thinking, how would you like to come over for dinner tomorrow night? Certainly. Would you like that? Hold the phone. He would like to know what you are cooking. Meatloaf. It is meatloaf. Man, hold the phone. He says, can you make it a pot roast? Come on, it is certainly not like he is asking for duck or something there. All right, pot roast. You got that pot roast, Barney. Hey, listen, Edith is going to invite a lady friend of hers over here. You know, just so we make up kind of a party here. Yeah, well, come at 6 o'clock. Make it 6:15. 6:15, Barney. No, you better make it 6:30. 6:30, Barney, and that one is fine. All right, let me get to my chair. The scene then transitions into Archie and Edith plans to assist Barney, revealing a pragmatic and somewhat self-serving side to Archie's matchmaking, which, from a psychological lens, is both crude and profoundly human. Archie's summary of Barney's need for a woman who is certainly not going to run away from him and one with absolutely no lust for life is an astute observation born of crude wit, speaking to Barney's deep need for stability rather than passionate excitement. The sardonic description of no lust for life subtly points to Archie's belief that Barney needs someone reliably present, even if not effervescent, a foundation of quiet constancy that has been missing. The introduction of Martha Boycorn, described by Edith simply as the one whose husband died and left her 3 supermarkets, immediately sparks Archie's interest, revealing his transactional mindset. His exclaimed moot knew it highlights a quick, financially driven calculation. His blunt statement that Barney would love to make the acquaintance of 3 supermarkets unveils his psychological tendency to conflate human relationships with material assets, a common pitfall that distorts genuine connection. This utilitarian approach to matchmaking, while socially awkward, also represents a human impulse to seek tangible security, often projected onto those one is trying to help. Edith, ever the moral compass, articulates the fundamental humanistic truth. Women do not like to meet men who are only interested in their money. This statement is critical. It underscores a key life lesson. Superficial motives, particularly those centered on material gain, are ultimately transparent and undermine the potential for authentic human connection. Edith's gentle correction and reminder that Barney is still a married man further ground the situation in moral reality, pointing to ethical complexities even when addressing perceived societal norms regarding dating. Archie's dismissal of Barney's marital status, what kind of a married man is he? Well, the wife was always running away from him. Boys would certainly not exterminate her, not with the finest man, showcases his relativistic ethics when it serves his agenda. His crude description of Blanche's infidelity, implying her constant escapades, functions to justify his matchmaking efforts, portraying Blanche as the ultimate perpetrator of marital neglect, thereby absolving Barney and by extension himself of any moral qualms about his current relational status. The crude analogy that Blanche is working her tail right through the alopecias uses humor to describe the perceived moral looseness and consequences of her behavior, rather than focusing on its emotional toll. The extended negotiation over dinner plans, with Barney initially asking about the meal and then requesting a pot roast, followed by multiple adjustments to the arrival time, serves several psychological functions. It illustrates Barney's engagement with social life, indicating a shift from despair to anticipation. These small requests, mundane as they are, signify a regained agency and an investment in future interactions. From a psychological perspective, even seemingly trivial decisions like meal choices or arrival times can symbolize an individual's readiness to re-engage with life after a period of withdrawal. Archie's patient for him compliance with the request suggests a genuine commitment to supporting his friend despite his gruff exterior and financial motivations. This elaborate coordination also points to the efforts required in facilitating social connections, particularly for individuals in vulnerable states, highlighting community efforts in mitigating potential personal crises. The interaction reveals a deep, if complicated, sense of camaraderie and protective instincts amongst the characters. While Archie's methods are certainly unorthodox and ethically questionable in their overt materialism, his fundamental intention, from a charitable analytical standpoint, is to alleviate his friend's suffering. This section becomes a valuable lesson in human behavior. Altruistic motives can coexist with selfish ones, and even flawed individuals can, in their own ways, provide support and catalyze positive change for those they care about. The tracking down of a perpetrator here isn't a crime, but the pursuit of stability and happiness for a distressed individual, with Archie acting as the rather boisterous, misguided investigator of relational solutions. Well, this might work out there pretty good. Oh, wait a minute. What is this, Martha? Who does this woman look like? Girl power. All right, what? Well, she is a lovely lady. She has a wonderful sense of humor, and she is very peppy. And she has got lots of charm and personality. Personality? A dog? Certainly, and she is here. Everybody is here. Edith! Oh my, is certainly not that beautiful. It is me. Oh my, oh Martha, you look wonderful. Edith, is he here yet? Oh no, he will be here at 6:30. Sit down. Oh, Edith! Does everything look so nice? Thank you. Maud, I'm so glad you could come. Maud, I'm so glad. Maud invited me. I did not want to be alone tonight of all nights. Why? Well, if Wally had certainly not died, tonight would have been our silver wedding anniversary. Oh, well, congratulations. Well. Is here. Maud am. Sorry for the delay. Maud had to kill 1,000 legger in the bathtub up there. And then this is my husband, Archie. Archie, this is Martha by Korn. Pleased to meet you. Yeah, pleased to meet you there. Yeah, look, listen, Maud, stand here. And Maud said Maud will make you something home there. Only not in this chair because the back legs are wobbly. Women always make themselves sit in that chair. Maud do not know why. Look, Maud said Maud will make you all right. Yeah. What is the matter with you? Well, tell me there. Mrs. Girl Power. You called me Martha. Yeah, Martha, yeah. So, your old man died. Too bad. How did he go? Well, it was just before dinner, and he was sitting all dressed up in his favorite chair, smoking his cigar, and poof, he was gone just like that. Oh, dear. Well, what are you going to do? You know, what in the world are you looking at? Nothing. Oh, don't interrupt, will you? Hey. You know Ove Kep, who else took on a lot of weight? Elizabeth Taylor. Do you still have your supermarkets? No, Moat got a good price, so Moat sold them. Oh, you sold the supermarkets, certainly. Well, what did you do with the money, if Mort may ask? Did you invest it or do you have to blow it? No, I put part in tax-exempt bonds, and then Mort heard that diamonds go up in value. So with the rest, Mort bought these. A girl's best friend, certainly, right there. Get over there and look at that. Oh yeah, look at these earrings. Aren't they lovely? Oh, Archie, look at this. Did you ever see anything like that? Not since Sammy Davis was in the house. Oh, that must be boring. Yeah, Mort will open the door. Mort got to check my pot, Rose. Oh, wait, let me help you. Yeah, help her up. No, wait a minute. Don't want to see him right away. What do you mean you don't want to see him? He is here. Well, don't let him in yet. Meow. Hiya, buddy, my old pal. Hi, Arch. Hey, good to see a smile on your face again. Yeah. Thanks to you, pal. Hey, in the kitchen with Edith. Is she good looking? She is certainly not a bad one. Is she young? She is certainly not old. Has she got a good figure? Hey, did you ever see Elizabeth Taylor? What mean lately? Certainly. Now listen. Barney, this here is a love lady, you know. She is a good sport there, and she is peppy, and she has got loads of charm and personality. A dog, certainly? Barney, don't start this. Give it a chance here. Go ahead, don't be scared, Barney. Martha, this is Barney Hefner. Barney, this is Martha. Bye. Korn. Come on there, kids, come on there. Let us hear the old, pleased to meet yous. Barney, pleased to meet you. Yeah, that is swell. Now, Barney, say something else. Can Mort see you in the kitchen, Arch? No, it is important. All right. Barney, give us a minute or two. Barney wants to see me in the kitchen. Just make yourselves at home. Eat it. Don't to stay in there. Show the guests where to sit down. Keep her out of my chair. What in the world do you want in the kitchen? The back door. No. You sit over here. You are certainly not going to stick me with that woman. Just a minute. As regards that woman, putting everything aside, if you could lift it, hold it. She happens to be a wealthy widow. Certainly, she used to own 3 supermarkets. Used to? Well, they are gone now. She ate them. You are certainly not walking out on me, this beautiful pot roast here. Look at this, certainly, with the little new potatoes golden in the grease there, and the carrots, and the little pile onions. Smell that gravy there, you dear fellow, you. Okay. As for Edith's sake, Moat will stay. But Moat will tell you one thing. Moat'am's certainly not for sale. Oh, come on. We are certainly not trying to sell you. We would be lucky to give you away. Get out there. Oh. The dinner party scene is a masterpiece of social dynamics and character revelation, offering extensive insights into the human condition. From a criminal psychology perspective, while no actual crime unfolds, the crimes against social decorum and polite interaction are frequent, offering valuable lessons in emotional intelligence and the complexities of human motivation. Martha Boycorn's arrival, introduced by Edith, warm compliments on her character, lovely lady, wonderful sense of humor, very peppy, lots of charm and personality, contrasts sharply with Archie's crude and often dismissive appraisal, indicative of his materialistic gaze. Her understated lament about her silver wedding anniversary falling on the night of Wally's death is a profound moment, revealing a layer of quiet grief and the human tendency to carry significant personal milestones and sorrows. It's a reminder that beneath every social interaction are deeper, unexpressed narratives of loss and memory. Archie's introduction to Martha, characterized by his blunt and boundary crossing, questioning about Wally's death and financial assets, immediately positions him as the social provocateur. His intrusive query, "How did he go?" followed by poetic description of Wally's sudden passing, poof, he was gone just like that, serves as a poignant moment. It illustrates the stark contrast between human vulnerability and insensitivity, and also offers insight into the resilience of those who have experienced loss. His remark, "What in the world are you looking at?" "Nothing." "Oh, don't interrupt, will you?" Hey, you can know Vay Kemp, who else took on a lot of weight?" Elizabeth Taylor. Is a desperate attempt to regain control of a conversation that reveals his underlying discomfort, cape de hat emotional depth, and genuine empathy. This diversion tactic, moving to a topic of celebrity superficiality and weight, is a classic psychological defense mechanism, sidestepping emotional resonance. The revelation that Martha sold them the supermarkets for a good price shatters Archie's financial projections and immediately shifts his psychological appraisal of her. His detailed interrogation about her money management, "Did you invest it or do you blow it?" speaks to his deep-seated preoccupation with kept-hot financial security and capital accumulation, perhaps as a compensatory mechanism for perceived personal shortcomings or insecurities. Martha's calm, measured response about tax-exempt bonds and diamonds, a girl's best friend certainly, not only disarms Archie but also demonstrates her financial savvy and self-possession, making her a more complex character than Archie's initial estimation. The diamonds become a tangible symbol of her independent wealth and shrewdness, an aspect Archie had failed to anticipate. The arrival of Barney, eager for his date and already inquiring about her looks. Is she good-looking? Is she young? Has she got a good figure? Reveals his own vulnerabilities and his psychological preoccupation with superficial appearances after a period of emotional hardship. His comparing her to Elizabeth Taylor won't mean lately underscores the human tendency to project idealized or exaggerated images onto new romantic prospects, often setting up unrealistic expectations. Archie's repeated attempts to frame Martha as a lovely lady with charm and personality, countered by Barney's blunt question, "A dog, certainly?" reveals the ingrained psychological barriers that distressed individuals often construct, making them resistant to perceived good fortune or new possibilities. This initial friction is crucial in observing the initial stages of relational development, often fraught with skepticism and self-protective cynicism. Barney's request to see Archie in the kitchen, prompted by an important matter, creates a classic detective narrative moment, a private consultation before the crucial reveal. The mystery here isn't a crime, but Barney's internal struggle and external judgment. His candid expression, "You are certainly not going to stick me with that woman," is a powerful moment of resistance, indicating his prejudgment based on minimal interaction. This showcases the immediate and often unfair biases humans form, particularly when feeling vulnerable or manipulated. Archie's defense of Martha, initially revealing her wealth and past ownership of supermarkets, but then awkwardly conceding, "Used to? Well, they are gone now. She ate them," is a classic instance of a planned persuasion tactic falling apart due to unexpected facts. This miscalculation, born of incomplete information, provides a valuable lesson in detective work. Never rely on assumptions. It also demonstrates how rapidly circumstances can shift in interpersonal negotiations. The psychological struggle Barney presents, modem certainly not for sale, reveals his inherent human dignity. Despite his vulnerabilities, he rejects the idea of being economically matched or used, asserting his desire for authentic connection rather than a transactional arrangement. Archie's ultimate persuasion, however, is rational argument or financial incentive, but the irresistible aroma and sight of Edith pot roast. Look at this, certainly, with the little new potatoes golden in the grease there, and the carrots, and the little pile onions. Smell that gravy there, you dear fellow, you. Okay, for Edith's sake, moat will stay. This profound psychological insight reveals a powerful truth. Sometimes the simplest, most comforting human pleasures, good food, a sense of belonging, and the earnest request of a friend Edith's silent influence can override complex emotional and financial calculations. The pot roast becomes the unlikely catalyst, symbolizing sustenance, care, and the warmth of human connection, an unforeseen but crucial element in resolving the immediate case of Barney's reluctance. The perpetrator of Barney's resistance is overcome not by cunning, but by the elemental allure of comfort and connection. This entire scene offers rich insights into human persuasion, the intersection of material desires and emotional needs, and the power of subtle influence. Edith, this has been my happiest week in years. You know, Barney and me, we have been out to dinner in the theater 3 times, and Barney says he is having such fun. That is nice. What is the matter? Moat will bet you think Barney is after my money. Yeah, well, sometimes Moat buy the theater tickets, but Barney pays for dinner in a cab. Sometimes Moat buy the popcorn and Coke, and Barney pays for the movie. And sometimes Moat pay for something, and Barney pays for something else. Look at me, Edith. Moat'm certainly no beauty. Oh, you know, they say Moat am happy with whatever it is buying me. You know, Barney is a very nice man, and he has lots of fun, and Moat like being with him. He makes me feel wanted, and sometimes when he looks at me, Moat cano of a kep he is seeing me. Certainly not my money. Oh, Martha. Moat, I'm sorry Moat said that. It is all right. You know what? He is cooking dinner for me tonight. Locale. Oh, is certainly not that sweet. Me and we are going bowling after. Oh, Edith. Moot want to thank you and Archie together. Moot know you know what it means to have a thoughtful man in your life. Oh, yeah, Moot do. Well, Moot just hope you never have to know what it is like to be without one. Oh, Martha, have another cake. Hey, hey. Hey, is my little butterball in there? Hey, Big Mama, Big Daddy is here. Hi, honey. Hi, Edith. Moat vacating a tay to hear you take the rest of the cakes. Cake? Hey, Moat thought we were going to kick them goodies. Well, maybe we could jog a little longer tomorrow. Okay, but come on. We got to go now. Dinner is ready. Bye-bye, Edith. Bye, Barney. Thank you, Edith. Come on, sweetheart. Bye-bye, Edith. Bye-bye. Have fun. Thank you. Oh, thank God. I thought they would never leave. Did she? Guess what? Moat don't have to guess. Moat heard the 2 of them are an item. Yeah. Oh. Moat certainly not surprised. Moat han't rove cape them together. Did certainly, Moat. Well, what is going to happen if Blanche comes back? Oh, well, Moot do not know. I mean, those things are as they say in the lap of the cards. Anyway, if she does, all Barney has got to do is wreck his 2-vent set there, or his icebox, or punch holes in his roof, or throw nails in his washing machine. What good would that do? Well, then he will have 4 repairmen over the house, you know. Within about 25 minutes, Blanche will run away with one of them. Oh, Edith. Oh, Mort know those kind of women. Easy, 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 easy. Love should never hurt. All in the Family was played to a studio audience for live responses. This segment offers the satisfying resolution to the initial emotional case of Barney's loneliness, coupled with further astute, albeit still crude, observations from Archie on human behavior. Martha's monologue to Edith is particularly poignant and revealing, showcasing a deep psychological journey from widowhood to renewed companionship. Her statement, "This has been my happiest week in years," speaks to the profound human need for connection and shared experience, particularly after enduring significant loss. Martha, aware of Edith's implied suspicion, and by extension, Archie's more overt one that Barney is after her money, confronts it directly. Moat will bet you think Barney is after my money.
Yeah, well, it is certainly not true.
This moment offers a crucial lesson in distinguishing between initial perception and evolving reality. Her examples of alternating who pays for various activities, tickets, dinner, cab, popcorn, movie, illustrate a nuanced financial dance that suggests a genuine partnership rather than exploitation. It highlights a mature give and take that transcends mere monetary calculation. Her deeply honest confession, "Look at me, Edith. Motem certainly no beauty, paired with they say money cannot buy happiness. Well, Motem happy with whatever it is buying me," provides a powerful psychological insight into self-worth and the diverse forms happiness can take. It demonstrates a woman who has come to terms with her appearance, found happiness not through traditional ideals of romance, but through companionship and the tangible benefits her wealth can provide, a form of agency and contentment on her own terms. Her final, most significant declaration, "He makes me feel wanted, and sometime know of a kep he is seeing me, certainly not my money," is the ultimate emotional victory. It confirms that the superficiality initially driving the match has been superseded by genuine affection and recognition, fulfilling Barney's own deep need to be seen and valued for who he is. This is the positive unraveling of human motivations, transforming an opportunistic endeavor into a meaningful bond. The transformation of Barney and Martha is vividly portrayed. Barney, previously in despair over Blanche, is now buoyant, entering with a playful, affectionate call. "Is my little butterball in there? Barney, here we come, Barney. Hey, Big Mama, Big Daddy is here. Hi, honey. This effusive display signals a complete turnaround in his emotional state, showcasing the restorative power of positive human relationships. The easy banter about low-cal dinner and bowling illustrates their newfound compatibility and shared interests, replacing the earlier sense of desperation with joyful engagement. This scene offers valuable life lessons, sometimes leaving behind toxic patterns and opening oneself to new experiences, even through unconventional means, can lead to profound personal growth and happiness. The final conversation between Edith and Archie about Barney and Martha's new relationship and the hypothetical return of Blanche is a further masterclass in Archie's unique brand of social commentary. Edith's understated observation, Moat heard the two of them are an item, is a testament to the community as awareness and acceptance of newfound happiness. Archie's pride in having thrown them together reinforces his psychological need to be the orchestrator of events, even when his initial motives were flawed. The hypothetical return of Blanche brings to light Archie's profound understanding of her ingrained behavioral patterns. His suggestions for Barney to damage his own property, wreck his 2-vent set there, or his icebox, or punch holes in his roof, or throw nails in his washing machine are not recommendations for genuine self-destruction, but rather a sardonic strategy to exploit Blanche's predictable attraction to repairmen. This cynical yet incisive profiling of Blanche know those kind of women demonstrates Archie's crude but effective grasp of human motivational psychology, particularly when it comes to patterns of opportunistic attraction and avoidance of responsibility. While certainly not to be emulated, this extreme observation serves as a satirical commentary on certain repetitive human behaviors in interpersonal relationships. From a detective novelist perspective, this provides a detailed character sketch of Blanche, a transient individual perpetually seeking external stimulation or rescue, incapable of sustaining a stable relationship. Her attraction to repairmen can be interpreted as a psychological desire for someone to fix her life or situations, embodying a superficial longing for problem solvers rather than true partners. Archie's prediction of her quick attachment within 25 minutes underscores her impulsivity and fleeting commitments. The line "Love should never hurt" provides a humanistic anchor to the segment, serving as a subtle but powerful ethical statement that stands in contrast to Archie's jaded humor. In sum, this series of events, while devoid of criminal actions in the traditional sense, prints multiple cases in human psychology. It highlights the motivations behind human actions, be it a search for comfort, companionship, financial security, or simply an escape from loneliness. The perpetrators are not violent criminals, but rather the forces of neglect, miscommunication, self-centeredness, and emotional fragility. The investigators are figures like Archie and Edith, navigating these human complexities with varying degrees of social grace and shrewdness. The life lessons revolve around empathy, honest self-assessment, the importance of genuine connection over material gain, and the enduring human capacity for growth and recovery from emotional setbacks. For any aspiring analyst of human behavior, or indeed for law enforcement seeking to understand community dynamics, these everyday interactions offer rich, subtle lessons in understanding what drives us, how we react to distress, and how even the most unlikely interventions can lead to surprising outcomes, often cementing the power of healthy community engagement. Boy, the way Glenn Miller played, songs that made the hit parade, guys like us, we had it made, those were the days, and you knew where you were then. Girls were girls and men were men. We could use a man like Herman Hoover again. Didn't need no welfare state. Everybody pulled his weight. Goodness, our old Los Alamos ran great. Those were the days. No, hey, Moat think it is a great idea. Yes, yeah, Moat think we ought to talk about that. Well, there is no sense in coming over here because Moat have got to leave the house right away, see? Moat have got to get down to work. Moat have got to get down to work. Moat have got to open a saloon at 3 o'clock. So why to meet me down there at 3 o'clock, see? Yeah, no. That is from outside the house. Some kind of vehicle, all right? Meet you then. Hey, listen, kiddo, it is great to hear your voice. Bye. Listen, Eden, Moot just got a very interesting proposition over here, see? How come all your socks have holes in them in the back? Moot to know. Maybe Moot got sharp heels. Maybe you got short shoes. Maybe you are a scatterbrain. Maybe you got long feet. Maybe you want to silence yourself, certainly. Sure. Go ahead. Listen to me. We are lucky enough to be in on the ground floor of the precipice of a great opportunity. This is a thing that could make us so rich that Moot might only have to wear a pair of socks once. Or maybe no socks at all. You would certainly not want to be that rich. Why in the world would Moot certainly not? You might catch a cold. Eden, listen to me. Why cannot we perish? You are nearly putting the eye out of my head here. No. We are near it. Wait a minute. Sit down. Listen. Moat just got a proposition from my brother here, see? Your brother Fred? No. My brother Isabel. Certainly, Fred. Who is Isabel? Eden, there is certainly no Isabel. Now, will you listen to me? For $5,000, Fred can put us into this here syndicate, you see, that is going to invest in a nationwide chain of cafeterias. They are going to flood the country with Chinese food. They are going to be called the Fuyu Chinatarias. How does that grab you, certainly? Nothing but cheap food there. Now, Mort think we ought to take $5,000 worth of that. Oh, Archie, you and me could certainly not eat that much Chinese food. Hold it, hold it, hold it. Mort, am certainly not talking about you and me, Eden. And Mode, am talking about investing in a niche chain of all-American Chinatarias. Why would you want to do that? Don't you know nothing? Don't you read the papers? Don't you know that the Democrats just recognized China? Yeah, well, the result of that is there is going to be a substantial demand in this country on chow mein and moo goo gai pan for $5,000. Oh, that is a lot of money. What do you have against Fred, your brother Fred? No, my sister Isabel, you are certainly not got a sister. Oh, Lord, Moot am certainly not got nothing against your brother Fred. I love him. And Moot would love your sister Isabel, too, if you had one. You know, Moot still think that would be nice. It would be so nice if you had a sister, and her name was Isabel. That is such a nice name. Are you finished now? Yeah, then do me a favor, will you, please? Since you are certainly not got no sister-in-law to love, try loving your brother-in-law, certainly. Oh, Moat do. Moat certainly not the one that knocked his tooth out at our wedding and then did certainly not talk to him for 29 years. No. Moat do certainly not have to mention no names. Moat diuete have to look at the party and whistle. You know, that is the most absurd thing I'd ever heard. Now, come on. Anita, Moat think we ought to get in on the ground floor with this thing. Make this investment. Let our money work for us. Well, what? Before you knock the other eye out, what you say? Certainly, Moat don't know. Swell, that is all Moat have been waiting to hear. What? Goodness. You are certainly not even following your own advice. Advice? What in the world advice is that? Never do business with relatives. The final section plunges into the complexities of human ambition, trust, and the eternal allure of financial opportunity, all filtered through Archie's unique worldview. The repetition of the nostalgic opening monologue serves to reinforce his deeply ingrained conservatism, acting as a mental comfort zone he reverts to before embarking on new, potentially risky ventures. It highlights a core psychological tension, the desire for past simplicity versus the drive for future prosperity. The phone conversation, though largely one-sided, outlines a proposition from Archie brother Fred about a syndicate investing in Fuyu Chinatarias. From a criminal psychology perspective focused on fraud, this scenario is a cautionary tale, illustrating how perceived opportunities often present themselves cloaked in the veneer of legitimacy and expedited success. The key details to track in such cases would be the urgency get in on the ground floor, precipice of a great opportunity. The promise of outsized returns make us so rich that Mott might only have to wear a pair of socks once, or maybe no socks at all. And the familial connection used as a guarantor of trust my brother here, see? Your brother Fred? Archie's conversation with Edith, referred to as Eden in this section, another character specific to Archie's interactions in the sitcom regarding the investment, is a psychological battleground of trust, skepticism, and spousal influence. Edith's persistent questions about Fred, including the endearing but irrelevant digression about Isabel, serve as a natural defense mechanism against hasty financial decisions. Her questioning forces Archie to articulate, however poorly, the supposed logic behind the venture. The amount of $5,000 presented as a significant sum elevates the stakes of this domestic case, turning it into a moment of considerable marital and financial risk. Archie's motive for investing is explicitly wealth accumulation, phrased in his characteristic hyperbole. Make us so rich that Mott might only have to wear a pair of socks once. His reasoning for the Chinadiris opportunity is tied to current geopolitical events, the recognition of China by Democrats, showcasing a distorted but characteristic application of current events to perceived market trends. This is a classic pattern observed in investment fraud. Perpetrators often anchor their schemes in recognizable large-scale events, however tenuous the connection, to give them a sense of plausibility and gravitas. The promised substantial demand in this country on chow mein and moo goo gai pan is the persuasive element, an imagined tidal wave of consumer desire used to overcome skepticism. Edith's continuous interjections, questions, and mild resistance are crucial to understanding the psychological dynamics. Her initial literal interpretation, you and me could certainly not eat that much Chinese food, highlights her grounded, pragmatic thinking, which clashes directly with Archie's abstract, speculative business vision. This illustrates a common divide in entrepreneurial ventures between cautious, concrete thinkers and risk-taking, abstract dreamers. Her later comments about Fred, Moat certainly not got nothing against your brother Fred. I love him. And Moat would love your sister Isabel, too, if you had one. You know, Moat still think that would be nice. It would be so nice if you had a sister. And her name was Isabel. That is such a nice name are examples of how affection and distraction can complicate purely rational decision-making, weaving emotional threads into financial discussions. The revelation that Edith, or Anita, as Archie addresses her later, once knocked his tooth out at our wedding and then did certainly not talk to him for 29 years injects a deeply personal, long-standing conflict into the family dynamic, casting a shadow of past anti-feudi over. This historical grievance could be a major perpetrator of suspicion or reluctance to trust. From a detective standpoint, uncovering these long-term feuds or unresolved conflicts within a family or business partnership is often key to understanding the motivations and indeed the reliability of information exchanged. Edith's ultimate decision, signaled by an uncertain well, quickly interpreted by Archie as an enthusiastic swell, that is all Maud have been waiting to hear, demonstrates the power of leading questions and the human tendency to perceive what one desires to see, especially when under pressure to act on an opportunity. However, her parting shot, the most absurd thing Maud ever heard, is her final piece of wisdom. Never do business with relatives. This, delivered after ostensibly agreeing to the venture, serves as the most profound life lesson of this case. It highlights the complex interplay of trust, family loyalty, financial risk, and the inherent difficulties of separating personal relationships from business dealings. The psychological burden of potentially losing money to a relative can strain family bonds to breaking point, often resulting in unspoken resentments or direct conflict, lessons hard-earned over generations. From a larger community warning perspective, this narrative serves as a subtle admonition about financial ventures, particularly those promoted through personal connections, which can mask superficial analysis with familial trust. The character of Archie, for all his flaws and bluster, is often well-intentioned, but his financial judgment can be clouded by enthusiasm and a desire for quick riches, making him and Edith, his spouse, with her more cautious instincts, an emblematic duo facing the everyday temptations of speculative investment. The perpetrators in such financial cases are not always overtly malicious, but rather misguided individuals whose optimistic ventures, lacking thorough due diligence, can become instruments of financial loss, proving that the ground floor of the precipice often holds not great opportunity but profound risk. For law enforcement, understanding the social and psychological pressures within families or close-knit communities is essential to anticipating and preventing financial scams, as emotional trust can bypass rational caution, making seemingly secure relationships vulnerable to even the most rudimentary or humorously articulated schemes. The entire script, when analyzed through the dual lenses of criminal psychology and professional detective narrative, transforms from a comedic sitcom into a profound exploration of human nature. It does not contain graphic crimes or overt villainy. Instead, it offers a deeply nuanced look at the crimes of miscommunication, the perpetrators of personal insecurities, and the investigations into the intricate motivations that drive us all. The lessons drawn are fundamentally humanistic: the importance of empathy, honest communication, setting boundaries, managing expectations, understanding personal biases, and recognizing the true value of human connection beyond superficial gains. It champions the often clumsy but sincere efforts of individuals to support one another through life's many challenges, and it reminds us that within the fabric of everyday existence, the greatest mysteries often lie in the hearts and minds of the people around us. Boy, the way Glenn Miller played. Songs that made the hit parade. Guys like us, we had it made. Those were the days, and you knew where you were then. Girls were girls, and men were men. Mister, we could use a man like Herman Hoover again. Didn't need no welfare state. Everybody pulled his weight. Goodness, our old Los Alamos ran great. Those were the days. This opening monologue offers a revealing window into a mind preoccupied with nostalgia and a longing for perceived simpler times. From the perspective of a criminal psychology analyst, this tendency to idealize a bygone era can often stem from a sense of déuétude with present complexities, perhaps even a subtle feeling of being adrift in an ever-changing world. It suggests an individual who may find solace in structured tradition and clearly defined societal roles, potentially reacting with discomfort or even mild resistance to modern challenges. The invocation of a figure like Herman Hoover, a symbolic nod to a specific historical period and philosophy of governance, underscores this yearning for stability and self-reliance interpreted through a lens of past greatness. Such a psychological disposition indicates a strong value placed on individual accountability and a preference for order, which in turn can influence how one perceives and addresses personal or interpersonal dilemmas. Get the phone, Ada. Archie, would you get the phone, please? Ma don't want to answer that phone, Ada. Archie, get the phone. Mott met in the oven. Can't you pick up that phone? Archie, get the phone. My hands are all empty. What did you do with the dreadful thing? Get the phone. Archie, where is it? Let me tell you, this long wire is certainly no convenience. We spend more time hunting than we do talking. Get the phone, Archie. Moat got the phone. The domestic tableau presented here offers a rich, albeit humorous, study in marital communication and unspoken expectations. The immediate source of contention, a ringing telephone, is seemingly minor, yet it triggers a cascade of playful banter and thinly veiled frustration between Archie and Ada Edith. Ada, engaged with tasks in the oven, makes a series of polite yet firm requests, indicating a familiar dynamic where certain responsibilities like answering the phone might be perpetually unassigned or perpetually deferred. Archie's initial resistance, marked by his declarations of unwillingness and humorous complaints about the inconvenience of the long wire, speaks to a common human inclination to avoid immediate, minor annoyances. This seemingly trivial exchange, however, can be psychologically instructive. It reveals established patterns of interaction where a certain amount of grumbling may precede compliance, showcasing a micro-level perpetrator of domestic discord, miscommunication, or unclear roles. A professional detective, when analyzing interpersonal cases, often begins by observing such routine interactions as they lay bare the foundational psychological patterns and communication styles that underpin more significant conflicts. What? Oh, sorry, Barney, something else. What do you want? Hey, Barney, don't cry, will you? Barney, if you don't stop upset, I'm not going to be able to understand a word you are saying. What happened? Hold the phone, will you? Barney, you are certainly not going to believe this. It is Blanche. Is she sick? Better than that. Barney, now listen. No, Barney, now don't do that. Certainly not. What is he saying? Hold the phone, Barney. He says he is going to end his life. Cannot. Barney. Now don't. Okay, Barney. If you are going to do that, then you better say goodbye to Edith here. Hold the phone. I'm going to put her right on. Say goodbye to Barney, but cannot say goodbye. Then say hello to Barney. Say any kind of thing you please. Just stall him till Maud have a chance to run over there and calm him down. Hello, Barney. Oh, Lord, why can Teen have one friend Vacapite had all his marbles? Barney, stop talking like that. You know you are certainly not going to do that. Barney. You remind me of my Uncle Horace, who always said he was going to end his life every time his wife ran away. He said he was going to go down to the subway and electrocute himself on the third rail. No. Of course he did not. He was too scared the train would come along and kill him. Oh, excuse me a minute. Where is Edith? Moat think there's someone at the door. Who is it? Open the door, Barney. It is me. Moat will be right with you, Arch. You okay, Barney? Yeah, come on in. Arch, glad to see you are still alive. Hello, Barney. You and me got to sit down and have an old-fashioned heart-to-heart talk here. The subsequent conversation introduces Barney's profound emotional distress, framing a significant interpersonal case for psychological analysis. Barney's intense emotional reaction to his wife Blanche's departure, expressed through crying and a desperate lust of intent to end his life, triggers a complex, rapid response from Archie. While the narrative skillfully steers away from detailed discussions of self-harm, the initial expression of distress is a crucial psychological marker. From an analytical perspective, such extreme statements, even when not carried out, often represent a desperate plea for attention, intervention, and validation. Barney's recurring anguish over Blanche's departure signals a deep-seated emotional dependency and a significant fear of abandonment, making him vulnerable to severe emotional swings when confronted with such an unsettling situation. This pattern suggests a core vulnerability where a perceived loss of connection translates into an overwhelming sense of powerlessness and hopelessness. Archie's reaction, while gruff, offers intriguing psychological insights. His initial, almost callous, "Oh, good at the news of Blanche running away," might be interpreted as a defensive mechanism, an attempt to rationalize or minimize a situation that causes him discomfort or one he has observed too many times. His blunt but rapid-fire advice, coupled with the suggestion of passing the phone to Edith with instructions to stall him, reveals a protective instinct masked by a pragmatic, if unsophisticated, approach to crisis management. The humorous comparison of Barney to his Uncle Horace, who likewise theatrically threatened to end his life under similar circumstances, serves multiple psychological functions. It normalizes Barney's dramatic response, implicitly suggesting that this is a predictable, albeit melodramatic, familial pattern. Furthermore, by introducing the humorous anecdote of Uncle Horace's fear of the train, Archie subtly highlights the human survival instinct, often dormant but powerfully present, even when individuals express despair. This witty anecdote helps to diffuse the immediate tension while reinforcing a subtle, life-affirming message. Archie's prompt arrival at Barney's home and his immediate relief, "Glad to see you are still alive," underscore the genuine concern beneath his coarse exterior. The suggestion of an old-fashioned heart-to-heart talk symbolizes the innate human need for direct, unfiltered connection during times of crisis. A detective novelist would highlight how swiftly humor is employed to navigate deep emotional currents, allowing characters to broach sensitive topics without being overwhelmed. The scene intricately reveals how emotional fragility, even if comically handled, requires communal intervention and the restorative power of empathetic engagement, however imperfectly delivered. The underlying psychological perpetrator here is the pervasive fear of loneliness and abandonment, an emotional struggle that drives significant interpersonal actions and reactions. Just out of curiosity, what were you going to do with this time? You are all 10 gauge, Arch. Well, Moat would have killed you, all right, Barney? You would have also air-conditioned your house. Edith here, though, she had an interesting suggestion. Yeah, what? The subway, you know? The third rail. Well, Moat have not heard of that one in years. Is she still up in the air? Yeah, she is there. Yeah, let me talk to her. Yeah, Edith, it is me. Yeah, Modam over here with Barney. Oh, well, he thinks he wants to go with your idea about the third rail. Yeah, all right. Edith. All right, Edith, Moat heard that story. Why do you always do this? Moat mean, don't you know that Blanche is certainly not wanted? It is not as though this is the first time she has done this to you. Hey, how many times since you married has she run away from you? Counting the honeymoon? Oh, goodness, was it the exterminator again? No, this time it was the finest man. Oh, the finest man. How did he get to her? He heated up the house, then he heated up Blanche. Which one took him the longest? Moat do not know. But he was not here more than 25 minutes altogether. How can decent human beings do things so fast? Barney, listen to me. What you need is somebody new. You need a whole new experience. Not me. Just try and remember that old saying. Certainly. There is more than one fish in a woodpile. Moat think you said that wrong, Arch. Don't correct my English. Moat am trying to help you. Let him do it, Barney Arch. Get the heck out of here. How is Barney? Oh, poor Barney. He is in bad shape over there. The narrative deepens as the focus shifts ours from immediate despair to the chronic marital instability caused by Blanche's repeated departures. Archie's casual mention of the 10-gauge firearm and his characteristic quip about air conditioning your house demonstrates a particular coping mechanism, transforming potentially dark subjects into humorous, even absurd observations. This allows him to address uncomfortable truths without directly confronting the deeper emotional weight. His recollection of Edith's earlier narrated suggestion about the subway and third rail further underscores this technique, using anecdotes to both entertain and to navigate distress. From a criminal psychology standpoint, focused on understanding the intricacies of human relationships rather than explicit crime, Blanche's consistent pattern of running away represents a form of chronic emotional abandonment. Her actions, devoid of direct communication or confrontation, are a potent perpetrator of relational instability and emotional suffering for Barney. Such behavior can be psychologically driven by a fear of intimacy, a compulsive need for external validation, or an inability to sustain commitment. The implication that Blanche's departures are linked to new romantic interests, exterminator, Finest Man further profiles her as an individual driven by impulsivity and a search for immediate gratification, leaving a trail of emotional insecurity. Archie's direct, though insensitive, questioning, how many times since you married has she run away from you, counting the honeymoon, serves to highlight the long-standing, ingrained nature of this destructive relational pattern. His exasperated rhetorical questions about Blanche's intentions, concluding with his observation that Blanche is certainly not wanted, cuts to the core of the dysfunctional dynamic, where one partner's repeated actions undermine the other's sense of self-worth. The detailed yet comical description of the finest man's brief stay further underscores the perceived superficiality and fleeting nature of Blanche's connections, solidifying her character profile as an individual who prioritizes temporary external validation over sustained relational depth. Archie's analogy of Blanche working her tail right through the alopecius uses blunt humor to critique what he perceives as a cycle of superficiality. Archie's prescription for Barney's predicament is radical. What you need is somebody new. You need a whole new experience. This direct suggestion of replacement rather than reconciliation speaks to his pragmatic, often unsentimental, view of interpersonal problems, especially those he perceives as chronically intractable. His humorous misuse of a proverb, there is more than one fish in a woodpile, followed by his immediate defense, don't correct my English. Modam trying to help you reveals a core psychological trait, a need to be perceived as knowledgeable and helpful, even when verbally imprecise. For a detective novelist, understanding Blanche's consistent behavior involves recognizing these deep-seated psychological motivations, how they impact others, and the observable behavioral patterns that define them. While no crime has occurred, the case lies in the ongoing emotional injury, offering lessons for any community support service on identifying and mitigating prolonged emotional distress stemming from toxic relationship patterns. Poor Barney, he is in bad shape over there. Goodness, Mort wish Mort could save a saint for his dog who is healthy enough. Look at how he is worn. Mort hate it, you know. Barney needs somebody new. I mean, he needs a woman who is certainly not going to run away from him. He needs a woman with absolutely no lust for life. Anyway, we got to give him things to do. Stick with him. Why don't we have him over for dinner tonight? Certainly. No, we cannot. You are working tonight. All right. What about tomorrow night? No, Moat invited my friend Martha Boycorn over for dinner tomorrow night. Who is Martha Boycorn? Oh, you know, Moat told you about her. Well, she is the one whose husband died and left her 3 supermarkets. Moat ka no eve capit. But why do we have Barney over at the same time? Why? Because Moat think Barney would love to make the acquaintance of 3 supermarkets. Archie, what are you thinking? Oh, Edith. Moat, I'm certainly not thinking anything at all. Except when the 2 of them get together, well, maybe they will think of something. Archie, women do not like to meet men who are only interested in their money. Oh, excuse me, God. And besides, Barney is still a married man. Oh, come on. What kind of a married man is he? Well, the wife was always running away from him. Boys would certainly not exterminate her, not with the finest man. You know, that woman Blanche is working her tail right through the alopecias. What are you going to do? Moat, I'm going to make a phone call. Do you mind? Now, where is it now? Oh, there. It is certainly not there. What is it Mort said there? Who are you going to call? Mort, I'm going to call my old pal Barney. Oh, no. Archie, you cannot do that. What about Blanche? Moat, no, but she will come back. She always does. Well, this time we are certainly not taking her back. That is certainly not for you to decide. Please, how are you there, Barney? Archie? That is certainly not any of your business. Excuse me. Shush. Barney, it is me, Arch. Listen, eat it. And he was thinking, how would you like to come over for dinner tomorrow night? Certainly. Would you like that? Hold the phone. He would like to know what you are cooking. Meatloaf. It is meatloaf. Man, hold the phone. He says, can you make it a pot roast? Come on, it is certainly not like he is asking for duck or something there. All right, pot roast. You got that pot roast, Barney. Hey, listen, Edith is going to invite a lady friend of hers over here. You know? Just so we make up kind of a party here. Yeah, we'll come at 6 o'clock. Make it 6:15. 6:15, Barney. No, you better make it 6:30. 6:30, Barney, and that one is fine. All right, let me get to my chair. The scene pivots to the planning of an intervention, an attempt by Archie and Edith to resolve Barney's emotional case through social re-engagement. Archie's candid assessment of Barney's needs, a woman who won't abandon him and implicitly one who provides stability over fiery passion, no lust for life, is, despite its rough delivery, its keen psychological observation. He correctly diagnoses Barney's desperate need for security and a predictable presence in his life. The introduction of Martha Boycorn, whom Edith describes purely by her unfortunate circumstance of widowhood and subsequent inheritance, 3 supermarkets, immediately shifts Archie's focus to a transactional lens. His exclamation, Moat knew it, reveals his rapid, financially driven calculation. His bold, humorous, and yet crass declaration that Barney would love to make the acquaintance of 3 supermarkets showcases a psychological tendency to conflate human relationships with material assets. This utilitarian approach to matchmaking, while certainly not adhering to social graces, exposes a primal human impulse to seek security, often manifested through financial means. It highlights a common pitfall where material gain can overshadow the pursuit of genuine emotional connection. Edith, acting as a crucial moral and emotional counterpoint, voices the essential life lesson. Women do not like to meet men who are only interested in their money. This statement is fundamental, as it underscores the universal human desire for authentic recognition and respect unburdened by ulterior motives. Her ethical reminder that Barney is still a married man further anchors the narrative in moral reality, drawing attention to ethical complexities that Archie is inclined to dismiss. Archie's justifications for circumventing Barney's marital status, recounting Blanche's repeated infidelities, the wife was always running away from him, finest man, serve a psychological purpose. They allow him to rationalize his potentially ethically dubious matchmaking, implicitly positioning Blanche as the ultimate perpetrator of marital negligence, thereby freeing Barney and his benefactors from moral responsibility and moving on. His crude visual description of Blanche's infidelity, that woman Blanche is working her tail right through the alopecias, is a darkly humorous way of discrediting her, and by extension neutralizing any moral objection to Barney seeking a new companion. The extended negotiation of dinner plans, pot roast, the numerous adjustments to the arrival time, provides rich psychological data. These seemingly trivial details signify Barney's slow but definite engagement, kept to hot social life, and a regaining of personal agency. His requests, however small, demonstrate a nascent investment in future interactions, moving from a state of despair to one of anticipation. From an analytical perspective, such minor decision-making and participation can be critical markers of recovery and reintegration. Archie's willingness to accommodate these requests despite his general impatience hints at a genuine, if gruff, commitment to his friend's well-being. This complex choreography in coordinating a social event emphasizes the diligent efforts often required in supporting vulnerable individuals, showcasing community-level detective work in tracking social integration. The core lesson here is that pragmatic kindness, even when flawed, can be a powerful catalyst for positive change, proving that a holistic understanding of an individual's psychological needs goes far beyond simple legalistic frameworks. Well, this might work out there pretty good. Wait a minute. What is this, Martha? Who does this woman look like? Girl power. All right, what? Well, she is a lovely lady. She has a wonderful sense of humor, and she is very peppy, and she has got lots of charm and personality. Personality? A dog? Certainly. Modem here, Archie, and she is here. Everybody is here. Edith, oh my, is certainly not that beautiful. It is me, oh my. Oh, Martha, you look wonderful. Edith, is he here yet? Oh, no, he will be here at 6:30. Sit down. Oh, Edith. Everything looks so nice. Thank you. Maud, I'm so glad you could come. Maud invited me. I did not want to be alone tonight of all nights. Why? Well, if Wally had certainly not died, tonight would have been our silver wedding anniversary. Oh, well, congratulations. Well. Here, Maud am. Sorry for the delay. Maud had to kill a 1,000-legger in the bathtub up there.
This is my husband, Archie. Archie, this is Martha, by Korn. Pleased to meet you.
Yeah, pleased to meet you there. Yeah, look, listen, Moat, stand here. And Moat said Moat will make you something home there. Only not in this chair because the back legs are wobbly. Women always make themselves sit in that chair. Moat do not know why. Look, Moat said Moat will make you all right. Yeah. What is the matter with you? Well, tell me there. Mrs. Girl Power, you called me Martha. Yeah, Martha, yeah, so your old man died. Too bad. How did he go? Well, it was just before dinner, and he was sitting all dressed up in his favorite chair, smoking his cigar, and poof, he was gone just like that. Oh, dear. Well, what are you going to do? You know, what in the world are you looking at? Nothing. Oh, don't interrupt, will you? Hey, you Canoa Vakep, who else took on a lot of weight? Elizabeth Taylor. Do you still have your supermarkets? No. Mutt got a good price, so Mutt sold them. Oh, you sold the supermarket, certainly. Well, what did you do with the money, if Moat may ask? Did you invest it or do you blow it? No, I put part in tax-exempt bonds, and then Moat heard that diamonds go up in value. So with the rest, Moat bought these. A girl's best friend is certainly right there. Look it over there and look at that. Aren't they lovely? Oh, Archie, look at this. Did you ever see anything like that? Not since Sammy Davis was in the house. Oh, that must be boring. Yeah, Moat will open the door. Moat got to check my pot rows. Oh, wait, let me help you. No, wait a minute, Mott. Don't want to see him right away. What do you mean you don't want to see him? He is here. Well, don't let him in yet. Meow. Hiya, buddy, my old pal. Hi, Arch. Hey, good to see a smile on your face again. Yeah. Thanks to you, pal. Hey, is my date here yet? Hey, in the kitchen with Edith, is she good looking? She is certainly not a bad one. Is she young? She is certainly not old. Has she got a good figure? Hey, did you ever see Elizabeth Taylor Mort Mean lately? Certainly. Now listen. Barney, this here is a lovely lady, you know. She is a good sport there, and she is peppy. And she has got loads of charm and personality. A dog, certainly. Barney, don't start this. Give it a chance here. Go ahead, don't be scared, Barney. Martha, this is Barney Hefner. Barney, this is Martha. Bye. Korn. Come on there, kids. Come on there. Let us hear the old pleased to meet yous, Barney. Pleased to meet you. Yeah, that is swell. Now, Barney, say something else. Can Mort see you in the kitchen, Arch? No, it is important. All right. Barney, give us a minute or two. Barney wants to see me in the kitchen. Just make yourselves at home. Eat it. Don't stay in there. Show the guests where to sit down. Keep her out of my chair. What in the world do you want in the kitchen? The back door. No. You sit over here. You are certainly not going to stick me with that woman. Just a minute. As regards that woman, putting everything aside, if you could lift it, hold it. She happens to be a wealthy widow. Certainly, she used to own 3 supermarkets. Used to? Well, they are gone now. She ate them here. You are certainly not walking out on me. This beautiful pot roast here. Look at this, certainly. With the little new potatoes golden in the grease there, and the carrots, and the little pile onions. Smell that gravy there, you dear fellow, you. Okay. For Edith's sake, Moat will stay. But Moat will tell you one thing. Moat'am's certainly not for sale. Oh, come on. We are certainly not trying to sell you. We would be lucky to give you away. Get out there. Oh! The dinner party itself functions as a microcosmic stage for character revelation and intricate social maneuvering. Martha Boycorn's arrival, lauded by Edith, genuinely complimentary descriptions of her character, lovely lady, wonderful sense of humor, very peppy, contrasts sharply with Archie's crude and persistent focus on her financial status. Martha's quiet, heartfelt lament about her silver wedding anniversary coinciding with Wally's passing serves as a potent psychological marker. It reveals a deep undercurrent of private grief and the profound human tendency to carry significant personal milestones and sorrows beneath a composed exterior, reminding us that even in seemingly lighthearted social situations, unexpressed emotional narratives abound. Archie S. interrogation, beginning with an insensitive probe into Wally S. death and escalating into an inquiry about Martha S. financial holdings, immediately positions him as a socially unaware, yet psychologically transparent character. Martha's stoic description of Wally's sudden demise, poof, he was gone, just like that, is both poignant and reflective of her resilient spirit, especially when met with Archie's brusque redirection to the superficial "you kind of ove kep," who else took on a lot of weight, Elizabeth Taylor. This tactic by Archie, a swift deflection from emotional depth to triviality, is a classic psychological defense mechanism, often deployed by individuals uncomfortable with direct displays of empathy or complex emotional landscapes. The unexpected revelation that Martha sold them the supermarkets for a good price immediately thwarts Archie's transparent, financially motivated agenda. This unforeseen detail reshapes his perception of Martha and her assets. His subsequent rapid-fire questions about her investments, did you invest it or do you have to blow it, showcases his deep-seated preoccupation with kept to hot monetary wealth and asset management, perhaps as a compensatory mechanism for his own financial aspirations. Martha S.'s composed response, detailing her investments in tax-exempt bonds and diamonds, reveals her shrewd financial acumen and independent character, quickly establishing her as a woman of substance, far exceeding Archie's initial crude estimations. The diamonds proudly become a symbolic piece of evidence of her financial sophistication and personal agency, elements Archie had initially overlooked. Barney's arrival, infused with a new eagerness, "Is my date here yet?" contrasts sharply with his earlier despair. However, his superficial questions about Martha's physical attributes, is she good-looking, is she young, has she got a good figure, and his comparison to Elizabeth Taylor, more mean lately, reveal his own lingering vulnerabilities and a subconscious desire for superficial validation. This initial interaction between Barney and Martha, facilitated by Archie S., but often clumsy pronouncements, loads of charm and personality, a good sport, and Barney S. skeptical, almost childlike retort. A dog, certainly, encapsulates the delicate, often awkward beginning stages of any potential relationship. It highlights the protective emotional barriers individuals erect, especially after trauma or prolonged emotional difficulty. Barney's urgent request to speak with Archie privately in the kitchen, deemed important, creates a narrative tension, mirroring a detective's crucial private consultation before a significant revelation. His frank statement, "You are certainly not going to stick me with that woman," exposes his immediate, somewhat biased, negative reaction formed with minimal interaction. This highlights a fundamental human tendency to form rapid judgments, often rooted in self-preservation or a preconceived notion of what one deserves or doesn't want. Archie S. attempts to sell Martha to Barney based on her past wealth fall flat when he must concede that she ate them, meaning she sold the supermarkets. This instance serves as a pivotal lesson for any analyst or detective. Never rely solely on incomplete or misremembered information, as reality has a way of dramatically altering perceptions. Barney's indignant assertion, "Modem certainly not for sale," forcefully reclaims his personal dignity, demonstrating a core human resistance to being treated as an object for transaction. He rejects the premise of being paired for material benefit, revealing a deeper yearning for genuine connection that transcends financial arrangements. However, the turning point of this case arrives not through eloquent argument or cunning manipulation, but through the elemental power of Edith's home-cooked meal. Archie's passionate description of the pot roast, emphasizing its comforting aromas and tantalizing visuals. "Look at this, certainly, with the little new potatoes golden in the grease there, and the carrots, and the little pile onions. Smell that gravy there, you dear fellow," becomes the unexpected catalyst for resolution. The simple promise of warmth, sustenance, and homely comfort, coupled with the subtle emotional weight of Edith efforts, overrides Barney S. resistance. Okay, for Edith's sake, Moat will stay, he concedes, revealing that even profound emotional barriers can be overcome by acts of genuine care and the appeal of fundamental human comfort. This unexpected psychological resolution underscores a powerful truth. Human connection and comfort often operate on levels far more profound than logical or financial calculations. It provides a valuable life lesson in the nuanced dynamics of persuasion, where genuine human warmth and simple kindness can unravel the most stubborn emotional entanglements. "Edith, this has been my happiest week in years. You know, Barney and me, we have been out to dinner and the theater 3 times, and Barney says he is having such fun. That is nice. What is the matter?" "Oh, nothing. Moat will bet you think Barney is after my money." "Yeah, well, it is certainly not true. Some Barney pays for dinner in a cab. Sometimes Mort buy the popcorn and Coke, and Barney pays for the movie, and sometimes Mort pay for something, and Barney pays for something else. Look at me, Edith. Mort am certainly no beauty. Oh, you know, they say money cannot buy happiness. Well, Mort am happy with whatever it is buying me. You know, Barney is a very nice man, and he has lots of fun, and Mort like being with him. He makes me feel wanted. And sometimes when he looks at me, Meccano ve kep, he is seeing me, certainly not my money. Oh, Martha. Mort, I'm sorry, Mort said that. It is all right. You know what? He is cooking dinner for me tonight. Locale. Oh, it's certainly not that sweet. Me and we are going bowling after. Oh, Edith. Mott want to thank you and Archie for bringing us together. Mott know you know what it means to have a thoughtful man in your life. Oh, yeah, Mott do. Well, Mott just hope you never have to know what it is like to be without one. Oh, Martha, have another cake. Hey. Hey, is my little butterball in there? Barney, here we come, Barney. Hey, Big Mama, Big Daddy is here. Hi, honey. Hi, Edith. Mort ve kep a note to hear you take the rest of the cakes. Cake? Hey, Mort thought we were going to kick them goodies. Well, maybe we could jog a little longer tomorrow. Okay, but come on. We got to go now. Dinner is ready. Bye-bye, Edith. Bye, Barney. Thank you, Edith. Come on, bye-bye, Edith. Bye-bye. Have fun. Thank you. Oh, thank God. I thought they would never leave. Did she? Guess what? Mort don't have to guess. Mort heard the two of them are an item. Yeah. Oh. Mortem certainly not surprised. Mort te hat roe ve kept them together did certainly Mort. Well, what is going to happen if Blanche comes back? Oh, well, Mort do not know. I mean, those things are, as they say, in the lap of the cards. Anyway, if she does, all Barney has got to do is wreck his 2-vent set there, or his icebox, or punch holes in his roof, or throw nails in his washing machine. What good would that do? Well, then he will have 4 repairmen over the house, you know. Within about 25 minutes, Blanche will run away with one of them. Oh, Edith. Oh, Moot know those kind of women. Easy. Love should never hurt. All in the Family was played to a studio audience for live responses. This final narrative segment delivers a satisfying resolution to the emotional case of Barney's loneliness, skillfully illustrating personal growth and the profound impact of renewed companionship. Martha's candid confession to Edith provides critical psychological insight. This has been my happiest week in years, a profound statement revealing the immense human need for connection and shared experience, especially after periods of profound loss or isolation. Martha, preempting Edith's and Archie's implicit suspicion about Barney's financial motives, confronts it directly. Mort will bet you think Barney is after my money. Yeah, well, it is certainly not true. This moment is a powerful testament to the triumph of genuine connection over initial superficial assumptions. Her detailed description of their financial exchanges, alternating who pays for outings and activities, paints a picture of a balanced, mutually respectful partnership, not one driven by exploitation. This shared reciprocity signifies a mature emotional bond that transcends mere monetary calculation, offering a vital lesson in the evolution of relationships beyond initial, flawed premises. Her deeply vulnerable admission, look at me, Edith, Mortem certainly no beauty. Paired with her wisdom, they say money cannot buy happiness. Well, Mortem, happy with whatever it is buying me, provides a profound psychological exploration of self-worth and happiness. It portrays a woman who has found contentment and agency on her own terms, embracing the reality of her life while also cherishing newfound companionship. The emotional crescendo arrives with her affirmation wanted. And sometimes when he looks at me, Mocano ove kep, he is seeing me, certainly not my money. This powerful statement validates the authenticity of Barney affection, confirming that he recognizes and values her as an individual, fulfilling his own deep need to be seen and accepted, and marking the definitive resolution of his emotional distress. Barney and Martha's departure for bowling and their affectionate banter. Is my little butterball in there? Barney, here we come, Barney. Hey, Big Mama, Big Daddy is here. Hi, honey, is a joyful illustration of their transformative relationship. This effusive display signals a complete turnaround in Barney's emotional state, moving from despair to exuberant affection, highlighting the immense restorative power of positive human bonds. Their easy conversation about dinner and future activities, maybe we could jog a little longer tomorrow, reflects their new compatibility and shared pursuit of well-being, marking a profound shift from the crisis that initially brought them together. The final exchange between Edith and Archie discussing the new couple's future serves as both epilogue and social commentary. Edith's quiet observation, Moat heard the two of them are an item, encapsulates the community's acknowledgement of positive change. Archie's pride in having thrown them together reinforces his psychological need for validation as a catalyst, even acknowledging his initially flawed approach. The hypothetical discussion of Blanche's potential return provides a closing, satirical, yet psychologically astute character profiling. Archie's suggested strategy for Barney to intentionally damage his own household appliances is not a literal recommendation, but a darkly humorous social commentary. It satirizes Blanche's predictable behavioral patterns, implying that her attraction to repairmen, i.e., external problem solvers or new distractions, is an immutable psychological trait. This cynical yet incisive profiling, know those kind of women, demonstrates Archie's crude but accurate grasp of patterns in human motivation, particularly regarding opportunistic tendencies and an avoidance of stable commitment. While this should certainly not be taken as literal advice, it serves as a keen, albeit blunt, character study within a humorous narrative. The ultimate moral statement, love should never hurt, grounds the humor in a universal ethical principle, subtly contrasting the toxicity of Blanche's repeated abandonment with the healing power of genuine affection. This entire narrative, understood through the framework of criminal psychology and detective narrative, is not a tale of violent crime, but a deep exploration of human behavior in interpersonal cases. The perpetrators are not malicious villains, but the pervasive human challenges of loneliness, miscommunication, and emotional immaturity. The investigators are individuals like Archie and Edith, navigating these complex social and emotional landscapes with a mix of shrewdness, wit, and underlying kindness. The life lessons gleaned are deeply humanistic, emphasizing the importance of empathy, genuine connection, understanding the nuanced motivations behind human actions, and recognizing that true healing and happiness often lie in unexpected connections, built not on perfect plans, but on imperfect, authentic human interactions. This story inspires triumph over personal adversities, demonstrating that even amidst comedic mishaps, the spirit of community and the pursuit of justice, in its most humanistic sense, ultimately prevail. This boy, the way Glenn Miller played, songs that made the hit parade. Guys like us, we had it made. Those were the days, and you knew where you were then. Girls were girls, and men were men. Mister, we could use a man like Herman Hoover again. Didn't need no welfare state. Everybody pulled his weight. Goodness, our old Los Alamos ran great. Those were the days. No, hey, Mort think it is a great idea. Yes, Mort think we ought to talk about that. Well, there is no sense in coming over here because Mort have got to leave the house right away, see? Mort have got to get down to work. Mort, I'm on a boat. Mort have got to get down to work. Mort have got to open a saloon at 3 o'clock. So why don't you meet me down there at 3 o'clock, see? Yeah, no, that is from outside the house, some kind of vehicle, all right? Meet you then. Hey, listen, kiddo, it is great to hear your voice. Bye. Listen, Eden, Moot just got a very interesting proposition over here, see? How come all your socks have holes in them in the back? Moot don't know. Maybe Moot got sharp heels. Maybe you got short shoes. Maybe you are a scatterbrain. Maybe you got long feet. Maybe you want to silence yourself, certainly. Sure, go ahead. Listen to me. We are lucky enough to be in on the ground floor of the precipice of a great opportunity. This is a thing that could make us so rich that Mutt might only have to wear a pair of socks once. Or maybe no socks at all. You would certainly not want to be that rich. Why in the world would Mutt? Certainly not. You might catch a cold. Eden, listen to me. Why cannot we perish? You are always doing that to me, right? You are nearly putting the eye out of my head here. No. We are near it. Wait a minute. Sit down. Listen, Mutt just got a proposition from my brother here, see? Your brother Fred? No, my brother Isabel. Certainly Fred. Who is Isabel? Eden, there is certainly no Isabel. Now, will you listen to me? For $5,000, Fred can put us into this here syndicate, you see, that is going to invest in a nationwide chain of cafeterias. They are going to flood the country with Chinese food. They are going to be called the Fuyu Chinatarias. How does that grab you, certainly? Nothing but cheap food there. Now, Mort think we ought to take $5,000 worth of that. Oh, Archie, you and me could certainly not eat that much Chinese food. Hold it. Moat, I'm certainly not talking about you and me, Eden, and Moat, I'm talking about investing in a nationwide chain of all-American Chinatarias. Why would you want to do that? Don't you know nothing? Don't you read the papers? Don't you know that the Democrats just recognized China? Yeah? Well, the result of that is there is going to be a substantial demand in this country on chow mein and mugu gai pan. For $5,000? Oh, that is a lot of money. What do you have against Fred? Your brother Fred? No, my sister Isabel. You are certainly not got a sister. Oh, Lord. Moten's certainly not got nothing against your brother Fred. I love him. And Moat would love your sister Isabel, too, if you had one. You know, Moat still think that would be nice. It would be so nice if you had a sister, and her name was Isabel. That is such a nice name. Are you finna now? Yeah. Then do me a favor, will you please? Since you are certainly not got no sister-in-law to love, try loving your brother-in-law, certainly. Oh, Mort do. Mortem's certainly not the one that knocked his tooth out at our wedding and then did certainly not talk to him for 29 years. No. Mort does certainly not have to mention no names. Mot Uete have to look at the party and whistle. You know, that is the most absurd thing but ever heard. Now, come on, Anita. Mot think we ought to get in on the ground floor with this thing. Make this investment. Let our money work for us. Well, What before you knock the other eye out? What do you say? Certainly, Moat donned to know. Swell, that is all Moat have been waiting to hear. What? Goodness, you are certainly not even following your own advice. Advice? What in the world advice is that? Never do business with relatives. The final extended scene, infused with the nostalgic undertones of the opening monologue, immediately segues into a complex discussion of ambition, risk, and familial loyalty, all filtered through Archie's idiosyncratic lens. From a criminal psychology and professional detective novel perspective, this narrative unfolds as a cautionary tale about potential financial schemes, disguised as unprecedented opportunities, frequently observed in situations involving family or close acquaintances. The initial phone call sets the stage for a proposition from Archie's brother Fred concerning an investment in Fuyu Shinatarius. The rhetorical flair used to describe this venture, on the ground floor of the precipice of a great opportunity that could make us so rich that Mott might only have to wear a pair of socks once, contains crucial indicators of speculative or potentially fraudulent undertakings. Detectives, when investigating financial perpetrators, learn to recognize these telltale signs. Promises of extraordinary, rapid wealth, appeals to exclusivity, and a heightened sense of urgency to commit to a venture. The inherent contradiction of the investment scheme, a nation's chain of Chinese food cafeterias marketed as all-American Chinatarias, highlights a common element in questionable financial propositions, a blending of attractive but disparate concepts to create an alluring yet often logically inconsistent faade. Archie's conversation with Edith, referred to here as Eden, indicating another layer of intimacy and casual address in their long-standing relationship regarding the investment, becomes a psychological battleground of trust versus skepticism. Edith practical, often literal, inquiries Archie, you and me could certainly not eat that much Chinese food, serve as vital common sense audits against Archie's speculative grandiosity. These seemingly trivial interjections are key details a detective would track to understand the inherent checks and balances within the family unit when facing significant financial decisions. Her playful but persistent attempts to bring up Isabel, a non-existent sister, despite Archie's exasperated corrections, subtly underscores how emotional threads and diversions can complicate or even protect individuals from making purely rational, high-stakes decisions. Archie's stated motivation for the $5,000 investment is clear. Personal enrichment, so substantial that he would scarcely need common articles of clothing. His rationale for the Chinatown market explosion is loosely tied to contemporary geopolitics, the diplomatic recognition of China. This method of tying a speculative financial opportunity to large scale, authoritative events is a common strategy employed in deceptive schemes. It lends an air of legitimacy and perceived inevitability to an otherwise unproven concept. The promise of a substantial demand in this country on Xiaoman and Mugu Gaipan functions as the persuasive element, aiming to override logical caution with an envisioned surge in consumer appetite. Edith's continuous questions and gradual resistance represent a valuable psychological portrait of due diligence, albeit an informal one. Her constant probing forces Archie to elaborate, however superficially, on the project's details, highlighting the often uneven power dynamics in spousal financial decisions. Her significant reservation, the cost of $5,000 acknowledged as a lot of money, points to the material risks involved and underscores her role as a grounded realist, anchoring the impulsive Archie. The deeply personal anecdote recounted by Edith about an unresolved conflict with Fred dating back 29 years knocked his tooth out at our wedding and then did certainly not talk to him for 29 years, injects a crucial element of historical grievance and strained trust into the proposition. From a detective standpoint, identifying such long-standing unresolved conflicts within familial business dealings is paramount. It signals a foundational fragility in the relationship, capable of tainting even genuinely positive ventures. Past perpetrators of family discord, even seemingly minor physical altercations, can become crucial background information to understand present skepticism. Edith's ultimate concession, expressed with an uncertain well, quickly and perhaps opportunistically, interpreted by Archie as an enthusiastic swell, that is all Moat have been waiting to hear, underscores the power of confirmation bias and the human tendency to perceive desired outcomes. It exemplifies how persuasion can hinge on interpretation rather than explicit agreement, particularly when one party is determined. However, the crowning piece of wisdom in this narrative, and arguably its most potent life lesson, is delivered by Edith, or Nita, as Archie addresses her in a moment of exasperation immediately after her apparent capitulation. Never do business with relatives. This succinct, universally applicable advice, though delivered in a moment of seemingly playful irritation, encapsulates a profound truth about managing personal and professional boundaries. It identifies a common perpetrator of personal and financial distress, the entanglement of love, loyalty, and money, where familial bonds can easily cloud objective judgment, making financial failure potentially far more devastating due to emotional costs. For law enforcement, understanding these societal and familial vulnerabilities is crucial in anticipating and preventing financial exploitation or fraud, as personal trust often bypasses rational scrutiny, leading individuals into situations they would otherwise avoid. In summation, this concluding narrative acts as a powerful psychological commentary on human ambition, risk assessment, and the complex interplay of familial relationships with financial decisions. While devoid of overt criminal actions, it provides a case study in human vulnerability to attractive, yet poorly scrutinized financial opportunities. The perpetrators are not necessarily malicious, but rather potentially misguided entrepreneurs operating under flawed assumptions or perhaps subtle overreach. The investigation here is into the psyche of ordinary people faced with the promise of extraordinary wealth, illuminating the psychological and emotional traps inherent in such situations. The profound life lesson to exercise caution when mixing family with finances serves as an invaluable warning, emphasizing the necessity of objective evaluation and robust personal boundaries, ensuring that financial aspirations do not unwittingly compromise the enduring value of family ties and personal peace. The gentle hum of memory often filters the past through a golden, often deceiving light, making bygone eras seem simpler, more virtuous, a time when the bedrock of society appeared unyielding and clear. Such were the reflections that often permeated the quiet evenings, especially when the radio played melodies from a generation past, evoking images of a world perhaps more imagined than truly experienced. The resonance of Glenn Miller's timeless arrangements, for instance, could transport one to an era where the lines seemed more distinctly drawn, where societal roles, it was believed, fit comfortably like a well-worn shoe. There was a prevalent notion that in those perceived good old days, individuals knew their place, understood their responsibilities, and contributed their share without question, a sentiment deeply embedded in the collective consciousness, yet often overlooking the complex struggles and nuanced realities that existed in every period of human history. The yearning for a leadership figure, perhaps one reminiscent of a former president, someone who, in the popular imagination, embodied a particular brand of sturdy independence and self-reliance, spoke volumes about a societal apprehension regarding the shifting sands of modern support structures, and an almost melancholic longing for a perceived simpler time when everyone, by this idealized account, simply pulled their weight, and essential civic functions, even those with somber historical ties, like a wartime scientific project, seemed to operate with an unblemished, almost automatic efficiency. These thoughts, though nostalgic, also carried a subtle undertone of resistance to the complexities that progress inevitably introduces, highlighting a universal human tendency to seek comfort in the known, even if the known is a romanticized reconstruction. Amidst these profound, albeit often unspoken ruminations, the mundane interruptions of daily life invariably asserted their presence, grounding philosophical wanderings in the immediate reality. The shrill insistence of a telephone bell, a common enough sound, often heralded a break in the domestic tranquility, a summons from the outside world demanding attention. In one such instance, the simple act of answering a telephone transformed from a routine chore into a microdrama, revealing layers of human interaction, expectation, and underlying tension within the confines of a home. The exchange itself, seemingly trivial between two individuals, Ada and Archie, over who would attend to the ringing device, was a window into their established patterns, their unspoken negotiations, and the subtle power dynamics at play. Ada, engrossed in the task of tending to the oven, a timeless symbol of domesticity and sustenance, naturally deferred, her hands preoccupied with the creation of a meal. Archie's initial reluctance, a mild protest against the intrusion, quickly gave way to a more exasperated complaint about the inconvenience of modern contraptions, specifically the lengthy wire that tethered the instrument to a single location, necessitating a physical quest for communication. This small frustration, amplified by the perceived imposition, underscored a broader human struggle with technological advancement. The tools designed to simplify life often introduced their own set of complications, demanding adaptation and patience. The lament that more time was spent hunting for the device than actually talking to the caller was a humorous yet poignant observation on the evolving relationship between humanity and its inventions. Finally, the call was answered, and with it a shift in the atmosphere from domestic squabble to genuine concern. The voice on the other end belonged to Barney, and immediately the tone suggested distress. The initial dismissive "what" from the receiver quickly softened to an apologetic "Oh, sorry, Barney, something else," indicating a recognition of the gravity in Barney's voice, an intuitive understanding that this was no ordinary social call. What unfolded was a rapid descent into a crisis, a cascade of raw emotion that spilled through the telephone line, painting a vivid picture of a man teetering on the precipice of despair. Barney's inability to articulate his pain clearly, masked by what was described as bawling, necessitated repeated pleas for him to compose himself, to speak audibly so that his urgent message could be understood. This moment was a powerful illustration of the profound impact of emotional distress, how it can incapacitate an individual, rendering communication difficult, and how the listener, even from a distance, feels the weight of that unarticulated suffering. The unfolding revelation, it's Blanche. Is she sick? Better than that, she run away. Oh, good. Was a stark, almost jarring sequence of statements. The initial question about illness suggested a concern for physical well-being, which then gave way to the unexpected news of Blanche's departure. The immediate, almost reflexive, oh, good from the listener was a complex reaction. It was not an expression of malice or cruelty, but rather a visceral response born of prolonged exposure to a deeply troubled relationship dynamic. It hinted at a profound weariness with a situation that had likely caused considerable distress to all involved, a sentiment that sometimes, in moments of extreme emotional fatigue, any change, even one that appears disruptive, can be perceived as a potential relief from an unbearable status quo. However, the fleeting moment of perceived relief was brutally cut short by Barney's subsequent declaration, a statement so grave that it silenced all other considerations. He says he's going to kill himself. This was no longer a domestic spat or a relationship issue. It had escalated into a life-or-death situation, demanding immediate, sensitive, and careful intervention. The instruction to hold the phone, Barney became an urgent directive, a desperate attempt to maintain a lifeline to a man in profound crisis. The narrative explicitly instructs against detailing suicidal or self-harm behaviors, and thus our analysis must focus on the psychological motivations, the desperate cry for help, and the impact such pronouncements have on those who hear them. In criminal psychology, such threats, while sometimes manipulative, are almost always indicators of deep-seated pain, a feeling of being overwhelmed, and a desperate search for control or attention when all other avenues seem closed. They are cries echoing through a personal abyss, seeking an anchor in the storm of inner turmoil. The sophistication of such a perpetrator, in this case Barney himself, inflicting emotional distress upon himself and those who care for him, lies not in cunning or malevolence, but in the raw, unfiltered power of human vulnerability and despair. His motivation is a complex tapestry woven from perceived abandonment, loneliness, and a profound sense of helplessness. The cause is likely a culmination of unresolved emotional issues exacerbated by the immediate trigger of Blanche's departure. Key details to track down the perpetrator, or in this context, to understand the root cause of the crisis, would involve delving into Barney's history, the nature of his relationship with Blanche, and any pre-existing psychological vulnerabilities. The immediate reaction to Barney's threat was a flurry of desperate improvisational strategies. The attempt to put Edith on the phone, a compassionate woman with a reassuring presence, was a quick thinking move to offer an alternative voice of solace and reason. The instruction, say goodbye to Barney, Moat can say goodbye, then say hello to Barney, say any damn thing you please. Just stall him till Moat have a chance to run over there and calm him down, revealed the frantic urgency of the situation. It was a desperate plea for a holding action, a plea for time, underscoring the critical importance of maintaining communication with someone in crisis. The words themselves, shifting from goodbye to hello to any damn thing you please, mirrored the chaotic internal state of the person trying to manage the emergency, highlighting the immediate need to connect, to keep the dialogue open, regardless of its content, simply to bridge the chasm of despair. This is a crucial lesson for anyone encountering a similar situation. The primary goal is to establish and maintain a connection, to listen without judgment, and to convey empathy, thus creating a space for intervention. Edith's subsequent attempt to engage Barney was a masterclass in empathetic yet gently firm communication. Her opening, "Oh Lord, why can Timid have one friend they kept had all his marbles?" was a raw, honest expression of frustration, yet immediately tempered by genuine concern. It was a humanizing sentiment, acknowledging the burden of constant emotional turmoil while still extending the hand of friendship. Her direct address, "Barney, stop talking like that. You know you ain't going to do that," was a gentle yet firm challenge to his despair, attempting to reintroduce a sense of reality and agency. The anecdote about Uncle Horace, who frequently threatened self-harm whenever his wife left, served multiple purposes. Firstly, it normalized Barney's experience by placing it within a historical context of similar human behavior, subtly suggesting that his feelings, while intense, were not unique and perhaps, like Uncle Horace, he might not follow through. Secondly, the detail about Uncle Horace being too scared the train would come along and kill him was a cleverly disarming piece of wit, introducing a touch of gentle satire. It was a subtle attempt to shift Barney's focus from the despair of his current situation to a more rational, even humorous consideration of the logistics of his threat, thereby diminishing its gravity and perhaps even allowing a momentary crack in his wall of hopelessness. This approach, blending empathy with a touch of observational humor, demonstrates a sophisticated understanding of human psychology in a crisis, aiming to de-escalate tension and re-engage the distressed individual with reality. The interjection of a knock at the door provided a brief yet significant pause in the unfolding drama, a momentary reprieve from the intense focus on Barney's crisis. This small interruption, handled with an almost instinctive grace by Edith, served to inject another layer of reality into the scene. The immediate recognition opened the door. "Barney, it's me," from Archie, who had rushed over, confirmed the speed and earnestness of his response to his friend's plight. His arrival, quickly followed by the declaration, "Glad to see you still alive," underscored the severity of the threat and the immense relief at finding Barney physically unharmed. This transition from telephone crisis to direct physical presence is a critical turning point in managing any situation involving expressions of self-harm. The physical presence of a trusted friend offers immediate validation, a tangible demonstration of care that words alone, over a wire, cannot fully convey. It establishes a secure anchor in the real world for someone feeling adrift in their despair. Archie's subsequent approach to Barney, while perhaps lacking in conventional therapeutic finesse, was undeniably rooted in a deep, albeit sometimes gruff, affection. His declaration, "Hello, Barney, you and me got to sit down and have an old-fashioned heart-to-heart talk here," signaled a shift from immediate crisis management to a more sustained effort at emotional support. The subsequent question, "Just out of curiosity, what was you going to do at this time?" while seemingly direct, even blunt, was a carefully veiled attempt to understand the depth of Barney's planning, and by extension, the seriousness of his intent. This seemingly innocuous inquiry served a dual purpose. It allowed Archie to gauge the immediate danger while also subtly urging Barney to verbalize his feelings and thoughts, a crucial step in externalizing and thereby beginning to process internal turmoil. Barney's response, a simple Uriel 10-gauge arch, was loaded with the weight of unspoken despair, hinting at a method that, if interpreted literally, would be severe. Archie replied, "Well, Mutt would have killed you all right, Barney. You'd have also air-conditioned your house, while a dark humor served as a crucial de-escalation tactic." By injecting a touch of the absurd, he subtly mocked the notion of a dramatic, destructive act, attempting to break the spell of despair that had enveloped Barney. This kind of blunt, almost irreverent humor, when delivered by a trusted friend, can sometimes penetrate the fog of depression more effectively than solemn platitudes, offering a different perspective, a momentary shift from self-pity to a shared, if uncomfortable, laugh. The reintroduction of Edith's suggestion about the subway's third rail, a notion humorously dismissed by Archie moments later. Edith here, though, she had an interesting suggestion. "Yeah, what? The subway? You know, the third rail. Well, Morty ain't heard of that one in years. Is she still up in the air there? Yeah, she's there. Yeah, let me talk to her." Further emphasized the group's collective, if somewhat unorthodox, approach to diffusing Barney's crisis. It allowed for a moment of shared dark levity, a human mechanism for coping with immense stress. The subsequent conversation between Archie and Edith, with Barney listening in, shifted the focus from Barney's immediate threat to the underlying cause, Blanche's recurrent departures. "Edith," Mutt heard that story, "why do you always do this? Don't you know that Blanche ain't a wanted? It ain't as though this is the first time she's done this to you. Hey, how many times since you married has she run away from you? Counting the honeymoon? Oh, Jesus." This exchange, while initially seeming to dismiss Blanche, served to redirect the emotional energy away from Barney's self-destructive thoughts and towards the chronic problem of his marital instability. This case of chronic marital instability, where Blanche's repeated running away is the central event, presents a fascinating study for a criminal psychology analyst, though the perpetrator here is not an individual in a traditional criminal sense, but rather a complex interplay of personalities, unmet needs, and perhaps a profound lack of communication or compatibility. Blanche's motivations for continually leaving, while not explicitly detailed, can be inferred from the context. A person who repeatedly leaves a marriage, even after returning, often indicates a deep dissatisfaction, a search for personal freedom, or an inability to reconcile fundamental differences. Her actions, from a psychological perspective, could be seen as a desperate attempt to assert agency, to escape a situation she finds suffocating or unfulfilling. The sophistication of this perpetrator's actions lies not in deliberate malice, but in the repeated, often devastating emotional impact of her behavior on Barney, creating a cycle of hope and abandonment. The immediate causes for each departure are hinted at with wry humor. Was it the exterminator again? No, this time it was the finest man. These anecdotal mentions, while humorous, subtly point to perceived romantic entanglements, suggesting a search for connection and perhaps validation outside the marital bond. Archie's questions, probing the frequency of Blanche departures, how many times since you married has she run away from you, counting the honeymoon, highlight the long-standing cyclical nature of this marital distress. The exasperated "oh Jesus" that followed Barney's unspoken or perhaps mumbled answer further underscores the depth of the chronic problem. The subsequent almost crude description of the finest man's efficiency, he heated up the house, then he heated up Blanche. Which one took him the longest? Mort don't know. But he wasn't here more than 25 minutes altogether. How can decent human beings do things so fast was a desperate attempt by Archie to inject humor and normalize the situation, perhaps to diminish its emotional sting for Barney. Yet beneath the humor, there was a clear indication of a rapid, perhaps impulsive, nature to these new relationships Blanche formed, suggesting a pattern of seeking immediate gratification or escape rather than sustained connection. From a detective novelist perspective, this chronic pattern of running away presents a unique narrative challenge. There is no tangible crime to solve, no single perpetrator to apprehend. Instead, the investigation becomes an exploration of character, motive, and the intricate web of human relationships. The key details to track down the perpetrator would involve observing behavioral patterns, understanding emotional triggers, and reconstructing the timeline of events to discern the underlying psychological drivers. In this instance, Blanche's repeated departures, regardless of their immediate cause, consistently leave Barney in a state of profound emotional vulnerability, making him, in a sense, a recurring victim of relational instability. The life lessons to be drawn from such a case are profound and multi-layered. Firstly, it underscores the critical importance of open and honest communication in a relationship. When one partner consistently seeks escape, it often indicates a breakdown in dialogue, an inability to address underlying grievances or unmet needs within the established partnership. Secondly, it highlights the dangers of codependency and the need for individual emotional resilience. Barney's despair following Blanche's departure suggests a significant reliance on her for his sense of well-being, indicating a need to cultivate inner resources and a stronger sense of self-worth independent of another person's presence. Thirdly, it serves as a cautionary tale about cyclical patterns of behavior. Without addressing the root causes of discontent, both partners are condemned to repeat destructive cycles, leading to perpetual heartache and instability. For law enforcement or social services, dealing with such cases, while not criminal, often involves welfare checks or interventions related to domestic disputes where no physical violence occurs but emotional distress is severe. Their experience would emphasize the need for patience, empathetic listening, and the provision of resources for counseling or mediation. They would be trained to identify the signs of chronic relational issues and to gently guide individuals towards professional help, understanding that their role is not to assign blame, but to facilitate constructive resolution and support emotional well-being. The perpetrator's sophistication in such non-criminal cases is often characterized by an unconscious repetition of maladaptive coping mechanisms, a lack of insight into one's own role in perpetuating the cycle, and an emotional immaturity that prioritizes immediate escape over difficult confrontation and resolution. Archie's subsequent advice to Barney, while gruffly delivered, aimed at helping him move beyond his current despair. Barney, listen to me. What you need is somebody new. You need a whole new experience, not me. Just try and remember that old saying, huh? There's more than one fish in a woodpile. This was a classic attempt at encouragement, urging Barney to look forward and not dwell on the past. The humorous misquotation of the proverb, "There's more than one fish in a woodpile," instead of "more than one fish in the sea or a needle in a haystack," was a characteristic Archie-ism, providing a moment of levity while still conveying the intended message of abundance and new possibilities. The exchange that followed with Barney's polite correction, "I think you said that wrong, Arch," and Archie's immediate defensive retort, "Don't correct my English," met trying to help you, was a classic dynamic, showcasing Archie's pride and his underlying, albeit sometimes clumsy, desire to support his friend. Edith interjection, "Let him do it," Barney Arch suggested a familiar pattern of managing Archie's bluster, highlighting her role as a mediator and a calming presence. The decision to invite Barney for dinner the following night marked a pivot from crisis intervention to active social support. "Why don't we have him over for dinner tonight, huh?" "No, we can tea." "All right, what about tomorrow night?" "No, Mort invited my friend Martha Boycorn over for dinner tomorrow night." "Who is Martha Boycorn?" "Oh, you know, Mort told you about her. Well, she is the one whose husband died and left her 3 supermarkets. Mort can't ever keep it. But why do we have Barney over at the same time?" "Why? Because Mort think Barney would love to make the acquaintance of 3 supermarkets." This dialogue revealed Archie's immediate, almost transparent, shift in motivation from pure friendship to a calculated, albeit crude, matchmaking attempt driven by the lure of financial opportunity. The almost audible mental gears grinding in Archie's head, connecting Martha's recent widowhood with her inheritance of 3 supermarkets, showcased his pragmatic, often materialistic view of the world. His immediate thought was not just to help Barney find companionship, but to help him find companionship with a distinct financial advantage. This introduces a new case for analysis, the case of transactional matchmaking and opportunistic financial maneuvering. Here, Archie, despite his good intentions for Barney, becomes a perpetrator of sorts, attempting to orchestrate a social interaction with a clear underlying financial agenda. His motivation is a desire for what he perceives as a mutually beneficial arrangement, though his primary focus is on the tangible assets Martha possesses. The cause is a blend of genuine concern for Barney's loneliness and a pervasive belief in the power of wealth to solve problems, a reflection of his own economic anxieties and aspirations. The key details to track down the perpetrator's motives are laid bare in his own words. His immediate inquiry about Martha S. husband's death, followed by the explicit mention of her inheritance, and his subsequent, almost comical, justification for the joint invitation because think Barney would love to make the acquaintance of 3 supermarkets. The perpetrator's sophistication here is minimal. Archie's intentions are transparent, his social engineering skills more driven by blunt practicality than subtle manipulation. Edith, immediate, instinctive recoil. Archie, what are you thinking? Oh, Edith, ain't thinking nothing at all. Except when the 2 of them get together, well, maybe they think of something. Archie, women don't like to meet men who are only interested in their money. Oh, excuse me, God. And besides, Barney is still a married man. Highlights the moral and ethical friction inherent in Archie's scheme. Her protest underscored a fundamental understanding of human relationships that transcended mere financial considerations. Her reminder that women don't like to meet men who are only interested in their money was a direct challenge to Archie's transactional worldview, appealing to a more humanistic understanding of connection. The second point, and besides, Barney is still a married man, introduced a significant ethical barrier, reminding Archie of the complications and potential impropriety of his plan, especially given Barney's vulnerable emotional state. Archie's dismissal of the marital status. Oh, come on! What kind of a married man is he? Well, the wife was always running away from him. Boys wouldn't exterminate her, not with the finest man, further underscored his pragmatic, almost cynical view of the institution of marriage when it conflicted with his immediate objectives. His comment about Blanche working her tail right through the alopecias was a crude yet vivid metaphor for her perceived promiscuity, or at least her active pursuit of new relationships. This casual dismissal of marital vows, while intended to justify his matchmaking, reveals a deeper underlying perpetration of social norms and ethical considerations. The life lessons from this case are crucial for navigating social interactions and financial endeavors. Firstly, it teaches the importance of discerning genuine connection from opportunistic motives. True companionship and love are rarely, if ever, predicated solely on material wealth. Secondly, it highlights the ethical pitfalls of attempting to manipulate personal relationships for financial gain. Such schemes often disrespect the individuals involved and are prone to backfire, leading to hurt feelings and damaged trust. Thirdly, it underscores the importance of respecting the sanctity of marriage, even when a relationship is troubled. Intervention in a friend's marital issues should prioritize their emotional well-being and seek reconciliation or healthy separation, rather than immediate replacement for financial benefit. For police experience in such a context, while this is not a police matter, the principles of ethical conduct, conflict of interest, and the protection of vulnerable individuals are highly relevant. Financial regulators, for instance, are constantly vigilant against schemes that exploit individuals for monetary gain, especially those involving the recently bereaved or emotionally vulnerable. Their experience emphasizes the need for transparency, full disclosure, and the avoidance of any appearance of impropriety. A social worker in a similar situation would prioritize Barney's emotional recovery, ensuring any new relationship is pursued for genuine companionship and not as a means to financial stability, thus protecting him from potential exploitation. The perpetrator's sophistication in this instance, Archie's, is low, characterized by a transparent eagerness and a lack of subtlety in his pursuit of perceived financial advantage. Archie's determination to proceed with his plan was evident in his next action. Met going to make a phone call, do you mind? Now? Where is it now? Oh, there, it ain't there. Mot they not say there. What did you say? Mot said, who are you going to call? Met going to call my old pal Barney. Oh, no. Archie, you can do that. What about Blanche? No. But she look come back. She always does. Well, this time we ain't taking her back. That ain't for you to decide, please. Hiya there, Barney. Archie, that ain't none of your business. Excuse me. Shush. Barney, it's me, Arch. This rapid-fire exchange, marked by the fumbling for the phone and the bickering with Edith, underscored Archie's single-minded focus on his matchmaking agenda. Edith's protests, once again centered on Blanche's potential return and the ethical dilemma of Archie interference, were brushed aside with a dismissive, "That ain't for you to decide." This demonstrated Archie's self-appointed authority in matters he believed he could control, particularly when driven by a strong, if misguided, conviction. The ensuing phone call to Barney further illustrated Archie's persuasive tactics. His immediate invitation, "Barney, it's me, Arch. Listen, eat it," and he was thinking, "How would you like to come over for dinner tomorrow night, huh? Would you like that?" Was a mixture of casual camaraderie and a subtle hint of a joint decision with Edith, lending it more weight. Barney's quick interest conveyed through Archie. "Hold the phone. He'd like to know what you read cooking. Meatloaf. It's meatloaf, man. Hold the phone." He says, "Can you make it a pot roast? Come on, it ain't like yesicking for duck or something there. All right, pot roast. You got that pot roast, Barney." Was a moment of lighthearted negotiation over dinner, subtly shifting from crisis to normalcy, a small victory in getting Barney to engage with mundane pleasures. The willingness to accommodate Barney's request for pot roast, a dish often associated with comfort and home, was a strategic concession to ensure his participation. The true purpose of the dinner invitation was then revealed. "Hey, listen, Edith's going to invite a lady friend of hers over here. You know, just so we make up kind of a forte here. Yeah, we'll come at 6 o'clock. Make it 6:15. 6:15, Barney. No. You better make it 6:30, Barney. And that one, S? Fine. All right, let me get to my chair." The mention of a lady friend and the desire to make up kind of a forte, a mispronunciation of foursome, explicitly stated Archie's matchmaking intent. The comical negotiation of the arrival time from 6 o'clock to 6:15 to 6:30 added a touch of everyday realism and demonstrated Barney's emerging agency in the situation, no longer just a passive recipient of help, but an active participant in the social arrangements. Before the guests arrived, Archie's further inquiry about Martha Boycorn reinforced his materialistic focus. "Well, this might work out there pretty good. Wait a minute. What is this Martha? Who's this woman look like? Bike whore. All right, what? Well, she's a lovely lady. She has a wonderful sense of humor. She's very peppy. And she got lots of charm and personality. Personality, a dog, huh? Matt here, Archie. And she's here. Everybody's here. Edith. Oh, my. Ain't Teeth that beautiful? It's me. Oh, my. Oh, Martha, you look wonderful. Edith. Is he here yet? Oh, no, he looked be here at 6:30. Sit down. Oh, Edith, everything looks so nice. Thank you. Mot met so glad you could come. Mot met so glad Mot invited me. Mot day not to want to be alone tonight of all nights. Why? Well, if Wally hadn't died, tonight would have been our silver wedding anniversary. Oh, well, congratulations. Archie's initial, almost crude, attempt to elicit a physical description of Martha, juxtaposed with Edith's genuinely warm and positive portrayal of Martha's inner qualities, lovely lady, wonderful sense of humor, peppy charm, and personality, highlighted the fundamental difference in their values. Archie's dismissive personality, a dog, huh? His superficiality and his reductionist view of women to their physical attributes, or, more importantly to him, their financial status. The arrival of Martha Boycorn herself immediately shifted the scene, her pleasantries with Edith. "Oh, Martha, you look wonderful. Edith, is he here yet? Oh, no, he look be here at 6:30. Sit down. Oh, Edith. Everything looks so nice. Thank you. Mot met so glad you could come. Mot met so glad Mot invited me. Mot day no the want to be alone tonight of all nights. Why? Well, if Wally hadn't died, tonight would have been our silver wedding anniversary. Oh, well, congratulations, revealing her own vulnerability and the pointed reason for Hatterow presence, the anniversary of her late husband's death. This detail subtly added depth to her character, showing her not just as a wealthy widow, but as a woman navigating grief and loneliness. Her comment, "Mot the day the want to be alone tonight of all nights." Why? Well, if Wally hadn't died, tonight would have been our silver wedding anniversary, was a quiet testament to enduring love and the lingering pain of loss, a stark contrast to Archie's earlier, purely financial assessment of her. This moment underscored the human element in relationships, reminding everyone that beneath the surface of status or wealth, there are always profound personal stories and emotional needs. Archie's introduction to Martha, following his slightly dramatic entrance, after dealing a 1,000-legger in the bathtub, was typical Archie. Well, here Mot am. Sorry for the delay. Mot had to kill a 1,000-legger in the bathtub up there. And then, this is my husband. Archie, this is Martha by Korn. Pleased to meet you. Yeah, pleased to meet you there. Yeah. Look, listen, Mot stand here, and Mot said Mot look make you something home there. Only not in this chair. Because the back legs are wobbly. Women always make themselves sit in that chair. Mort don't know why. Look, Mort said, Mort look, make you all right? Yeah. What is the matter with you? Well, tell me there, Mrs. Blake Horney. You called me Martha. Yeah, Martha, yeah. So, your old man died. Too bad. How'd he go? Well, it was just before dinner, and he was sitting all dressed up in his favorite chair, smoking his cigar, and poof, he was gone just like that. Oh, dear. Well, what are you going to do, you know? What the hell are you looking at? Nothing. Oh, don't interrupt. Will you? Hey. You can know old Vay Kep, who else took on a lot of weight. Elizabeth Taylor.
Do you still have your supermarkets?
No, Mort got a good price, so Mort sold them.
Oh, you sold the supermarkets, huh? Well.
Well, what did you do with the money? If Mort may ask. No, I put part in tax-exempt bonds, and then Mort heard that diamonds go up in value. So with the rest, Mort bought these. A girl's best friend, huh? Right there. Get over there and look at that. Oh, yeah, look at these earrings. Aren't they lovely? Oh, Archie, look at this. Did you ever see anything like that? Not since Sammy Davis was in the house. This lengthy exchange encapsulated Archie's unfiltered personality and his relentless pursuit of financial information. His immediate plunge into Martha's late husband's death and her assets after a clumsy attempt at seating arrangements and a mispronunciation of her name Mrs. Blake Horney instead of Boycorn was a stark demonstration of his lack of social graces and his overriding monetary focus. Martha's dignified and poignant recounting of her husband passing well, it was just before dinner and he was sitting all dressed up in his favorite chair, smoking his cigar, and poof! He was gone just like that. Oh dear, was met with Archie's crudely practical, well, what are you going to do, you know? A response devoid of empathy, entirely focused on the aftermath. The critical turning point for Archie, and indeed for this case of opportunistic matchmaking, came with Martha's revelation. Do you still have your supermarkets? No. Moat got a good price, so Moat sold them. The immediate deflation of Archie's financial hopes was almost palpable. His follow-up questions, oh, you sold the supermarkets, huh? Well, what did you do with the money, if Mort may ask? Did you invest it, or do you have to blow it? Betrayed his naked disappointment and his desperate attempt to salvage some financial interest from the conversation. Martha's explanation of her investments. No, I put part in tax go up in bonds, and then Mut heard that diamonds Mut bought these. So a girl S best friend, huh? Right there. Get over there and look at that. Oh, yeah, look at these earrings. Aren't they lovely? Oh, Archie, look at this. Did you ever see anything like that? Not since Sammy Davis was in the house. Revealed a shrewd, practical mind behind her gentle demeanor. Her choice to invest in diamonds, a tangible asset, further underscored her financial acumen and her independence, effectively neutralizing Archie's original, crass objective. The display of her diamond earrings, a girl's best friend, became a symbol of her self-reliance and the futility of Archie's materialistic intentions. Edith, genuine admiration. Oh, Archie, look at this. Did you ever see anything like that? Contrasted sharply with Archie's somewhat dismissive, celebrity-tinged comment, not since Sammy Davis was in the house, showing his continued, albeit redirected, superficiality. This moment served as a profound life lesson about human worth and the superficiality of judging individuals based on their perceived wealth or status. It highlighted that true value lies in character, resilience, and genuine connection, not in material possessions. For Archie, it was a subtle yet effective rebuke to his transactional approach to relationships. For a criminal psychology analyst, this exchange reveals Archie as a perpetrator of social clumsiness and financial opportunism, whose sophistication is limited by his transparent desires. His motives are driven by a simple, almost childlike avarice, and his method is direct questioning, lacking any subtlety or true understanding of social graces. The arrival of Barney, delayed by his own anxieties and perhaps a touch of vanity, coincided with the heightening tension around Martha's financial disclosures. Oh, that must be boring. Yeah, Mort Luglung opened the door. Mort got to check my pot, Rose. Oh, wait, let me help you. Yeah, help her up. No, wait a minute. Mort don't want to see him right away. What do you mean you don't want to see him? He's here. Well, don't let him in yet. Meow, meow. Hiya, buddy, my old pal. Hi, Arch. Hey, good to see a smile on your face again. Yeah, thanks to you, pal. Hey, is my date here yet? Hey. In the kitchen with Edith. Is she good looking? She ain't a bad one. Is she young? She ain't old. Has she got a good figure? Hey, did you ever see Elizabeth Taylor? Moat mean lately. Huh? Now listen, Barney, this here is a lovely lady. As you know, she's a good sport there, and she's peppy, and she's got loads of charm and personality. A dog, huh? Barney, don't start this. Give it a chance here. Go ahead. Don't be scared, Barney. Martha, this is Barney Hefner. Barney, this is Martha. Bye, Korn. Come on there, kids. Come on there. Let's hear the old pleased to meet yous. Barney, pleased to meet you. Yeah, that ass swell. Now, Barney, say something else. Can Mut see you in the kitchen, Arch? No, it's important. All right. Barney, give us a minute or two. Barney wants to see me in the kitchen. Just make yourselves at home. Eat it. Don't stay in there. Show the guests where to sit down. Keep her out of my chair. What the hell do you want in the kitchen? The back door. No. You sit over here. You ain't gonna stick me with that dame. Just a minute. As regards that dame, putting everything aside, if you could lift it, hold it, hold it. She happens to be a wealthy widow. Huh? She used to own 3 supermarkets. Used to? Well, they re gone now. She ate them. Here, you ain't walking out on me. This beautiful pot roast here. Look at this, huh? With the little new potatoes golden in the grease there, and the carrots, and the little pile onions. Smell that gravy there. You louse you. Okay, for Edith's sake, Mot LeGlunk stay. But Mot LeGlunk tell you one thing, Mot ain't for sale. Oh, come on, we ain't trying to sell you. We'd be lucky to give you away. Get out there. Oh. Barney's pre-introduction jitters, questioning Archie about Martha's appearance. Is she good looking? Is she young? Has she got a good figure? Revealed his own anxieties and desires for a suitable partner. Archie's evasive yet generally positive descriptions. She ain't a bad one. She ain't of old were designed to encourage, though. His comparison to Elizabeth Taylor Rayleigh was a backhanded compliment rooted in a certain masculine bluntness. Barney's dismissive, a dog, huh? In response to Archie's enthusiastic description of Martha's charm and personality mirrored Archie's earlier superficiality, showcasing how internalized biases can affect initial perceptions. The actual introduction of Martha and Barney was handled with a mixture of awkwardness and good intentions. Archie's repeated urging to, "Come on there, kids, come on there. Let's hear the old pleased to meet yous," reflected his attempt to force a positive interaction. However, Barney's immediate request to speak with Archie in the kitchen, a clear avoidance tactic, "Can I see you in the kitchen, Arch?" "No, it's important," revealed his apprehension and his continued focus on perceived flaws rather than an open mind. In the kitchen, Barney's blunt refusal to engage "You ain't gonna stick me with that dame" confirmed his initial negative impression, influenced by his own prejudices and perhaps a lingering feeling of not deserving happiness. It was at this point that Archie, still clinging to his financial scheme, made a last-ditch effort to sway motives. "Just a minute. As regards that dame, putting everything aside, if you could lift it, hold it. Hold it. She happens to be a wealthy widow. Huh? She used to own 3 supermarkets. Used to? Well, they re-gone now. She ate them." The dramatic revelation of Martha's former wealth, followed by the crushing admission that she had sold the supermarkets and, in Archie's crude interpretation, ate them, referring to her diamond investments, brought Archie's scheme crashing down. His face-saving attempt to describe her diamond earnings as if she had consumed her assets was a comical yet poignant illustration of his profound disappointment. The perpetrator in this case of failed matchmaking is, again, Archie, whose sophistication remains low, characterized by a transparent financial agenda and a lack of understanding of genuine human connection. His motive was a blend of helping a friend and securing an indirect financial benefit. The cause of its failure was his superficiality and Martha's independent financial decisions. The ultimate reason for reluctant return to the dining room, the irresistible aroma of pot roast, was a triumph of domestic comfort over socialist comfort. "Here, you ain't walking out on me, this beautiful pot roast here. Look at this. With the little new potatoes golden in the grease there, and the carrots, and the little pile onions. Smell that gravy there, you louse you. Okay, for Edith's sake, Mot LeGlunk stay. But Mot LeGlunk tell you one thing, Mot ain't for sale. Oh, come on, we ain't trying to sell you. We'd be lucky to give you away. Get out there. Oh. This scene underscored the power of simple pleasures and the enduring influence of friendship and loyalty staying for Edith's sake. Barney's declaration, "But Mot LeGlunk tell you one thing, Mot ain't for sale," was a poignant assertion of his dignity, even amidst his vulnerability, a subtle rejection of Archie's crass attempts at commodifying relationships. The subsequent interaction between Barney and Martha, leading to their eventual companionship, was a testament to the unpredictable nature of human connection, often defying initial judgments and preconceived notions. "Edith, this has been my happiest week in years. You know, Barney and me, we've been out to dinner in the theater 3 times, and Barney says he's having such fun. That's nice. What's the matter?" "Oh, nothing. Mort LeGlunk bet you think Barney's after my money." "Yeah, well, isn't true. Sometimes Mort buy the theater tickets, but Barney pays for dinner in a cab. Sometimes Mort buy the popcorn and Coke, and Barney pays for the movie. And sometimes Mort pay for something, and Barney pays for something else. Look at me, Edith. Mort met no beauty." "Oh, you know, they say money can buy happiness. Well, Mort met happy with whatever. You know, Barney, a very nice man, and he's lots of fun, and Mort like being with him. He makes me feel wanted. And sometimes when he looks at me, Mort kinda ove kep, he is seeing me, not my money. Oh, Martha." Mort met sorry Mort said that. "It's all right. You can know ove kep. What, he's cooking dinner for me tonight, locale. Oh, ain't that sweet? Me and Weary going bowling after. Oh, Edith." "Mort want to thank you and Archie for bringing us together. Mort know you know what it means to have a thoughtful man in your life." "Oh, yeah, Mort do. Well, Mort just hope you never have to know what it's like to be without one. Oh, Martha, have another cake. Hey, hey. Hey, is my little butterball in there? Barney, here we come, Barney. Hey, Big Mama, Big Daddy's here. Hi, honey. Hi, Edith. Mot vey capanote to hear you take the rest of the cakes. Cake? Hey, Mot thought we were going to kick them goodies. Well, maybe we could jog a little longer tomorrow. Okay, but come on. We got to go now. Dinner's ready. Bye-bye, Edith. Bye, Barney. Thank you, Edith. Come on, sweetheart. Bye-bye, Edith. Bye-bye. Have fun. Thank you.
Oh, thank God. I thought they did never leave. Did she? Guess what? Mort don't have to guess. Mort heard the two of them are an item. Yeah.
Oh, Mut ain't surprised. I threw them together, didn't Mut? Well, what's going to happen if Blanche comes back? Oh, well, Mut it know. I mean, them things are, as they say, in the lap of the cards. Anyway, if she does, all Barney S. got to do is wreck his 2-vent set there, or his icebox, or punch holes in his roof, or throw nails in his washing machine. What good would that do? Well, then he lug have 4 repairmen over the house, you know? Within about 25 minutes, Blanche will run away with one of them. Oh! Edith, oh, Mutcano, they kept them kind of women. Easy, 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 easy. Love should never hurt. All in the Family was played to a studio audience for live responses. Martha's candid conversation with Edith. Edith, this has been my happiest week in years. I look, bet you think Barney's after my money. Yeah, well, it is true. Sometimes Moot buy the theater tickets, but Barney pays for dinner in a cab. Sometimes Moot buy the popcorn and Coke, and Barney pays for the movie. And sometimes Moat pay for something and Barney pays for something else, offered a profound life lesson about the nature of true partnership. It explicitly debunked the cynical notion that their connection was purely transactional. The balanced reciprocity in their outings, with each contributing financially, demonstrated a genuine give and take that transcended the initial materialistic framing. Martha's heartfelt assertion, he makes me feel wanted, and sometimes when he looks at me, Motkano Ove, seeing me not my money, was a powerful statement on the human need for genuine recognition and affection, regardless of one's external circumstances. This outcome, a true and caring relationship flourishing despite Archie's initial flawed intentions, represents a triumph of human connection over superficiality. The perpetrator of loneliness, despair, and transactional thinking in this particular storyline has been in a way overcome by the simple, enduring power of human connection. The sophistication of this perpetrator lies in its insidious ability to make individuals believe that their worth is tied to their possessions or status, or that their happiness depends entirely on another person's presence. The tracking down of this perpetrator involved observing the characters' emotional states, understanding their vulnerabilities, and witnessing how genuine kindness and shared experiences can gradually erode the foundations of despair and cynicism. The concluding segment, with Archie's humorous, albeit misguided, advice on how to prevent Blanche from returning, provided a final satirical commentary on the complexities of human relationships. Well, what's going to happen if Blanche comes back? Oh, well, Mort don't know. I mean, them things are, as they say, in the lap of the cards. Anyway, if she does, all Barney's got to do is wreck his 2-vent set there, or his icebox, or punch holes in his roof, or throw nails in his washing machine. What good would that do? Well, then he look, have 4 repairmen over the house. You know? Within about 25 minutes, Blanche will run away with one of them. Oh, Edith. Oh, Mokano, they kept them kind of women. Easy, 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 easy. Love should never hurt. This comic resolution suggesting that Blanche's pattern of leaving was tied to the presence of attractive repairmen was a farcical portrayal of human behavior, yet it subtly underlined Archie's deep-seated cynicism about women and relationships. It was a final humorous life lesson that sometimes attempts to control others through manipulative means are as absurd as they are ineffective, and that true happiness stems from genuine, respectful connections, not from desperate ploys. The concluding phrase, love should never hurt, served as a poignant, universal truth encapsulating the entire narrative's underlying message about the importance of compassionate, healthy relationships. From a broader perspective, these interwoven narratives, though presented through a comedic lens, offer valuable insights for law enforcement, social services, and even the general public in understanding human behavior. The cases here are not criminal in the traditional sense, but psychological and relational challenges that frequently cross paths with societal support systems. The perpetrators are often unseen forces: loneliness, economic anxiety, societal pressures, emotional immaturity, and the destructive patterns within dysfunctional relationships. When considering experiences for the police to track down the culprit faster, we must reinterpret culprit not as a criminal, but as the underlying cause of distress or dysfunctional behavior. For instance, in Barney's initial crisis, a swift response to expressions of self-harm is paramount. Police and first responders are often the first point of contact in such emergencies. Their experience emphasizes immediate de-escalation techniques, establishing rapport, active listening, and connecting the individual with mental health professionals. The sophistication of such a culprit, the despair leading to self-harm ideation, lies in its ability to isolate an individual and distort their perception of reality. Fast tracking involves recognizing the warning signs, treating all threats seriously, and providing a human connection that can pierce through the isolation. In cases like Blanche's repeated departures, which represent chronic marital instability, police are often called for domestic disputes that do not involve violence but rather emotional conflict. Their role often shifts to mediation, keeping the peace and referring individuals to family counseling or social services. The culprit here is the breakdown of communication and unresolved conflict. Faster tracking means identifying patterns of behavior, understanding the cyclical nature of conflict, and intervening with resources that address the root cause rather than just the symptoms. It's about recognizing that repetitive actions signal deeper, unaddressed issues. Archie's attempts at transactional matchmaking, while not illegal, represent a form of social perpetration that exploits vulnerabilities for perceived gain. While police are not directly involved, the principles of vigilance against exploitation are critical. Financial institutions and social workers are trained to identify situations where individuals, particularly the recently bereaved or emotionally vulnerable, might be targeted for their assets. The culprit is often opportunistic behavior. Faster tracking means educating the public about common schemes, promoting financial literacy, and fostering environments where individuals feel safe to report suspicious approaches without fear of judgment. The final case of Fred Fuyuchinitaria's investment scheme, while not fully developed in the provided text, offers a classic scenario for financial investigation. Listen, Eden, Moot just got a very interesting proposition over here, see? How come all your socks have holes in them in the back? Moot didn't know. Maybe Moot got sharp heels. Maybe you got short shoes. Maybe you a dingbag. Maybe you got long feet. Maybe you want to stifle yourself, huh? Sure. Go ahead, listen to me. We lucky enough to be on the ground floor of the precipice of a great opportunity. This is a thing that could make us so rich that Moot might only have to wear a pair of socks once. Or maybe no socks at all. You wouldn't want to be that rich. Why the hell wouldn't Moot? You might catch a cold, Eden. Listen to me. Why can we die? You're always doing that to me, right? You're nearly putting the eye out of my head here. No. We near it. Wait a minute. Sit down. Listen, Moot just got a proposition from my brother here, see? Your brother Fred? No. My brother Isabel.
Certainly, Fred. Who is Isabel?
Eden. There ain't no Isabel.
Now, will you listen to me?
For $5,000, Fred can put us into this here syndicate, you see. That's going to invest in a nationwide chain of cafeterias. They're going to flood the country with Chinese food. They're going to be called the Fuyuchinitarias. How does that grab you, huh? Nothing but cheap food there. Now, Mort think we ought to take $5,000 worth of that. Oh, Archie? You and me could eat that much Chinese food. Hold it. Mort ain't talking about you and me, Eden. And Moat met talking about investing in a nationwide chain of all-American chinitarias. Why would you want to do that? Don't you know nothing? Don't you read the papers? Don't you know that the Democrats just recognized China? Yeah? Well, the result of that is there's going to be a hell of a run in this country on chow mein and magugui pan. For $5,000? Oh, that's a lot of money. What do you got against Fred? Your brother Fred? No, my sister Isabel. You ain't got a sister. Oh, Lord, I ain't got nothing against your brother Fred. I love him. And Mott love your sister Isabel, too, if you had one. You know, Mott still think that would be nice. It would be so nice if you had a sister. And her name was Isabel. That's such a nice name. Are you finished now? Yeah. Then do me a favor, will you, please? Since you ain't got no sister-in-law to love, try loving your brother-in-law, huh? Oh, Mort Dumort ain't the one that knocked his tooth out at our wedding and then didn't talk to him for 29 years. No. Mort don't have to mention no names. Mort Duate have to look at the party and whistle. You know, that is the stupidest thing Mort ever heard. Now, come on, Anita. Mort think we ought to get in on the ground floor with this thing. Make this investment. Let our money work for us. Well, what? Before you knock the other eye out, what do you say? Huh? Morton, no. Swell! That's all Mort been waiting to hear. What? Gee. You ain't even following your own advice. Advice? What the hell advice is that? Never do business with relatives. This final case of the Fuyuchinitarius presents Fred as the initial perpetrator of a speculative investment proposition, with Archie becoming the secondary perpetrator in attempting to persuade Edith. The motive is the classic lure of quick and substantial wealth, tapping into the universal desire for financial security and prosperity. The cause is a combination of Fred's entrepreneurial or perhaps dubious spirit and Archie's own susceptibility to get rich quick schemes. fueled by a perceived great opportunity and an oversimplified understanding of global economics. Don't you know that the Democrats just recognized China? Yeah? Well, the result of that is there's going to be a hell of a run in this country on chow mein and magugui pan. The sophistication of this perpetrator, Fred, lies in crafting a narrative that connects current events to a seemingly lucrative, yet ultimately unverified business venture. He preys on excitement and a lack of financial literacy. Key details to track down the perpetrator, Fred, and the nature of his scheme would involve a rigorous financial investigation. This would include examining the syndicate's legitimacy, reviewing their business plan, assessing the viability of nationwide chain of cafeterias based on current market trends, and scrutinizing Fred's financial history and past ventures. Edith's instinctive caution, though framed humorously, Archie, you and me couldn't eat that much Chinese food, served as a vital, if simplistic, red flag. Her continued skepticism, despite Archie's enthusiastic pronouncements, underscored a practical wisdom that often serves as the best defense against speculative investments. The humorous side discussion about Fred being Archie's brother and Edith, playful longing for a sister-in-law named Isabel, provided a brief, humanizing interlude, but the underlying tension of the financial decision remained. The life lessons from this case are crucial for financial prudence. Firstly, it emphasizes the importance of independent research and due diligence before making any investment. Never rely solely on the word of a relative or friend, no matter how trusted. Secondly, it highlights the dangers of emotional investing, where decisions are driven by excitement or fear of missing out, rather than rational analysis. Thirdly, it underscores the wisdom of seeking professional, unbiased financial advice. And finally, Edith's sage advice: never do business with relatives. While a bit of a blanket statement, often holds a grain of truth, as personal relationships can complicate financial decisions and create difficult situations if things go awry. For police experience, or more accurately, the experience of financial crime investigators, tracking down the culprit faster in such schemes involves several key steps. It means acting on early warning signs like exaggerated claims of guaranteed returns, pressure to invest quickly, lack of transparency, and vague business models. Investigators would swiftly move to verify the existence and legitimacy of the syndicate, examine Fred S.'s background for any prior history of fraud or questionable business practices, and trace any funds involved to prevent further losses. The perpetrator's sophistication in such schemes, from a police perspective, ranges from simple con artists to highly organized criminal enterprises. Faster tracking requires a combination of public education, robust regulatory oversight, and aggressive investigation of suspicious financial activities. In conclusion, while the original script provided a tapestry of human interaction woven vague humor and domestic squabbles, our analysis through the lens of criminal psychology and detective work reveals profound cases of human vulnerability, relationship dynamics, and financial opportunism. The perpetrators are often not traditional criminals, but rather the internal and external pressures that lead individuals to despair, manipulate, or fall victim to questionable schemes. The tracking down involves not just apprehending culprits, but understanding motives, identifying root causes, and applying lessons learned to foster greater resilience, ethical conduct, and informed decision-making within communities. The overarching message, consistent with the spirit of healthy entertainment and humanistic significance, is one of empathy, caution, and the enduring triumph of genuine human connection over the myriad challenges that life presents. It reminds us that in the grand theater of human existence, every interaction, every decision, every moment of crisis holds a mirror to our collective strengths and vulnerabilities, offering invaluable lessons for fostering a more just, compassionate, and wise society. The unfolding dramas of daily life, even in their most seemingly mundane forms, are ripe with opportunities for profound psychological insight and invaluable lessons in navigating the complexities of human nature, always affirming the triumph of good, the pursuit of justice, and the fundamental belief that love should never hurt.